And now, Jason Brett presents Friday Night STREAMAROONOOS. Get ready.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another edition of Friday Night STREAMAROONOOS. Today we have another awesome guest lined up. He was meant to be on this a couple of weeks ago, but due to unfortunate circumstances, he was not able to make it. But we've rescheduled for tonight, and this is going to be awesome. Please welcome Keith from Euphoria Pictures. Yeah.
Hey, Jason. How's things, my friend?
Yeah,
how are you?
All right, pretty good. I'm good, man. Good. I always look forward to the Friday for the stream. So yeah, welcome to the show, man. Appreciate you jumping on.
I've been looking forward to it for 2 weeks. Again, apologies for the first time. It couldn't be helped, and that,
yeah,
so
yeah. Family's the most important thing, man. No apologies necessary.
No, it was a rough. I spoke to John over Mondo Chalavic Movies about this. Now it was a rough week. I actually thought I lost my father. He had pneumonia in his lung. He had fluid in his heart and lungs, and he had kidney failure. But I'm happy to report that he made a remarkable recovery, and we got him home last Friday. So everything's sweet.
Oh, that's good. I'm so happy for you, man, because
absolutely.
You know, I being something that I lost my father recently, and the idea of just I understand the fear of that, because I've been through it myself. So I was thinking of you and thinking of your dad and stuff, and so I'm really glad. I'm so happy for you, man. That things well.
It's been a great week. I have to admit, getting them back, it really was a blessing. I have to admit, and that. Thanks, babe. So yeah, it's all good now. It's just like I said, just happy to have him back.
Yeah,
and that's so happy days.
All good news, man. All good news.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have 7 people watching. Thank you so much, everyone that's jumped on to watch the stream. Throw your questions in the chat. I'm sure we'll get to them. And if you don't mind, people, chuck a like on this video. It always helps out the channel. And go and subscribe to Keith at Euphoria Pictures while you're at it.
I appreciate it.
So just going to say some hellos. I don't know how you would say this person's name, so I do apologize. How would you pronounce that? Because I don't even want to attempt to pronounce that name.
That one's Cyril Bass.
Cyril, okay. Hello, welcome to the stream.
I was expecting this huge.
Yeah, I sometimes a Y really throws me off with names. I was like, okay, is you pronounce it like an I, like Cyril? I don't say Y is in middle of names really throw me off. So
I think it's Cyril anyway. How are you, Cyril? Pleased to meet you, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on the stream.
Absolutely.
We have Slayer reviews, great channel, I must say. Slayer, thanks for jumping on, my friend. My boy Play Tendo guy, he's always here every Friday without fail. Thanks for jumping on the stream, my dude. Really appreciate it. That's it. That's all we've got so far.
So that was fun, Jason. I'll talk to you again.
John from One the Chair that was talking to you about how like the record's 8 hours. We can do the shortest stream ever. See that, guys?
yeah, beat that. Can you imagine how ridiculous that would get? Half a second streams.
Yeah.
But it was. I actually watched a lot of that stream with John and yourself, and I have to admit, it was a blast. It was great to watch. It was.
I tell you, it messed up my weekend. I was absolutely dead.
John told me the same thing. John, he said that he wasn't right for nearly 2 days after. He was. That's the only problem when you do things like that.
That's sorry, I just had to block that Cyril guy, because there's particular questions that people ask that automatically identifies them as trolls to me. So I'm just like, well, he goes, because the trolls always ask this question, especially on my streams. What did you have for tea? So immediately I was like,
yeah.
So I just knew it. So especially like, because there's obviously a bunch of people that come on my streams that I know who they are because they're always on my streams and we're always chatting.
Absolutely. So someone strange appears.
Yeah, when there's someone I don't recognize and they're asking silly questions like that, I'm like, well, you're being blocked.
Yeah. No, it's a bloody nuisance. It is. I really don't get what they get out of it, to be honest. Sad people. Yeah, it's really is pathetic.
Yeah. I mean, like, I told you before we came on, like, I feel like I'm just existing at the moment in my life, but you don't see me going and bloody trolling people, do you? Like,
No, it's look. That's what I'm saying. You think things are bad for yourself, then you look at these dipshits, and all of a sudden you just start feeling better about yourself.
I mean, they're gonna feel really bad when they realize I fucked their mum. Do you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So, I think I could win this troll game if
Absolutely, no question.
If it was me versus them. Anyway, we're gonna get onto some real people that I already know are legends in the community. Phil 4K Baker, absolute legend. Thanks for jumping on as always.
Nice to meet you, my friend.
Such a great supporter of the channel, and he's just a great guy in general, man. He's such a dude. What
I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna, like, when this stream is over, I will go back over a lot of these people, and I promise I will subscribe to each and every one of them, the ones that I'm not subscribed to already.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure if Phil's got a channel. I could be wrong.
Right,
but I just know him as like a great supporter of my channel. He sent me some. He's been so generous. He sent me some amazing subscriber mail over the last.
Oh wow, that's fantastic.
So yeah, he's been amazing. I never know how to kind of react to that kind of thing, because I just get so overwhelmed with the generosity of people, and the community has been unbelievably generous.
It's amazing. Some of the things I've seen. I just the other day I seen Carlini09 done a video, and he got I think Big Paul, he sent him the entire 4K collection of the Jason Bourne movies.
That's awesome.
That's incredible. Like, that's an incredible gesture. It's amazing. I do it to a lot. I actually do send. I don't get much subscriber mail myself, but I do send out a lot of stuff. Particularly people that show a lot of support to my channel. I do send out a lot of stuff to them.
I have sent people stuff before. I sent a bunch of channels just drawings. I kind of pinpointed like what they kind of liked, then just did personal drawings for them.
Absolutely, I've seen a lot
because I feel like if I'm, especially like people like yourself, which I really like, your Midnight Classic stuff, is your reviews on those are really entertaining. When I forget what was when you're trying to talk about I forget what film it was, but you couldn't stop laughing because you thought it was so shit. Trash. Yeah, that one. And you were like, you couldn't help yourself, because it's like,
I'll tell you, right, there's a funny story with that video, because if you actually watch that video right from the start, I'm actually laughing because I know that movie is coming up and I'm going to have to review it, and I already had it in my head what I was going to do. That I was going to do a little skit where it was going to be me throwing it in the bin, and then I was going to throw the bin outside, and that, I had it in my head, and I just couldn't stop laughing during the video. I really couldn't. And I just didn't want to reshoot the video again, so I just stuck with it.
I mean, like that film, to me, like, I don't know, like, when you're looking for just pure grindhouse filth, that film kind of ticks all the boxes for me, because it's just so outlandishly ridiculous.
It's weird. Someone left a comment, and the minute I knew of this movie, I knew of the Street Trash, I just never seen it. I remember the trailers back in the 80s when it first came out. And funny enough, someone just left a comment and went, I've seen this movie the same time I've seen The Stuff. Do you remember that film, The Stuff?
I've not seen that film, but I've heard it's good. I've heard it's actually pretty good.
It is a great movie. And the weird thing is, when he said that, I turned around and I said, you know what? I think I actually seen the trailer to that Street Trash on that Stuff VHS.
Oh, cool.
And that, so it was a bit strange. It was, but definitely not for me.
Getting back to my point. So I see like your channel that I'm really liking your Midnight Classic reviews, and videos like that where you couldn't stop laughing because you think Street Trash is ridiculous. But like the thing I struggle with when it concerns like sending people subscriber mail, especially people that I know are already massive collectors of film, I never know what they've got or what they haven't got or what they would like. So I'm just like, okay, so I don't really send much out to people. That's why when I did send some people stuff, it was it was my own drawings, because I thought, at least I can find something that they like and then draw it, and then I know they haven't got this because I drew it, kind of thing.
Right.
But anyway, like, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, with me personally, I think the reason why people probably wouldn't send stuff out to me is because I do have a massive collection. I do have a huge, huge collection. And I think it would be hard to find something that I probably didn't have. I'm not trying to kind of toot my own horn here, but I do collect a lot of stuff. And like I think I got 2 subscriber mail. It was one from John, and the one that John sent me out, he definitely knew I didn't have it. And then the second one I got from Jimmy Boy's Movies. He gave me the Arrows collection of Demons 1 and 2. Now, for some strange reason, he thought I didn't have them, but I did have them. But I actually lost them. They got destroyed on me.
Really?
I gave them to a friend, and he brought them back to me around 2 weeks after he got them off me, and they were in bits. So I actually got rid of them.
So you won't be lending him anything anymore.
Well, they were friends, not anymore. If you know, it's just incredibly disrespectful, and it's just I've nothing to do with them now anymore. To be honest,
I'm very nervous about lending stuff out to anyone.
Everyone said that.
Like literally, there's one person who I trust, and he's my cousin. He's like my best friend in the world. So he's the only person that I would, comfortably lend him a film.
Right.
So,
right.
So I know I'd get it back, and I know I'd get it back in the condition I lent it to him in.
Well, I said it, and I told that story about what happened with the Demons collection, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse, because I could have given them the actual 4K edition of it. Yeah. And that would have been, because that 4K edition just can't be bought now. It just can't be. It's too expensive. So imagine giving that out and that coming back in bits. I would have been devastated.
Was it a case of like you handing it to him in person and him handing it back to you in person, or did you have to deliver it to each other?
No, he came over here and he wanted them. I think he's seen videos on YouTube about the films themselves, and he came over here. He took them. I don't normally ask for things back. I kind of hope they come back. It was around 2 weeks later they came back, and I don't know if you're aware of the Arrow, the Arrow video. Do you remember the window box editions they used to have? They used to be in the white window box.
Yeah.
So it was in 2 of them, 2 of them kind of cases, and both of them were ripped, and you could actually see that they were using the covers as coasters for coffee. You can see the coffee rings all over them.
Did you get any money off him?
No, I did not. No. So I put them on. I posted them up on eBay. I sold them. I made sure to put down, because I would never screw people over. I made sure they knew exactly what they were buying. I made sure the pictures were all there for them to see, and I sold them off eBay. I made a couple of quid, nothing near what they were worth. Yeah. To be honest.
It's funny because I like to think I'm a nice dude, but if a friend came back and was just like, "Oh yeah, here's your films back," but they're all destroyed, I would have lost my shit. I don't know if I would have been able to keep my cool, to be honest.
Oh, well, I was pissed off. Don't get me wrong, I was pissed off, and then, like I said, I didn't have to be pissed off for long, because a month later, then Jimmy sent them out to me. So it was just incredible. It was the most amazing thing. I couldn't believe it, and I'd actually watched the video. I just couldn't hide my enjoyment. It was just amazing. And that it was incredible.
One of the first subscriber mails I got was from John from Mondo Celovic. He sent me this because it's right at hand, so I can show you. Which I love it. It's so good.
Wow!
Godzilla 1984. So it's the 80s, the first Godzilla from the Heisei era.
Wow!
On VHS.
Oh, right. John.
Sorry.
Was that out of his own personal collection? Was it?
Yeah.
Oh wow!
And he's also told me he's got a box of Godzilla stuff in his attic. So when he goes through it, he's going to send it all to me. He's such a nice dude. He really is.
That's incredible. That is great. Yeah. And I wouldn't be like.
I love where this is like oversized, like that oversized rental kind of look to it. I love it. I literally have every Godzilla movie on VHS. Not every movie, but all the movies I could get on VHS.
Okay. That's great. I must actually go through, because I actually have a lot of VHS as well here, and I must scour through, because I did own a lot of Godzilla stuff when I was first collecting VHS, and I must have a look through and see if I find anything, and I'll send them over to you as well. That's not necessary, honestly. No, like it's okay, man. They're up in the attic, and that's so someone may as well have them.
Appreciate that, really do.
No problem at all.
Right, we move on to the comments. We have Bristolian Dave. Hello, sir. Thanks for jumping in the stream.
Hey, Dave.
Man of 4K still. Hello, sir. Happy Friday night. Happy Friday night, team. Is anyone exposing their wallet to the Indiana Jones 4K collection? Book collection, sorry, on Monday. It's just too much money for me. It's just the asking price is just it's too much money. I just think they're asking too much for that set. Personally.
I know for a fact, Jason. I don't care. I know that I'm going to pay for this. I told so many people I had this pre-ordered now for a couple of months, and I know that this is going to be very similar to that Back to the Future collection, the Steelbook collection that Zavi done. And I bloody hated that box set, and I know it's going to be the same thing. But yet, I'm still buying it like a dipshit.
I've got to be in the right mood to buy Steelbooks anyway. But like when they're asking like 100 and whatever it was for that Indiana Jones, I'm just gonna give it a miss. I might even just go on to because I don't own the Indiana Jones. Funny enough, it's one of those series of films I don't own. So I might just go on Amazon and get the Blu-ray set just to have it.
Did you see the actual? Did you actually see the box set? Yeah, it's very bland looking. I think it's very bland looking.
Yeah, I didn't like that the Steelbooks don't have the original poster art as the covers.
No,
they have this weird kind of like colourful bands on them with the somewhat of a logo like the. From what I remember seeing, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think it's the Steelbooks are just white. And then they just have Indiana Jones with certain poses on the front of it. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
And then on the back of them, I think it's the artifact on the back of the Steelbook. So you'll have the back, you'll have the arc, and then the the three stones as well from the Temple of Doom and that, So I'm very I will get that box set. I will do a video on it. And something's telling me I'm going to be doing a lot of bitching and whining during that video.
It's a shame.
Yeah,
I do feel like a lot of these companies that do these exclusive sets, they know they can just get away with charging ridiculous money for them because they know they thing is once you become a collector of this kind of stuff, these companies they cater for the collectors, but they also kind of exploit the collectors as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Like look at all these Arrow re-releases of the same film they've put out 2 years ago.
Oh man, I've done a huge rant on that. I'm really pissed off about that because that's what's going to happen now with Arrow. Because now they're jumping into 4K, and you just know exactly what you're going to get with them now for the next couple of months. You're just going to get all the same releases, and that's exactly what's happening.
Saying that though, they are putting out that Daimajin trilogy, which I'm really excited for.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
I've pre-ordered that.
Yeah, it's just I find that because I was looking at the likes of the Donnie Darko edition that I have on Blu-ray, the limited edition set they done, and I feel that all they're doing by bringing these out in 4K and limited editions, I feel that just cheapening the box sets that came out before them.
And they're screwing it up as well, right? They're screwing
of course.
The 4Ks are being screwed up, like
and well, I luckily enough anyway. I didn't buy them anyway, so I wasn't going to get sucked into that shit.
Yeah, see, I'm new to the whole 4K arena. Like I've maybe got about 18 titles in my 4K collection because I'm very new. Ironic story, my TV's been 4K all along. I've had it for 6 years and I didn't even realize.
What?
Because it's the kind of TV where I've got to have for it to display in 2160p.
Okay.
It's got to have a device plugged in that can actually output that. So if it doesn't have a device that can do 4K, it won't display in 4K. So there's me, but obviously 6 years ago, 4K wasn't really it was coming into prominence, but it wasn't a big thing. So I still have my PS4 that only can display in 1080p, so it wouldn't.
Okay.
And then I was going through it a few weeks ago, and I realised that I had this little option that said HDR, but only with devices that can do 4K. I'm like, hold on a minute, has this been 4K all this time?
Right.
Yeah,
well, there you go.
It has. My brother let me borrow his Xbox One, which has a 4K player in it.
Oh, very good.
Then I was just I put on Pacific Rim 4K because that's one of the films.
Yeah, you won't messing around there.
Yeah,
start with the big one.
It's one of the films. It's one of the films Phil 4K sent me. He sent me that as a subscriber mail because he knows I love monsters and robots. So that's like the pinnacle of monsters and robots for a movie. and my eyes were melted. How good it looked! Oh my god, it looks
it was extraordinary.
Oh my god!
I only just watched it there recently. It was amazing.
The big criticism for that film was all the nighttime scenes, you can't see what's going on, but the new color grade in HDR makes those nighttime scenes kind of just bring them out more so you can see what's going on.
Yeah,
and it just looks unreal.
I said that to I only just said it recently to someone before, and they were kind of just saying that you know, like I find particularly because I have an OLED TV. I just recently bought a 65-inch OLED, and I find now with OLED that I get more excited now for the darker movies. So when I got the likes of the Godzilla, what year was it? The first Godzilla movie, not the one with Matthew Broderick, now the one after that. When I got that now, when I got that one, everyone was going about how dark the 4K transfer was in it, and I'll tell you one thing, oh my god, it was extraordinary to watch. It really was extraordinary, and John just reviewed it there recently as well, and he loved it as well.
Yeah, I got the Cine edition 4K of that from
HMV.
Yeah,
missed
I
out
got that. Well, I pre-ordered it immediately when it was announced. So
yeah, I missed. I thought it was a lovely release.
I'm the Godzilla guy, so I had to have it basically.
Yeah, well, see, unfortunately, with us over here, see that's HMV exclusive, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't have HMV in Ireland.
Yeah, they won't. They're not here anymore, and they won't ship over here either.
Oh, that sucks, man.
Yeah. To be so close to them, and they won't ship it. It's heartbreaking, and I don't like annoying people. Like a few people now, even John said that if I needed anything from HMV, just give them a shout. But I just don't want to be bothering people. Mm-hmm. Because if they start that now, I'll give them bloody lists, and again, you just don't want to be annoying them. And that's, you know,
I'm in a group chat with a bunch of YouTubers like Jamie Powell and Geordie Paul and people like that, and they're all kind of like oh, if you need this, I'll look around my area and all this kind of stuff. But I don't like to bother people either.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, and the thing is, and you know well that they've no problem doing it for you. You know it, but it's one of those things with myself. It's just I just don't want to bother them.
But I'm going to say, if there's anything you want in HMV, Keith, just let me know.
I'd love to be able to turn around and say the same thing to you. But there's absolutely fucking nothing over here. And we have a place called Golden Discs, and I'm not kidding you. I went in. Do you have Golden Discs over in?
I've never heard of that myself. I've never.
Yeah, right. So it's an Irish company. It's called Golden Discs. I went in there 2 weeks ago. It was when the Justice League Snyder Cut came out, and I just said to your one, I was looking for it, and I was like, "Do you have the Snyder Cut?" And she was like, "Yeah." And she had it in the back, behind the counter, and I was like, "Jesus, that's a weird place to have it." So she took it out, and I could see her smiling at me, and I was like, "Right, how much is it?" And she went €43. And I said, "You can put it back." And it was. Oh yeah,
I forgot Ireland's in euros.
Yeah, it was she knew well. She didn't actually want to tell me how much it was because she was embarrassed by it. Yeah, that's how expensive it was. So
is it that expensive everywhere in Ireland, or is it just the store's markup?
Well, like I said, it's Golden Disc is the only place in Ireland where you can buy 4K movies. So naturally now I have to buy it off Amazon or Zavi. And I hate even mentioning Zavi. Jesus Christ, I can't mention.
Like I tell you what, I was so happy when HMV had pre-orders for Dune because I just didn't want to order it off of fucking Zavi. I
have that. It's just funny. Man of Steel 4K just said, Man of 4K Steel, sorry. He just said about the Indiana Jones box because I have that pre-order with Zavi. And it's out Monday. And we're Friday now. Still no sign of it being shipped.
No email confirmation, nothing.
No, I'll get it 2 weeks from now. I guarantee you. No, that's Zavi for you in a nutshell. And chances are it'll come destroyed.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories from Zavi. Unfortunately, I'm fortunate that the very few amount of times that I've ordered from them, it's been fine. But I've heard the horror stories of stuff turning up, just being steelbooks being dented and beat up, and
I have had a few problems with them. But don't get me wrong. Now I'm doing a lot of whining about Zavi, but I still buy a lot of steelbooks as well. I actually did get a couple of great ones. After I bought the new Super 8 edition they brought out, and I brought an absolute terrible. What was it called? I have it actually here beside me. Have you seen that film, Chaos Walking?
No, but I've heard all the hum-ha about how the steelbook looks awful. Is that the steelbook?
Yeah, that was the steelbook.
Oh.
Actually, I thought the steelbook was beautiful. The film was
okay.
actually god awful.
Is it bad? Yeah.
Oh, it had a decent premise to it, but poorly executed, and it left on a kind of a cliffhanger as well. So, and the film die bombed as well, so we're never going to get a sequel to it. So,
does it sequel bait? Does it?
Hmm?
Does it sequel bait?
Say again?
Does it sequel bait?
What do you mean sequel bait?
As in, like, does it like set up for a sequel that we're not?
No, that's what, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It kind of ends in a kind of a little bit of a cliffhanger, and that's so. Yeah, it's just like I said, you're kind of watching it, and you kind of know that there's never going to be a sequel to this movie, and it's a shame because I like Tom Holland; he's a good actor. But
I got the same vibe from Zack Snyder's Justice League, because we know that they're not going to continue that story, but all the hints in that movie about what could come, I'm like the Injustice storyline. I'm like, oh come on, please give us the Injustice storyline. What a great story arc. Probably not going to get it.
I just watched it. I just finished watching it there around 4 days ago for the first time.
Yeah.
I thought it was extraordinary. I thought it was one of the best superhero movies I've ever seen. I thought it was incredible.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far myself, but
oh no, I loved it. I thought it was phenomenal. I really did. And I think I counted at least 7 things in that movie where they left unanswered.
Yeah.
And I think if the people push hard enough, I think Warner Brothers will continue this. I really do. Because apparently it was the people that got the Snyder Cut made. So, hopefully they will kind of crumble under pressure.
It all depends if WB can see money in it. Because they've always you can say what you will about DC versus Marvel, but the Warner Brothers DCEU films have always been playing second fiddle to the Marvel stuff. They've always been trying to chase the Marvel tail. That's why I think they've crashed and burned personally, because they've rushed things.
No, that's exactly, you're absolutely spot on, Jason. They had their Avengers movie too soon, instead of just building the characters first and then giving it to us.
Yeah, I was even thinking about doing a video of how I would have done the DCEU and what order of the films. Because they should have done Man of Steel, a solo Batman movie, a solo Wonder Woman movie, a solo. They should have done all the key characters. Should have done those solo films first. Maybe did a Man of Tomorrow, a Superman sequel, and then maybe gear up for a Justice League. There's so many avenues they could have gone down before that Justice League movie. Yeah,
that's what I was kind of thinking, that like, even if they, like you said, do a solo Batman movie, and maybe then, I don't know, maybe put a little cameo with the Flash or something like that in it, kind of build it up that way. But they went too quickly into it. They really did. And they paid for it. Even Wonder Woman now, I only just, it wasn't that long ago now, I watched was it Wonder Woman 1984, is that what it's called? God awful.
Yeah, I've not seen it, just based on the fact that my 2 closest friends, who we tend to have similar tastes in movies, my 2 closest friends were like, don't waste your time, it's awful. I was like, all right.
And I can only agree with them. It's the most atrocious story I've ever seen to a superhero movie. It was so lazy.
My cousin brings up a very valid point, though, that it doesn't even tie into Justice League very well, because apparently Wonder Woman flies towards the end of the film in 84. She can fly now, but she doesn't have that power in Justice League. And 84 is meant to take place before Justice League.
There you go.
There's a continuity issue big time there.
Yeah, and not forgetting as well, she looks like fucking C-3PO at the end of it as well in that gold suit.
What with the wings? That suit.
Yeah.
I think it looks pretty badass, to be honest.
Did you? Oh, I hated it.
I think it looks pretty cool myself.
I was like, my God, get out of this thing quickly. And I hated it. No, I didn't like it at all. I didn't.
Yeah, that's fair. I've heard some really bad stuff about it, and I've heard the overall narrative. It just sounds like the 80s Supergirl movie, which was awful as well. It was bad. Thing turns up on Earth. Bad person wants that to use it for his own gain. Superhero tries to stop bad guy, but they do some weird wish wish stuff with it. I'm just like, that sounds awful. Like,
No,
just by reading the premise.
I just reviewed it there a couple of days ago when I done my steelbook collection. It was just like I said. She finds a rock. I think it's a rock. It's some sort of stone, and you kind of just knew that the writers Nash and the director wanted to bring Chris Pine back, and you knew the debate. They must have sat around the table for hours thinking, how can we bring Chris Pine back? And they went, you know what? Let's bring in a magical rock and let's have Wonder Woman wish him back.
I very much. I basically know the whole film because my cousin and my friends have spoke to me about how bad it is. They basically spoke about the whole film, so I just didn't care. But the whole point, the way they bring that guy back is like technically like he inhabits another dude's body. So in theory, Wonder Woman has raped a random stranger because now he's technically the reincarnated dude from the first film. So what about that guy's like job and that guy's parents? They'd be like, where's Richard gone? Where's he gone? Who is he? Who's this bloody girl that's turned up and calling him Steve? Who is she?
No.
That's the first thing I thought of is what happened to that original guy.
Yeah.
Because he's taken over the guy's body. Like,
and the villain in a nutshell was basically Wishmaster. He was a bloody genie, and it was just lazy. It was terrible.
Just on the off. I love Wishmaster, by the way. I love.
I love Wishmaster myself, but this was just shocking. It was horrible to watch. It really was. But I'm a huge Wish fan. Well, I'm a huge fan of the first one. I couldn't really care about the sequels.
I might have to watch Wonder Woman 84 just for Gal Gadot. Just for the eye candy, mate. That's might be the only reason.
That's it. In a nutshell.
I tell you what, right? I didn't know who Gal Gadot was, right? And I went and saw the original Wonder Woman, and I keep saying to myself, if you don't come out of that film fancying the tits off of her, I don't know who you are. Because she's because you know silly questions like, oh, who's your movie crush? It'd be Gal Gadot for me. I'm just like, oh, stunning. She's stunning.
But then, having said that, you're saying that now. But when you heard that she was announced as Wonder Woman, were you happy about her?
But I didn't know who she was, so I was like, yeah, okay, maybe, yeah. I didn't know who she was, so I didn't have an opinion.
I think she was in the Fast and the Furious movies, wasn't she?
I've seen the first one, and I've seen like maybe Fast 2. I don't know, but I've not seen many of them.
Look, I'm not gonna push them on you.
We're so behind on the comments. I'm going to get to some comments. We have Luke in the chat. He's always in the chat, so appreciate jumping as always, my friend. How's it going today? Sorry, say that again.
So I think I'm actually subscribed to Luke. I'm nearly sure I am.
Okay, cool. He says, "How's it going today?" It's going well, man. It's going good.
All right.
I got way up too late for my liking. 3 p.m. I got up today. Awful. That's that unemployed life here, man. Your body just was like, what you got to get up for? Nothing, just sleep.
I'll tell you, man. I know. I can completely relate. It's a horrible thing. It is.
It's funny because like I grew up with the whole because I think we all do it. We've got a job that we hate. We complain about having a job. Oh, I've got to go work. Why? And then when we haven't got a job, we're like, oh, I want to get a job now. Why can't I get a job? It's like a cycle. It's like no one's ever happy.
No, you're never. It's hard. It's impossible. It is. It really is.
Slayer Review says, good to be here, man. Nice to meet you. Euphoria Pictures. Hope you're both.
Yeah, nice to meet you, my friend.
You're both well. We are very good.
Yeah, doing well. Yeah, we're doing very well.
Yes. Best. I never can say it's probably Bristolian Dave. There we go. Bristolian Dave. He asks, what is up with these trolls? They pop up on my streams too. I told you, it's because I fucked their mum. That's why they're so angry. That's why. That's why they're always here. They're angry at me.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't get their parents' affection, but I definitely could.
I love it. Great.
I'm sorry. This is meant to be a PG stream. It isn't really. Fuck that shit. I'm going to be uncensored.
I tried. I said I think I did. I said when I did my first stream with Cody over in H&S Collectibles, I did say to my fiance, right, I'm going to keep it lipped. I'm going to say nothing. but I had around 6 pints on me.
But I'm sorry, but you're Irish. Is that even possible?
I think I was on the stream 2 minutes, and I think I dropped at least 60 F-bombs. I did within 2 minutes.
Look, I used to have a boss that was Irish, and I don't think I've met an Irish that doesn't swear. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean to be mean to the Irish people, but it's just my experience.
No, you're right. It's part of our DNA. As a matter of fact, if you don't curse in this country, people will be looking at you and going, "What the fuck's wrong with this fella?"
Yeah, I used to have a boss that was Irish, and every other word was "fuck" at work. Literally every other word. I was just like, okay.
Well, I'm going to be trying to be good. I'm going to keep it down. I'm going to mellow it down a bit.
I'm not. Right, we got Gary, the Blu-ray collector. Thanks for jumping in.
Wow, fantastic. Great to meet you, Gary. Great to see you, Gary. Actually, it's he's a wonderful supporter of my channel, and I've said it numerous times with his channel. My God, have you ever watched his videos?
I haven't. I'm really bad at catching up with people. There's loads of channels that I need to catch up on.
I have around three A4 pages worth of films that he's made me aware of. He buys some of these films you just never hear of. And I've told him, I think it was his last video he's done, I've that many films written down because of him that I'm trying to buy. He's amazing.
If someone gave me a list of that many films, I would sweat because it would take me about 80 years to watch them. because I don't watch anything. I'm awful at it.
No, it's I don't watch a lot. It's as strange as that sounds, the collection that I do have. I think it's only maybe 2 or 3 nights a week that we would sit down and watch movies. But other than that, no, I wouldn't.
It's
just too busy.
Yeah, it's weird for me as well. It's like, because you would have thought I would spend my nights watching stuff because I'm unemployed. I've got all the time in the world. But it's usually like I'll just sit here and just either play some shitty PC game that I haven't played for years. That's really old, and not even a new game. And I'll be playing it just like Brain Dead playing it, not even enjoying it, just doing it, just something to do. Or my YouTube channel comes first when it comes to, should I watch a film or do a video? I'll do a video, and I'll just make a video.
That's I found that I'm kind of slipped there because I'm back now playing The Last of Us 2 again.
Oh, I love that game.
I think it's the 4th time now I've played it. I've bet it 3 times already. I've played it for a 4th time.
One of my favorite games of all time.
Where the hatred for this game is coming from, I do not know.
I know, right? Mate, the game is unbelievably good.
What game are people fucking playing? I really don't get it.
Because they don't like the fact that Joel was killed. And I'm just like, yeah, but like if you played the first game, you understand the world is unforgiving. The world of The Last of Us, there's consequences for everything, and it's just shit happens. And I'm just like, if you can't tell me that when you finish that first game and you do what Joel did to get Ellie out of that thing, so he basically decides just to murder everyone to get Ellie back and not have her die from that procedure. You're telling me Joel's a good person?
He's not.
He's kind of scum, really.
No, he is. He is, and he even during that first game, he made it clear to Ellie as well that he has done some bad things himself, and that. So like I said, this world is like The Walking Dead. Anything can happen in it. And I thought Naughty Dog, I thought they were very brave, and I thought it was a very brave thing to actually kill Joel off.
It's weird because people always tell me like, oh, it's bad writing. I was like, if you think this game is badly written, you can't write.
No.
Because it's amazingly written. Like, the whole idea that, the whole theme of the game is revenge will just bring out more revenge. It's just a cycle. Yeah. And it's like, when are you going to get to the point where you realize your vendetta doesn't matter in the end? You're going to lose everything otherwise. And what does Ellie do? Spoilers for this game. At the end, Ellie loses everything. Yeah. She doesn't even get her revenge, for one. No. But in the process of going down that path, she loses everything.
And when you say everything, I mean everything. Yeah, you can't even play the guitar anymore at the end.
No. That killed me. That my heart broke, man. I was like,
that was. And what even gets me even more with that game, and it's a massive kind of like it's almost like Naughty Dog going to the players, going like, "Fuck you." It was like it's one thing to kill Joel,
Yeah.
but then to have you control the person that killed Joel for half a game, it was brilliant.
Mate, I like the thing is the like I organically really like Abby as a character. Because even though she's got her revenge and she's killed Joe, you meant to, oh yeah, fuck you, you killed Joe, I hate you.
Mm-hmm.
She's on her own path of redemption. She's done bad things herself. She's trying to redeem herself. And what I loved about that is when you're introduced to Lev, they start building that relationship between Abby and Lev. And that's when I started to really care about their relationship.
Yeah.
And it turned into the first game again, where you've got these two characters that are building a relationship and need each other, because they do, right? They ended up needing each other. I just
Naughty Dog done something in that game. I think it'll be very hard to recreate again. To make you to watch, and the way she killed Joel, the first thing you said when you started controlling her, you were kind of going, like you said, there's no way I'm ever going to like this one. And then all of a sudden you're playing along, and all of a sudden you start feeling you're kind of starting to get into her shoes a bit, and you can understand why she done what she done.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing. And then by the end of the game, you're kind of relieved that Ellie doesn't kill her.
But but there's just one thing that I've just that I keep saying to people. I forgot to mention it, but I will mention it here. In a twisted way, I think Ellie did get her revenge, but because Ellie killed all of Abby's friends, killed all of them.
Yeah.
And what was Joel to Ellie? He was her friend, obviously, sort of a father figure, sort of as well.
Absolutely.
But he was a friend first to Ellie. So, if anything, Ellie's did worse to Abby in a sense.
There's no question.
Fucking killed everybody.
And many was that. There was 7 people in that room and they killed Joel. She killed 6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
She did. So yeah, I think you're right. I think Ellie did get her revenge. And that's what happened with that game. I've seen it so many times on YouTube that as soon as I even seen it on, Angry Joe. And he done a review on the game. I
highly disagreed on his review.
Absolutely. As soon as the bit come up where you're controlling Abby, he just threw down the controller and walked away. And it's like, you didn't even allow Naughty Dog to basically show you what they were trying to do.
Tell that story.
A lot of people just didn't give it the time of day, which is a shame.
Yeah. That game has one of my, I think, probably some of the best voice acting and voice performances I've seen.
Unbelievable.
There's that bit where they come out of they in like a theater. They come out of the theater and he shoots Ellie's mate in the head. Abby. I forget the character's name, but he's like dead on the floor.
Yeah.
And she's like, "It's me you want. It's me you want." Just like that. And she's like, this is after she's discovered that Ellie's killed all her mates, and obviously one of her friends was pregnant and all that.
That's right.
There's just one bit of line that I'm just like, I'm like, oh, mate, going, this is awesome. Is when Abby's like got the gun and she was like, "I let you live, and you wasted it." I was like, this is the best game ever.
It's just unbelievable. And I wouldn't mind right at that bit though, because she shot Tommy, and I remember just looking at my fiance and I was like, "Don't tell me to kill fucking Tommy as well." They can't, not Joel and Tommy. They can't do that. Thank fuck he came back.
Yeah, because when he comes in towards the end of the game and he kind of stirs up the shit again with Ellie, I was like, I swear he was shot in the face. What? I generally thought he died at that moment, honestly.
Yeah. I was really worried. I was like, wow. It was at that point where I was kind of going, okay, now they're killing far too many people. And I started worrying. I was like, oh my God, they're going to kill Ellie at the end of this, aren't they? I tell you what, there is no film that can make me feel the way I felt playing that game. Like, it's not even just that game, even the first one.
Yeah.
It was first one. It was extraordinary. It really was. But Naughty Dog
talking about it.
I'll tell you, man. I just, it's anything to do with Naughty Dog. Even the Uncharted, that last Uncharted game that came out, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I've not played the Uncharted games.
Oh, right, Jason. I'll see you again, right? Oh man, you need to check them out. Incredible.
The weird thing is that I tried the first game before Last of Us came out. Couldn't get into it. I didn't like the controls and that. Played The Last of Us and thought, maybe I should go back and play these ones. I still really just couldn't get into the Uncharted games personally.
If you go to, it's weird. If you actually knock on the last one, A Thief's End, the fourth one, Naughty Dog really found our stride, and there's a lot of Last of Us elements in that game.
Oh, okay.
And I think you might appreciate that a bit more than you would than the first 3 that came out.
No, I'm just going to bring this Last of Us chat to an end quickly, but there's got to be a third game, right? There's got to be a third game.
It's happening. It's happening.
Every great story has 3 acts. We've had 2 acts. There's got to be a final act for this franchise. They need to stick to a trilogy and end it. They need to end it with 3, I think.
And what age then do you think they'll take? What year difference do you think they'll jump?
So what was it from? It's quite a big jump from first game to second game. She was 19, 5-year jump, wasn't it? From the first,
something like that. I think they're gonna jump into our late 20s. I have a funny feeling that's what they'll do.
But I'd like to think that I've got this feeling that where Ellie found out what they were trying, that she's immune and she could have like kind of cured the world of this fungi disease. I got a feeling they will kill Ellie in the next game. I reckon I reckon Ellie will go and pursue a way to be the cure. And
I would be really surprised if Ellie survives this franchise. I really would be. I don't think it's going to happen.
But I would like to see Abby and Ellie cross paths again, and maybe you see them build a relationship.
There you go. That's the thing. No, I was going to just mention that. I know you want to just end this with the Last of Us, but that's the one thing I want to say about it. Do you think that Naughty Dog will crumble under kind of pressure now because fans hate her, and I'm worried now that Naughty Dog will turn around and go, you know what? Don't bring her back in. We'll have to leave her because fans are not going to play this game if she's in it.
The problem I have there is that a lot of these fans just read the leaked kind of plot. Basically, the plot was completely leaked. Every story beat was leaked before the game. Yeah, so all these people wrote the game off before it even came out. And a lot of people, I watched a review that wasn't even a fucking review. I watched a review where a guy was like, "The Last of Us Part 2, this game is shit, guys. I played it until Joel dies. I turned it off." I was like, that's not a fucking review. No. What's that? You barely played the game. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
People like that, I don't know. Why even upload that video? Like,
that pisses me off. Like, it's not a review. It's not a review.
So I think a lot of people wrote the game off before giving it a chance. And guess what? I was one of those people. But I bought the game, I played it, and I just loved it. I loved it absolutely. It was probably one of my favorite games of all time.
I avoided them leaks. Amazingly, I avoided them. I didn't hear a thing. So I was lucky. I was, but I was blown away. Thought it was incredible.
Anyway, if we probably spoiled the whole game back. If you've not played Last of Us Part 2, one of the best games ever made, you should go and play it. And the first one, of course. Absolutely. I wouldn't know how I would rank them though. I think I might prefer the second one over the first one. I think.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah,
it's really tough.
Where were we? Right, we're about. Let me go to the bottom of the comments and see how far behind we are. All right, what comment are we on?
Hey, Gary.
Yeah, we're about like 40 minutes behind. Always the way. Geeky Hijinks, great channel. Just throw him out there. He's got a great channel. His production value is top tier.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. Unbelievable. I love. There's another fan, Jonathan, Man of Movies, and they are so passionate about the way they do their reviews. And I would like to watch more of their videos, but when they review new films, I like to go in watching new movies. I want to go in blind. I don't want to see anything on them or hear anything. And I have to sometimes wait till I've watched the movie, till I actually watch their videos. And I actually did message Jonathan, and I told him that I think he done a review on Spiral, and I said, look, I'm going to watch it first, and then I'll check out your. Like, I'll always try and show as much support as I can to these channels because, like you said, the production value is just amazing. They're amazing. I love them.
Yeah, really, really, really good channel, man. He's asking the question, "What did you have for dinner?" Because all the trolls ask it. Thing is, like, I got up at 3 p.m, so I have not had dinner yet, technically.
I had a turkey burger and chicken wings, I think, something like that.
Mate, I'm a new chicken shop has just opened up my road, like literally like a 60-second walk from me. It's literally like I say like I'm here, I walk up a hill, and the chicken shop's here, and like I've got I want to say addiction, but it's not really, but I think it kind of is. It's chicken wings, right? So sometimes I'll give myself an excuse to leave my house so I could walk past the chicken shop to buy chicken wings. Is that an addiction, or is that an addiction? I think it's an addiction.
I don't know.
But yeah, I'm a bit of a freak when it concerns chicken wings because I always want to eat them. I'm always in the mood for chicken wings. I could eat them in the morning, mate. Like I could. There's no wrong time for chicken wings, man.
Right, absolutely. No, I completely agree.
Where is this stream going?
Yeah, chicken wings. Wow. Last of us the chicken wings.
Yeah, that's a transition, isn't it? Fuck me. Jeez. Who's bought Lake Mungo? I really want that. I want it, but
right. I need help on this movie. This film is doing the rounds on YouTube. All I know it's an Australian movie, and I think it's done in the kind of way of Blair Witch Project. Am I right in saying that?
From what I heard, it's filmed as if it's a documentary.
Okay.
But it is meant to be this like kind of ghostly horror film. I've not seen it, bear in mind, but from what I've been told about it, and apparently it's one of those apparently it's a really clever film that it's better on a second watch because there's a lot more things you pick out from the movie and stuff like that.
Right.
But I've heard it's really underrated and really good.
Well, Tony over in Horror and Toulouse turned around and he reckons it's probably one of the scariest movies he's ever seen. And I tend to agree with a lot of the things that Tony said, so I might pick this one up. I've been hearing great things.
See, whenever I hear like scariest film ever, I get a bit skeptical because I don't really get scared anymore by films.
No, yeah, I'm trying to think what was the last film that kind of scared me. I don't know. I don't think I get scared. I might get unsettled. Maybe more. I think that's probably more appropriate word. I watched that film again there the other night, The Exorcism of Emily Rose. And there's bits in that.
I've seen that in years.
The bit in the barn when they're doing the exorcism on her. The voices that are coming out of her, I kind of just watch it and I kind of go, oh, Jesus. It just kind of puts a shiver up my back. It does. Yeah. But I generally don't get really scared, if I'm being totally honest.
Thing is, though, I've told this story before where, like, I think I've become to the point where nothing really scares me because I've experienced, it may sound cheesy, but I've experienced true fear. So I've told this story before, but one night, this is a few years ago, one night I woke up middle of the night for no reason, shaking and basically fearing for my life. I've never felt that before. It was one of the most worst experiences of my life. Just in my bed, shaking. Not from cold, but from like being like basically just feeling just terrified of something. I don't know what it was. I couldn't see anything. I'm just there trying to stop myself from shaking. It was fucking horrid.
Wow.
I've never felt so, I suppose, scared in my life. I was terrified of something.
Right. So basically nothing has ever kind of raised that level of fear in you since.
I don't know whether my house is making weird noises or I don't know. I don't know whether it was me coming out of a dream that was scary. I don't know what it was. But that experience of me being knowingly awake but shaking with fear, that's one of the worst experiences of my life.
Right. Cheers. I think when you're just talking about that, I was just thinking again, there was one time I actually remember this, and my fiance was the same, and we were watching, it was Paranormal Activity 2.
Okay, yeah.
And we watched it, we thought it was okay, we didn't think much of it. But my God, that film had a lasting impression, because I'll tell you one thing, we come up to bed and I was trying to get to sleep and the film was in my head and there was just bits of it that was just freaking me out. And I was, all of a sudden, I checked my watch and I realized that I was lying in the bed there for an hour and a half and I still can't get to sleep. And I'm still thinking about this movie. And then I don't know why, don't ask me why, but I just turned around and I went, "Are you still awake?" And she went, "Yeah." And I was like, why are you not sleeping? Because I can't get that fucking film in my head and all that. So it's, I don't know what it is.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. I think that first Paranormal Activity, I wouldn't say scared me, but it affected me on a subconscious level.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way.
Because, like you said, it's in your brain. I remember watching that first movie. Me and my girlfriend, who's not my girlfriend anymore, this is years ago when it came out. We rented the DVD and we watched it, but we chose to watch it at like midnight for some fucking reason. Like, that's gonna make me feel better. Great, right? So we watched that, and I think what those films, because I think that first Paranormal Activity is great. I think it's so well done in terms of how it kind of portrays the fear and that's the thing, the unknown of that film is what's scary about it. This thing you can't see that is terrorizing you of the nighttime. That's the scary part. The idea that you're in bed trying to sleep, but there's an invisible demon just walking around your house. That's fucking horrifying. Like,
I know. That's it's weird you said that, because that's what was happening. Because do you remember part 2 well?
Not I did. The only thing I remember about part 2 is the girl in the kitchen, and you see the cloak thing behind her. She turns around, it drops down, and all of a sudden all the cupboards go all throw out all the plates and that.
Well, there's a bit in that movie. There's a bit in the movie right at the end of it, and basically the camera is in the child's bedroom, and the mother comes in and she's holding the baby, or she's holding the child, and then all of a sudden the one that's possessed just walks into the room, and it's just so seamless. She just walks in. You can see her holding the child, and the other one just walks in and just sends her flying. And it was that scene. I was just lying in bed, and I was like, and all I was doing was looking at my door, and I was like, my God, if that bitch just walked through that door now, I would just shit myself. And
see, the problem is, like, I've got a machete like next to my bed, and a legitimate machete. So I'd be like, ah! So I'd probably be arrested the next morning for murder. Thing is, like, my door is slightly open because my door doesn't shut properly. Right. So any gust of wind.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, just go. So it's horrible, right? It's horrible.
Fuck that! I take the door off. Oh, brilliant.
I can't take the door off. I can't have a bit of me time then, can I? Because everyone can walk in.
That's what a blanket's for.
Blanket.
At least the blanket won't make a noise.
Oh no. Well, I'll ask again. Where the fuck is this stream going?
I don't.
Oh no! Everyone's asking, what did I have for tea? I haven't had dinner yet. I've only been up for like 5 hours. No, 6.5 hours. I've only been awake 6.5 hours. What am I doing with my life? Sleeping, clearly.
Yeah.
Nintendo guy, you still playing Outriders, Jason? I'm now playing Marvel Avengers on PS4. Quite a surprisingly fun game. I've had a break from Outriders. I've not been playing anything for a week because I don't know. Like I said, I'm just feeling like I've been existing and I haven't really been in the mood for anything. The only thing that I'm tend to enjoy doing at the moment is my YouTube. So I've just been focused on videos, really. But I will go back to the world of Outriders because it's a really fun game. So yeah. Is that you're just playing Last of Us at the moment, Keith?
I'm kind of going back and forward. I'm playing The Last of Us 2, and I'm kind of playing a bit of The Evil Within 2.
Couldn't get into those games, you know, Evil Within.
I hate the first one.
Yeah,
I thought the second one was a hell of a lot better.
Is it better?
I like these games. Do you know, like I'm not one of the biggest, like, when it comes to open world games. I'm not. I find that I like story-driven games more than anything.
Course, yeah.
And I find with open world games, open world can take you sometimes out of the story. But what they'll do with the likes of Evil Within 2, where it's almost like opened sections.
So semi-open.
I prefer that a bit more.
Yeah.
And that it's kind of like an opened town. And they've done that with The Last of Us 2. You know the bit in it where she gets to the
you're on the horse and you're going down to a big open,
that's the way I would like to see games go when it comes to kind of open world.
Yeah, the Tomb Raider reboot that came out in 2013.
Yeah,
that was semi-open as well. It wasn't fully open. It was like large areas that you can explore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize, especially with The Last of Us 2, and now I'm not going to go back into The Last of Us 2, but the amount of exploring that can be done in a linear game is quite incredible.
Yeah. I think there was a trophy on PS4 to explore the whole area and get all the little secrets in that area.
I got
in
them all.
Last of Us 2. Yeah, I've not platinum that game yet because
I did.
I was gonna platinum it, and then I beat it twice, and then I looked at my progress on what the collectibles. I was like, I'm never gonna get all these fucking collectibles. There's too many collectibles in this game.
Yeah, there's a lot in that place.
Yeah,
There's a lot.
Bristolian Dave says, that's very nice of you. Always appreciate a sub. I'm guessing he's talking to you.
No problem at all. Yeah, that's no problem. I guarantee you.
I think I'm already subbed to him. I could be wrong.
As soon as the stream is over, I promise I will subscribe to nearly all these. Actually, all of them. That's come on. They show support, and the least we can do is show it back.
Yeah, of course. I do find it very difficult to keep up though. Like, there's some channels that I'm subbed to that I've not watched videos for ages. Like,
I feel that's my biggest regret, Jason, on YouTube. I'm not going to lie. I've fallen behind on so many videos because it's so hard. I go into work at 7 I get up at 7 in the morning. I go into work. I get home at 5. Sometimes I go out for an actual run. For most days, I go out for a run when I get home. I get back here. You get something to eat, and you just want to kind of sit down and relax. And it's just very hard to find time to actually check out, especially the amount of incredible people on YouTube. Yeah, you try to get around to as many as you can, but it's very hard.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes I don't like to say I've got favorites, but we all have favorite channels, right? There's channels that I won't miss a video. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's not to detract the channels that I'm subbed that I don't get time to watch. That's just the way of things, right? I just think it's the way of things. Everyone's gonna have a favorite channel. And no doubt, I'm sure there's people that will always watch my videos without fail.
Yeah.
But there's those same people that will probably have subscriptions where they don't really watch their channels as much as, say, mine or someone else's or whatever. So, as much as people like to say they don't have favorites, I think people do have favorite channels.
I do this thing. I just try to get around. You're right, and you're completely right. I have my personal favorites as well. But I do try to get into the more the ones that I kind of leave a bit like falling behind a bit, and I try to get on as many as I can. I kind of do wish that YouTube would introduce some sort of system where I would like to see who's giving me the thumbs up, because sometimes I would look at a lot of people's videos and I don't leave comments. I give thumbs up, and I would like for these people to know that I am watching their videos even though I'm not leaving comments. And I think that YouTube should introduce who's giving you the thumbs up.
But that also means they have to tell you who's giving you a thumb down.
Oh, that's a good. That's even better. I would like to know who's giving me the thumb down. The little
yeah. I at least get one thumbs down on my videos. Sometimes even more.
I go through phases where I could put out 4 videos and not get a thumbs down, and then all of a sudden I'll get 3 thumbs down, thumbs downs in a video, like 3 in a row, sort of thing. It's but I never got too many. If I'm being totally honest.
Back to the comments. Slayer Reviews says, I'm definitely going to subscribe to Euphoria Pictures. Anything to support the Blu-ray community.
Oh man, absolutely. That's incredible, and I appreciate that as well.
Keith's got really good videos as well. He's been going through the Midnight Classics releases. I've liked those videos, Keith.
I'll tell you one thing, Jason. I'm not going to lie. I was saying this I think I might have said it to John. I think that company should cut me a check, because I am telling you now, I have made so many people aware of that company through a lot of them videos, and the amount of people that are messaging me now saying that they bought the Halloween collection from them.
I want that. I really do want that. I won't lie.
Yeah,
I really want that.
It's unbelievable. It's I was saying, I think it was John I said it. This company needs to cut me a check, because the amount of money I must have made them is unbelievable. Because no one knew about these. There's actually a fella named. He's such an incredibly nice man. His name is Ben. He's the Cadaver Club. His channel is. He really is a genuine fella. And I'd done a review on the Midnight Classic. I think it might have been the Halloween one, or it might have been the Omen. It was one of them. And all of a sudden, he friended me on Facebook, on Instagram, And then 2 weeks later, he just started sending me pictures of all the midnight classics he'd bought. And then there, just around a week ago, he posted up a video on Instagram, and it was just this huge tower of midnight classics. I think he bought every one of them.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, like if I had the funds, I wouldn't buy all of them, but I would buy the select ones. I want like the Halloween, because I think the Halloween collection is the most accessible Halloween set you could probably get, and it's affordable.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Because all the other sets are really expensive. The
you see how much it costs?
Set is impossible.
You see how much it's going for now? 50 quid.
Which I think it's quite reasonable. I think that's quite reasonable.
Yeah. I've actually got
you can't get it anywhere else.
I've got a nice film for Midnight Classics if you're interested in buying it. Street Trash.
I think I can get it fairly cheaply on the. I think is it 88 Films? I think they did it. Yeah, they released that.
Not really, right?
Yeah, 88 Films have got their own version. I think I've only got one Midnight Classics release.
Okay.
Which is Return of the Living Dead. It's my
favorite. You have that?
Yeah, I got it off of eBay for like 20 quid because it's my favorite zombie film, and also it's not my favorite zombie film. It's my second favorite zombie film, but it's one of my favorite zombie films, and it's cheaper than the UK release. The UK Blu-ray is stupid money now, absolutely stupid money.
Well, I can tell you now, that release that you have, it ain't cheap anymore. That went out of print, man. That's one I'm trying to get. Now, luckily enough, it has come back in Amazon Italy, but it's going for nearly 60 quid.
Really?
It is. Oh, it's expensive. It is. I'm trying to get it.
20 brand new. 20 quid.
Unbelievable. And it's a lovely release as well.
Yeah, it's good.
It is.
I really like the cover art of it as well. It's really good. It's got like a zombie skull with a knife in it. It looks really good.
Yeah, and if you actually open it up as well, that's the great thing about Midnight Classics. When you actually open them up, you just get different artwork through the entire set. And it's just, they're a great company.
I don't think I've got the limited. I think I've just got the standard Blu-ray set though, just the standard Blu-ray. I don't think I've got the collector's set or anything like that. Are you sure? Let me grab it.
Yeah, just let me have a look at it.
Let me have a look. Oh, my hair's all over the place. Oh my god, look at me! Oh damn! I've got to find it now though. That's the problem. Oh, where are you? You absolute snag. Oh, there he is. Gotcha. Right, I know I got up, so please, people, don't freak out that you saw my legs. Don't freak out. It's fine. I'm human. I've got legs. Anyway, that's the version I have.
Right, I see what you mean. I didn't actually know that Midnight Classics did standard releases.
Well,
that's actually strange. Right, I never knew. I had no idea that did standard releases. That's actually a good one, though.
Yeah.
No, I was going about the more limited set. Yeah. Oh man. Right. Yeah, the set that I was looking at is actually it's a 3-disc set.
Oh, see now I want that now because this is like one of my favorite zombie films ever. I love this movie.
Did you see my latest review on it?
No, see, I'm terrible at watching people's channels. Sorry.
Yeah, I actually got a great edition of it from Germany. If you have a chance to just check it out, I think you might like it.
Oh, I probably want to buy it. And the thing is, I've got to really budget myself this month because I want to.
I know, I completely understand, man. I do.
Anyway, yeah, so that's that. It did come in like a slim case, so I just swapped it out for a.
I do the same, yeah. I do the same thing.
I love that artwork though. That artwork's awesome.
Oh, it's incredible. Love it.
So good.
That's what I'm saying. But the other edition of it they brought out, that's the same artwork on it, the one you have. But then when you open it, it opens out again, and then there'll be a different artwork again on it. It might be the original artwork.
Well, with the gravestone, and they're all like
yeah. Absolutely. That's a very nice release.
Have you seen the sequel?
I love it. I think it's great.
I've not seen the sequel.
What?
I've not seen the sequel, but I tell you what, the artwork for the sequel is one of my favorite posters ever. Like, even though I've not seen it, I think the artwork is awesome.
Oh, I cannot believe you have not seen the sequel.
Where can I get it on Blu-ray?
No, I don't even have it.
Oh, because I want it.
Oh man, I cannot. I'm actually in shock that you just said that to me. I cannot believe you've not seen the sequel to it. That's wow. It's actually.
Is it as good? Yeah, yeah.
No, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
as good, but
Oh,
it is. It's definitely a lot more comedy in it.
Right. Yeah.
There is, but the two boys, the two boys that get infected in that movie,
Mm-hmm.
they're back in it in the second one.
How?
Yeah, they make it out that the first one's a dream. It was a dream they had. They basically, they make out the first one to be kind of it was a dream they both had. And
I hate that. I hate that.
I know. It's cheap. It's cheap.
They nuke the town at the end of this. Everyone dies. Like, oh.
No, there is some great funny scenes in it, and I think it's a solid. It's kind of like, you know what?
You've put me off, though.
Like?
You've put me off. I hate dream sequence.
Yeah, do you know what's a bit like? It's a bit like. Do you ever see Fright Night, the sequel to Fright Night?
No, but Fright Night is my favorite vampire film ever made. I
And
love the 80s Fright Night.
Yeah, the sequel to Return of the Living Dead is something similar to that. It's kind of like there's a lot more comedy in the sequels over the first one, but they're fun movies. You know, they're still fun to be had with them. There is.
Isn't there like 5 sequels to this? I swear there's like Night of the Living Dead 5 or something like that.
Did I not read there? I might be wrong with this, but I'm nearly sure I think it was like Return of the Living Dead 4, Rave to the Grave.
Yeah, I forget who put that out, but it's got like a girl with like a still cut thing, and she's like all zombified and stuff.
Yeah. Sometimes a name of film can actually
was that 3? There might have been 3, you know.
Yeah, that's part 3, the one you're going on about. I hear good things about that. I heard people going on about that movie that's supposed to be quite decent.
Who released it though? Was it 88 Films? I can't think.
Oh, jeez, you're right. No, someone did bring it out.
I'm gonna look it up because I'm going.
Yeah, I can't actually remember. But I did hear a few people leave comments about that Return of the Living Dead 3. I never seen it myself. I think there's only one zombie in it.
It's a bit weird. One zombie.
It's horror. I think it's just horror. I might be wrong.
Awkward silence, but I'm looking it up because I can. I've got a feeling it was 88. I could be wrong though. Let's have a look.
I'm just actually looking at my own collection just to see if I actually have it.
Yeah, it was a Vestron video that put it out.
Vestron, very good. Right.
I knew that the UK did get. I think was it a UK? I think it might be a region 3 release.
Right.
I think so. Don't hold me on
I need to look into that actually, because I've never seen the movie.
No, me neither. I've not seen the sequel, so yeah, I've not seen it yet.
You're a bit behind.
Phil, he has subbed to you, Keith.
Oh, Phil, fantastic. Cheers, mate. I really appreciate it.
Bristolian Dave has also subbed to you.
Oh, well, Jesus, that's incredible, lads. I really do appreciate that. I really do. And I promise, as soon as this stream's over, I will return the favour.
Oh, this is a good question. What was the last film you guys watched? For me, it was Dirty Harry. Fantastic film.
Oh, love that movie. Love that movie.
I don't know if you should go first or I should go first, because when I start telling you about the last film I watched, it might go on for a little while. But
I'm just trying to think what the last film I watched was, because I watched a few last night. Oh no! You know what? I'm actually going to make this very short. I actually watched that Chaos Walking.
Okay, yeah.
And it's shit.
Okay.
You go.
The last film I watched is my film of the year.
Ooh,
which is Cruella. Okay. Cruella. Mate,
yes.
Mate,
okay.
That film for me, 10 out of 10. Emma Stone's best performance career-wise. I just think it's got great costume design, but that's the whole point of the film. But it's just to get that right is good. The film looks great. I loved it. I loved everything about it. I don't have a negative to say about it whatsoever. Some people might say, but in 101 Dalmatians, she's a pretty horrible bitch. I was like, yeah, that's true. She wants to kill Dalmatians. But the film kind of makes her more sympathetic, which makes me wonder how they're going to go forward with it. If she's not going to be this really horrible, evil character. But aside from that little nitpick, the film is... I fucking loved everything about it.
I can't wait to see it.
It wasn't even on my radar, mate. And then I just was like, it was something to watch. And then it just blew my mind. I thought it was great.
It might sound a bit weird. the trailer kind of came. I might have been doing something in the house or something when the trailer came on the TV, and I just had a quick glance at it. And now I might be very wrong with this because please correct me if I'm wrong, but I kind of got this kind of Harley Quinn feel to it. Would I be really wrong with that?
I think, yeah, I didn't get that at all. Emma Stone hams it up where she's like, she talks like Keith, darling. Talks like proper hams it up.
Right. I didn't see the trailer properly. It was just on, and I was kind of just flicking back and forward, looking, kind of glancing at it. And
I'm gonna say this. It might piss off a lot of people, but I'm gonna say it. It's the best thing Disney has put out that is strictly Disney's own thing in the last 10 years.
Ooh, wow. That's a brave statement.
In my opinion, and I've not seen all the live action Disney. I suppose you say them remakes or maybe reimaginings. I don't know. I've not seen them all, but the ones I have seen, I didn't really. Cinderella, I didn't care for. Beauty and the Beast was okay, but it was just, for me, it was a shot for shot kind of live action movie of the animation. The Lion King was one of the most disappointing films of that year for me. It had no heart. That film had no heart. It had no soul for me.
They're all lacking a little bit. I was going to say Aladdin as well. I thought it was okay. There was nothing.
Not seen Aladdin.
Mind blowing, you know. Believe it or not, I was kind of just racking my brain. I was trying to think what's probably the best thing I've seen by Disney in the last couple. I loved. I believe it or not, this might sound a bit odd, but I loved the sequel they done to Mary Poppins. I thought it was fantastic.
Not seen that, you know. Not seen.
No, it's. I like that. It has that kind of. They really captured, like, you swore you were watching the film back in the 60s. It was amazing. They really captured it, and it was. I really enjoyed it. That was a fun movie.
Does it make sense? Does it make sense as a sequel?
It does and it doesn't.
Because the kids are grown up, isn't it? Like about the kids that have grown up.
Yeah, and it's more. Yeah. She's looking after their kids now.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So, but it does make sense. And no, I don't want to say nothing because I think it's worth a watch, Jason.
Okay, cool.
And I don't want to spoil anything.
I've got a lot of nostalgia for the original. But it's ironic because I've grown up not liking musicals. So I don't know whether I would go back to the original or not, but you know. Yeah,
I'm mixed when it comes to musicals. I do like them. I don't like them. You know, it's I love Grease. I love The Greatest Showman. Wasn't that mad about the likes of La La Land. If I'm being totally honest, it's I will watch them, but I kind of go into them with my expectations a bit low.
See, I just don't watch them. You know, I've heard La La Land is incredible, but as soon as someone goes musical, I'm just like, well, that's not for me. Like, I just won't watch it. The thing is, the thing I find struggled to get past. I know it's going to be very typical. This is going to be very nitpicky because it's meant to be a movie, not meant to take it seriously. But if I'm invested in a narrative, a story, I just can't buy these characters breaking into song for no fucking reason. I can't get past it. Does it have any value for the story? No, don't do it then.
Right. See, I kind of what film did I watch? And I just said I had to fucking knock it off. It was like I like musicals. I don't mind them, sorry. But there is musicals out there where it's like they'll do a musical number and then all of a sudden it'll break and they'll maybe say 3 lines of dialogue and then they'll break into another song. And that is too much. I'm trying to think of it. Michelle Pfeiffer was in this movie. I can't think of it. John Travolta was in it as well. And we had to knock it off. I couldn't actually watch any more of it. It was just, it was too goddamn happy. It was, it's very, they're hit and miss with me.
Platino Guy is just subscribed to you.
Oh my god! Wow, that's incredible. That's amazing. I presume these are all a lot of people subscribe to yourself, is it, Jason?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, Platino Guy has been a really, really big supporter of mine for a long time. He's always on the streams. He's always he's always in the comment section.
Oh wow!
Australian Dave is a channel that I discovered through the YouTube community page on Facebook, and I sub to him. I think he's, as far as I'm aware, he's a fairly new channel, but I could be incorrect, so don't shoot me. Don't shoot me,
Yeah.
please. Obviously, Phil 4K has been a long time supporter of the channel. But yeah, a lot of these, like, because it's the cool thing about doing these streams every week is that I know there's going to be certain people that are always going to jump in, and
absolutely.
If all else fails, I know there's going to be at least 5 people watching that are support, that want to support me and want to support the channel. So that's
actually a great thing. That's a great thing because that's that's the one thing that would probably almost put me off doing a live stream. It's that fear of you going on and then all of a sudden not one person appears, and it's great to actually know that you have that out there.
Yeah,
and that and it's a great feeling, I say.
Yeah, it's really cool, especially because sometimes I do a random stream midweek. Like on a random Tuesday or something, I might just do a random stream because I feel like doing a stream.
Yeah.
But I know I'll get some kind of audience to chat to, and they ask questions, and it's just be me on my own. And I know I can still have somewhat of a cool little stream.
Yeah.
Those streams don't go on as long because it's just me. It's very hard to stay on for longer when it's just me because I rely on those comments to keep the conversation going.
But it's weird because we were just talking when I did the first stream I ever done. We were just talking about that, about people doing live streams by themselves, and these boys now that I was on with this live stream, they do live streams every Saturday amongst them, the 5 of them. That is, and they were all saying that there was no way they'd be able to do one by themselves. They reckon that it's too overwhelming. It can be,
right, yeah,
and especially if a lot of people come on the channel and they're commenting and. It can be a bit it can be a bit too much. So I do have to kind of tip my hat to the people that actually do it by themselves. It's amazing.
But bear in mind, my first ever stream on the channel was on my own, and I was literally shitting my pants. Really? I didn't know what I was doing. I had none of this graphics. You see all the graphics on here, like Friday night STREAMAROONOOS. I named the stream after the fact, so I kind of. Because the whole Roonoo thing is my kind of little quirky, silly humor.
Yeah.
So the STREAMAROONOOS, that's kind of my thing. So I built up this kind of like brand for it after my first one. So on my first one, I just was like, go live. Hi guys. I have no clue what I'm doing. This could be a train wreck. But then it just became cool. People started asking questions. It just became a bit more kind of, I calmed down a bit. I was like, like a good little 2 hours on my own.
Oh no, I'd say, like, again, it's one of those things you just have to kind of get into it. It's like you said there at the start of the video. I started the stream before we started. You said you wanted to kind of get on, start talking to each other a half an hour before the stream actually starts because it just kind of just loosens you up a bit.
Like,
and
it settles you in a bit. Yeah,
it settles in. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, it's a great thing.
Especially when we haven't spoken in person before. I thought. Having a little chat beforehand is better. Yeah,
that's the amazing thing about YouTube that I find that, and to meet like people like yourself, and it's weird. It's you start talking to each other, and then all of a sudden it feels like you talk to each other for years. It just feels very natural.
It's like I went out a few weeks ago. I went down to Bournemouth with Robert Fitzbounty.
Oh wow!
He literally came to my house and picked me up. We went down there. We went down there. We met Blu-ray Bullet Brit Pete, and we met Jamie Powell. It's just us going on like a massive shot flock together. It was a really good laugh. But I felt like it made me feel like I've known these guys for like years.
Yeah,
because the banter and all that is just organic. Us just getting along, just having a laugh. Like, it was great.
No, I've seen videos like that. I actually do see videos like that, and I do feel a bit envious when I see it. The fact that you can actually just meet up and do this thing. There's only one person I'm actually know on YouTube who's Irish, is Rob over at the Movie Vault. I don't know any other Irish YouTube channels. It's amazing.
Do you know what? I've always wanted to go to Ireland though. It's funny because I was talking to my mum about because when my dad passed away, it was like going on holiday is going to be a very hard thing for us because my dad was very, very much any excuse to go on holiday, he would make that excuse and go on holiday because he loved holidays. So we're talking to like my mum and my sister and that, and we're saying about how once this Global Bastard is finished, I call it Global Bastard because I think it's funny, but Global Bastard, when this Global Bastard is finished, and we actually people can do what they want, travel the world, whatever.
Mm.
Going on holiday is going to be very difficult because it's going to be our first holiday without my dad, and my dad was all about holidays, right?
Yeah.
So, but my mum was like, we don't have to go abroad. There's so many places that we haven't been to in the UK. Well, in like England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland. There's loads of places that we haven't been. You know, I've never been to Wales. I've never been to Scotland. I've never been to Ireland. Why don't we maybe think of doing something around there kind of thing?
Yeah.
So I've always wanted to go to Ireland. Like I think I sometimes I see adverts on television to come to Ireland. I was like, it just looks so nice out there, so scenic.
It's just it depends on where you go. You know, it's I suppose it's like anywhere. It's just it's certain parts. You know, if you wanted to kind of get the soul of Ireland, if you wanted to kind of just go and see the real nice kind of real Irish sites, go to the likes of Tipperary and all that, it's a lovely spot. But yeah, it's just like it's a lovely place to live. It really is.
Can I ask a serious question?
Sure.
A serious question. Is it true that the big part of the Irish populace don't like the English? Is that true?
No, that's a question.
Yeah, I know, because every time I talk about I want to go to Ireland, I always get remarks from people going, they don't like English out there. If you go out there, they won't like you. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yes, no, I get what you mean, because I kind of, the last time I was in England, I kind of found where I was like, if you're kind of walking through like a shopping mall or something like that, I kind of found if I was talking to my fiance, I keep my voice down a little because I didn't want people to know that I'm Irish. And but look, yes. I think it's bullshit. I think it's just pure myth. I have no problem with the English at all. And I actually was going to ask you a very personal question.
Yeah.
About your father. I didn't want to. I didn't actually be. I think when I told you that I couldn't. I think when you done that stream when the stream that I was meant to be with you on, I left a comment on that stream that night, and you said about your father, and then you made a comment that you lost your father.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to leave a text down saying what happened to your father. I think it was very impersonal. I completely understand if you didn't want to talk about it, but
I have spoke about it on streams before at length. Basically, at some point in his life, it could have been when he was 30. Could have been because it could have been at any point within the 30-year radius. He was at some point in his life he was exposed to asbestos, and that's a slow growing. It causes cancer, and it's a slow growing disease. So he could have been exposed when he was 30, and it could have started affecting him, last year when he actually was diagnosed. So it's a very slow growing disease. So yeah, he was diagnosed with I can't even say the word. I hate medical terms because they're always the hardest words to say. But it's like mesothelioma is what it's called, and it's basically lung cancer caused by asbestos exposure. And I have a lot of pent-up anger towards his whole condition because I feel that he wasn't treated very well. When he was diagnosed, he was given very optimistic news that it's been caught early, it's slow growing, you can get chemotherapy that will help it maintain it, and people can live quite a lengthy life with it as long as it's maintained. He lasted 4 months from diagnosis. The pandemic didn't help. I will say this until I die. I do believe he was pushed aside for COVID patients. I do believe the NHS prioritized COVID patients over there's stories of people having their cancer chemotherapies cancelled because of COVID-19.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And my dad had this side effect. This cancer gave him this side effect, because what it does, it's on the outer lining of your lung, and it grows like a tree, like branches out. That's how it grows. And what it does with him, in his case, it pushed up against his esophagus, so he couldn't swallow, so he couldn't drink, he couldn't eat. So he started to lose weight, and every time he would bring it up to the doctors and nurses or whatever, they just didn't take him seriously. They didn't really acknowledge the problem, and he got to the point where he had his consultation meeting with the oncologist for chemotherapy, and he said, "You're too weak to have chemo." She was denied chemo. That was a big thing because he lost too much weight, but he only lost weight because he had this swallowing issue that
Yeah, of course.
that nobody was going to that no one was really acknowledging. By the time they did acknowledge it, they put a stomach rig in so he could be tube fed into his stomach. That was in July, and then he got an infection that his body couldn't fight. And yeah, that's basically his body couldn't fight it really. And
Right.
yeah,
Right. I'm sorry, man. I just
yeah.
I didn't want to actually ask you that.
It's cool.
You just mentioned it there 2 weeks ago, and the minute you said it, I was like, wow.
It's still hard. It was only like September last year, so it hasn't been. I say it hasn't been long. It's weird because all that from time of diagnosis when he was ill. I mean, he towards the end he couldn't even speak. He was that weak.
Right.
There was a point where he just didn't talk anymore. He couldn't.
Right.
Watching someone go through that, it feels like time is going in slow motion. It's horrible, but it's weird because since he passed away on the 1st of September last year, and I feel like the months since then, time has just flown by. I don't know why that is. I don't know whether that's kind of somewhat of your body is, maybe my mind's a bit relieved that he's not suffering anymore. So
that's
time's not slowed down.
Yeah, your head doesn't want to go there, but you do get a little relief from it as well. You know what I mean? As horrible as it sounds. If you see someone going through that.
I've shown this before whenever I talk about this, but I've got him, next to me. I've got a little urn with some of his ashes in.
Oh wow!
And I've got my favorite photo of him. And this is the thing. Like I think I don't want to say makes it easier. It doesn't make it easier, but I think what kind of helps me mentally is that he didn't look like this when he passed away. So he looked ill. So I think that kind of helped me accept it more. That makes sense. Because if he looked like this, I think it would have been a lot harder to accept. Because he looks like, full of life in this photo.
That's what I'm saying. I get what you mean. It's almost like he's almost a stranger to you. But I've been just presuming how he looked.
Yeah, he was skeletal. He was 63 years old, which is no age to die. No age to pass away.
No, definitely
but
not.
he was a 63-year-old that looked like he was in his 90s. Do you know what I mean? He looked. He was as frail as you could ever imagine someone being frail.
Yeah. Man, I'm sorry. I really am. Yeah. I don't know why. I just wanted to know. Because I told John, I said to John today. It's weird now. I don't know if John texted you, and I was going to ask you, did John text you? Because I actually said to John yesterday. I said and this is my head now. This is how my head does be sometimes. Fucking stupid. But I texted John yesterday, and I did say, I hope Jason texts me again and invites me to do a stream, because I don't want him to think that I would make up an absolute fucking stupid story like that.
No, I wouldn't even think that.
But that's where my fucking stupid head went. And I thought I was going to ask you tonight, did John text you?
No, I don't.
He didn't.
No.
Right. Fair enough. Because it was just very coincidental that I said it to John. I only texted John. I think it was Jason. It was around 8 o'clock last night, and then all of a sudden, you sent me a message.
Yeah.
Saying. So I was delighted. I really was, and because I really was looking forward to coming on.
Yeah, it's been good, man.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I like every guest I've had on has been really, really good, and you're one of the good ones as well. So it's all good.
Yeah, cheers, man. I appreciate it.
But yeah, I'll tell you what, a little bit about my dad while we're on the subject. He was one of the, I know it's biased because he's my dad, but he was one of the most beautiful, greatest human beings I've ever, I would ever know. Like there was like he's one of those people that got on with everyone. He was just, he had so much. He was fun. He didn't take things too seriously. Like he's always the person I would say, oh yeah, this is a Mr. He didn't have a serious conversation in him. he'd start off serious, then he'll just turn it into a joke. You know, he was one of those kind of people. And he gets on with everyone. Like we had a new neighbor move in, like not that long before, like maybe like November 19. And he went. My dad went ran next door. He had a barbecue, like a home welcoming barbecue. Like he's like had his mates there and stuff, a home warming party kind of thing.
Right.
And like there's pictures and videos of my dad just getting on with all the. Bear in mind, we barely know at that time we barely knew our neighbor, and there's my dad just going in there, just chatting with everyone, getting on. And when we told our neighbor that he passed away, he was just like he couldn't believe it because my dad was so popular, got on with everyone.
Yeah,
That's who he was. Like he was like you know the best person for that. And
it's weird you said that because I just I'm just sitting here and I'm just in pitch. I've known so many people like that, and I actually find myself envious of them to be able to be like that. You know what I mean? To actually just go into a complete stranger's house and just hit it off with people like that. And I always wish that I could be like that. I wish I always had the confidence to do something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I think YouTube has helped a lot with that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy now to reach out. It is, and
it's weird because I'm a bit face to face with people. I'm a bit socially awkward. I suppose is the correct phrase, maybe. So like, say if I meet up with a friend, but he's got his friends with him that I don't know, I'm a bit awkward. I feel a bit like I'm just like weird. I'm not meant to be there, kind of thing. Feel a bit
right.
Weird, you know?
And
whereas my dad would just be like, "Hi, I'm Dave. Hi." Just say hello to everyone like you. So,
I know so many people like it. It's just it's just a great way to be. It's just a real positive person.
Yeah, and my dad always empowered me to pursue whatever I wanted to pursue, kind of thing. I used to do like writing from time to time, like do reviews and stuff like that. Just write it down what I thought of like a gig or a music album or a movie. And my dad was like, "You need to pursue this because you're good at it." And I went back into college last year after he passed, and I'm kind of doing it for me, but I'm also doing it for him because he believed in me.
Yeah, I get that. I do.
I mean?
I get that. That's It's look, it's a horrible thing. Again, I apologize for. I don't know why I just needed to know.
I mean, sometimes I feel better talking about it. Do you know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why I asked.
Yeah.
And that because sometimes it is nice to vent and just get it out a bit, and and you probably do feel a bit better about it as well.
And the way my dad was, he wouldn't want me to be sad about it,
No, of course. And were you doing your YouTube channel when he was?
Not particularly. Like my channel's been through many iterations. So the actual channel, if you look on my about section, it says started in 2018.
Yeah.
I was opening Pokemon card packs because I was into that at the time.
Oh wow! Right, okay.
But that became a bit of a money pit, and I didn't really feel it was very fulfilling. Because all I was doing was, you wouldn't see me on camera; it'd just be the camera on my table with me opening packs in front of the camera. I got kind of bored with that. Plus, I couldn't really sustain it because for me to do that every day, not daily videos, but every couple of days or whatever, it would mean I'd have to go out and buy packs all the time.
Yeah.
It became a money pit. So I shifted my channel. I named it Vinyl Valhalla, and it was about music vinyl. I spoke about this when we was just talking before the stream. And then that kind of just I didn't have really the passion to talk about them. I loved listening to my vinyl, but I didn't really, that ran out very quickly.
Yeah, right.
But I've always been a big horror fan, a horror movie fan.
Yeah.
So then I changed the channel to my name. I thought, if it's just my name, it could be anything, right?
Oh, of course.
It's not tied. It's not tied to any kind of niche if it's just my name. So then I started watching like the Friday the 13th movies all the way through.
Yeah.
So there were some of them I hadn't watched. So I remember over 2 days, I literally just like marathoned the whole franchise. and I put a ranking up there, just my voice over pictures, right? I didn't actually go into any me on camera yet. I wasn't really comfortable. And I started doing some more rankings like Nightmare on Elm Street and Child's Play. But they were very few and far between. I didn't do it as often as I do it now. But then when my dad passed away, it kind of became this kind of escapism.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
and really kind of fueled me to. I don't. It sounds cheesy, but I need to find a way to make him proud. I already knew he was proud of me before he passed away. But now I want to feel like I can achieve something. That's my kind of mindset at the time.
Yeah.
And I had a friend from America who went to me, "Your voiceovers are good, but I think you'd be better on camera. You should go on camera." I was like, not too sure. It might be cringe, blah, blah, blah. But then I did my first video on camera. I spoke about my my most nostalgic childhood films.
Wow, okay.
And loads of people were like, really good video. Your editing's really good. All this, and it gave me that bit of more of a confidence boost to be on camera. Okay. And I've been on camera ever since and doing weekly videos.
I think people don't realize how great it is. When I first went onto it, all I kept thinking about was, is people going to be horrible? Are people going to be horrible? And I think since I've started now, I think I'm about a year and a month on YouTube. I think within that year and a month, I've only had 2 nasty comments ever on all my videos. Yeah. And the rest has all been completely positive. And the weird thing is, and this is what, and when it doesn't annoy me, it is a little frustrating, but a lot of my regulars are people that actually don't have channels. And it can be frustrating because I want to see them. You can clearly tell that they're passionate about movies just as much as I am. Yeah. But you want to see them. You want something to relate with them. Like it can be a bit hard in that sense. And a lot of mine have they have no channels. It's very strange. But at least I know that they are for me.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
I've got a bit of a mixture. I've got people that watch my stuff that have channels, like people like Big Paulie, yourself, because I know you've been in my comment section a few times. Yeah. Yourself, Robert Fett's Bounty, Geordie Paul, Jamie Powell, those guys, they're all like they watch my channel and stuff. There's a lot of people that don't have channels that watch my stuff as well. So a bit of a mix.
I do. I even try. I do everything to try and encourage them to start it. I'm not going to take credit for it, but I did. Is it Matt versus Movies? Isn't that? Yeah, Matt versus Movies. He was forever leaving comments on my channel, and I just kept at him. I was like, "Man, will you please start do videos? I want to see you. I want to see what you have."
Yeah, it's funny as well when you see someone that's got a name that's already primed for a channel. Yeah, like you said, like Matt versus Movies. That's a channel name, man. Yeah, like, it's primed for videos. Yeah,
I don't even know if my channel is even any good. My name. The only reason why I called my channel Euphoria Pictures was because there around 7-8 years ago, I was actually looking over here in Ireland. I'm living in a town called Navan. I actually wanted to open my own movie store.
Oh, cool.
And this movie store was always going to be called Euphoria Pictures.
That's really interesting, guys.
Yeah, so I started doing all my homework, what I needed to do to basically open everything. I started making phone calls, this, that, and the other. And I talked to one supplier. I spoke to a few suppliers, but I spoke to one main supplier, and he actually laughed at me. He did.
Why?
He says that there's just no money to be made. And he kind of laughed at me, and then it discouraged me a bit. And then before we knew it, Golden Discs opened up in the town, and they've been there since, and that was 6 years ago. So,
in theory, you could have opened a store.
In theory, I could have, but I let one asshole put me down, and I kind of give up on it. So I kept the name Euphoria Pictures.
So I'm very susceptible to that as well. Like if I've got an idea, everyone's like, yeah, do it, man, do it. And then one person's like, oh, it's a stupid idea, don't do it. I usually listen to that 1%. Do you know what I mean? I'm really bad at that.
I know.
Because even going on camera and doing doing this properly, because I think I've only really taken this YouTube channel seriously since my dad passed away and really put all my effort into making it what it is, kind of thing. And I like to think people have kind of seen who I am, because I do like to see it as kind of a window to who I am and my personality and what I stand for and stuff.
But that's the one thing about Jason. You were just talking about there just before we went live, and you were there saying about kind of using YouTube as a career thing.
Yeah,
and I can tell you now. There was one story I was about to say to you before we went live. There was a gentleman. His name is John. I actually call him John 2 because John 1 is Mondo Chelovic. But he's John 2. He's called the Movie Collector. Now do you know what?
I've just discovered his channel. And
isn't he unbelievable?
Oh, he's so knowledgeable. He's so good at.
Well, I tell you now, and this is a great story with him. And this is what is waiting for you on YouTube if you can just get it right. Is he was on 800 subscribers. He rang me. He actually emailed me. He wanted to talk to me about doing a review on Superman on 4K, and he just wanted to get a bit of my input on it and what I thought of the transfer itself. So he asked, could he ring me? And I was like, of course, please. So he rang me and we spoke for around 2 hours. And that night I just said to him, I just passed and just said, look, what subscribers are he on now? And I think he said he was on 820 subscribers. And just prior to him making a phone call to me, he put up a review for Alien. He did around 4 days prior to it.
I think I've heard this story. I think Mondo has told me the story.
Yeah, he put up his Superman video, and I went on. So as soon as he put it out there, I went on, and all of a sudden his 800 was something like 9,000, and that within the space of I think it was like a couple of weeks, one or 2 weeks. Yeah. His Alien video that he put up prior to the Superman one, it just went viral.
Yeah, it's like that. Because I watched his what did I watch? What video was it? I'm going mad. I literally watched it last night and I've forgotten what it was. What was it? Bollocks. I'm such a fucking idiot. Oh, mate.
He done Speed recently. I don't know if it was Speed, was it?
No, it wasn't that. Oh, what was it? The Matrix. That's it. The Matrix 4K. One of his recent videos.
That's right.
Because I've just got the Matrix on 4K, so I thought, well, I'll have a look what he thinks about that. I think he should be a fucking presenter. I think he's really good on camera. The way he delivers what he's talking about, he's very, very thought out. He doesn't mumble over his words.
No, and that's what I was going to ask you as well. Do you, when you put out a review, because everything he does is scripted, do you do that?
No.
See, I don't either.
I spitball it most of the time.
Yeah,
because I don't know, because I know a lot of channels do that. They script it. They write what they're going to say. I used to, right? Ages ago, I used to, with my first bunch of videos that are no longer on the channel because I deleted them because they're shit. But I used to. But the problem is, trying to read a script and make it sound organic is the hardest thing in the world. I just sound like a robot. Hi, I'm going to tell you about Alien on Blu-ray. Yeah, it's a. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't do it.
See, I tried doing it without the teleprompter because I was thinking about buying a teleprompter. And so I said, look, I'm going to script something down. I'm going to try and put it as close to the camera as I can. And I have my missus look behind the camera to tell me if I looks like I'm veering off, if I'm looking at a script. And every time I tried it, she was like, no, you can clearly see you're reading. Every time. And I just went, you know what, screw this. I'm just gonna just wing it, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that, but he's a great channel. He's amazing.
Yeah, really, really, really well. Well, his delivery is really good, and
it's incredible.
He comes across with so much knowledge as well about the transfer and stuff like that.
Did you see his movie room? As well as not a theater. He has a fucking theater in his house.
Does he really? No, I've only watched that one video, so.
Oh no! If you have a chance to check it out, when I say he has a theater, now I mean he even has the curtains on his screen, and they do the whole like slowly open and everything.
Oh yeah, he does show footage, but I just thought that was stock footage of like a curtain opening showing a screen. I didn't know that's his room.
That's his room.
Is he rich by any chance? Is he a millionaire by any chance?
I don't know.
I asked that question because the only family that I know that have their own cinema in their house is my mum's friend's Indian family that are literally millionaires. And they have their own bloody cinema in their room.
I wouldn't know. He, like I said, I spoke to him for around 2 hours. My God, what a nice fella. He is unbelievable. But I have to admit, I was talking to him for, like I said, 2 hours, and he started talking to me about like Super 8 cameras and this, that, and the other. And I was listening, but I wasn't listening because I hadn't got a clue what he was talking about. You know?
Right. I'm just going to throw this out. I'm just going to throw this out there, Keith. We are officially 1 hour and a half behind the comments.
All right. Okay. Right. Let's start catching up. There. Come on. Right.
Yeah.
We're being disrespectful to the audience.
I'm terrified to go on to questions because we might be here another hour just answering the one question.
Let's fly through them if we can.
Let's do a lightning round. Platinum Guy asks, what films do you just don't get the hype for? Fast and Furious.
Hunger Games. Yeah.
Hunger Games. Don't care about them.
Love triangle movies.
Yeah.
All that crap.
I don't watch any rom-coms. Just I don't understand rom-coms either, to be fair.
I actually love them.
Do you? That's fair. That's cool. I'm glad someone can like them. And if you're getting enjoyment, it's good. It's just not for me. We have Pete, Blu-ray Bullet Brit, Jason. Thanks for jumping in. I'm sorry I'm so late to your question, but thanks for jumping. Well, not your question, but your comment. Thanks for jumping in. Phil says, I'm going to get the 8-disc German June. Got to have it. Cool.
Jeez, I didn't even know there was an 8-disc edition of it.
German release by the sounds of it.
I'll tell you one thing, man. Germany are incredible for releases. The amount of stuff I have from Germany in this room is unbelievable.
I don't think I've anything from Germany myself.
Oh, I have a serious amount of stuff.
I'm just a bit nervous from ordering from Germany in case I just don't get anything.
I know. Like, if you actually look at everything, where am I pointing? Up here. Everything you see here, this is all Germany.
What's that basket case on the shelf there? What is that? I know the franchise. I love the franchise. It's ridiculous. But what is that actual item on your shelf?
That is basically the main man in this movie. That's his brother. Yeah,
Belial. Yeah.
So it's.
But what is the actual thing? What is it like? Is it like just a little prop thing or?
It's a bust. It's him in his basket. And it's covered. You can actually see the sort of like blood and everything down there. So that's actually a collector's set. The films are actually in the base and everything.
That's awesome.
Nah, that was a hard one to get. That took a lot of years. It did.
Playtime Guy says the Chaos Walking Steelbook looks like something used a spiral graph on it.
I actually thought when I first got it, it looked like some child got hold of it and just scribbled all over it. That's what it looked like.
The movie hater is in the house. He's another regular on the stream. Thanks for jumping in the streamer, dude. Good evening to the both of you and all the people watching. Is Doctor Who series season 5 from 2010 a good season to start watching if one has never seen any Doctor Who's before? Guess what? I've never watched a Doctor Who before, so I can't help you, dude.
Never watched an episode.
Sorry.
Like, can't help.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Giggly Hijink says Justice League Snyder Cut, I agree, it's insanely good. WB unfortunately are dumb. They should have gone Man of Steel 2, Wonder Woman, Batman v Superman, and then
there
Justice
we go.
League.
You said something very similar. That's the way it should have been done.
They should have given time for the characters in their own movies. That's basically it, really.
Yeah. I think that's what the Justice League kind of fails with. It's trying to set up too much.
Yeah, too quickly. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Pete, Blu-ray Bullet Brit says that is one fucking awesome wall of loveliness behind you there. I'm thinking he's talking about you, Keith. I don't have a wall. I do, but it's shy. It's not shy. I love my background.
I need to change my wall a bit because from what you can only see up to here, but from upwards, all my best shit is up there. So I need to kind of maybe lower it all down a bit. I should when I'm doing videos.
See, I live in the roof, I suppose, like attic or whatever you want to call it, loft conversion. So one side of my room has got a high wall. The other side of my room, like this side of the room above me, is all slanted like the roof.
Right.
But when they did my room, they decided to put a radiator right in the middle of that bloody high wall. So
Right.
I have no room for really good shelves. So you probably can see the radiator just in frame there.
Okay. Yeah.
The radiator. Then you've got my vinyl shelf and these little shelves. These little shelves here.
Okay.
So I don't really. I got quite a big room, but because of the way this is kind of built, there's not much room for anything I can actually put in.
I know. I like the one thing I find with movie rooms is, especially with this room, I just keep finding room. I don't know how I do it. It's my fiance always says it to me. She's always like, every time I buy a new figure, I'm always like, I have no room for it, but I will always find room. Yeah, it's like a bloody. It's just a bottomless pit. This room, it just keeps swallowing up everything.
I tell you what, before I started collecting movies, I collected figures.
Really?
Until I ran out of space, and now I've sold a lot of my figures, so I don't really have that many.
I went mad into movie busts. It was a channel on YouTube there a couple of years ago called Wilsonian Movie Museum, and he done a movie room tour, and I never seen anything like it. And he massively inspired a lot of what's in this room now.
Cool. I've always said to people, like, if I can get enough money to buy my own house, I want to buy a 3-bedroom house where 2 of the rooms can be turned into 2 separate rooms. I can have one room would be a gaming room, the second room would be a movie room.
That would be class. That would be fun. Actually, it's funny you said that, because we're talking about moving. I'm sick and fucking tired of. I have a neighbor here next to me, and she is just constantly bloody banging our front door because we'd be watching movies and she claims it's too loud. So we actually are kind of looking to move out to the country a bit, to get away from it all. And I kind of said the one big thing that I do want is I want a double garage with the house, because I want to make a movie room out of it. I do. Cool. So that's the goal. Hopefully it will happen.
I just think it's funny, like it's not funny, but I just think it's like, because I tell you what, when my dad passed away, I came into my room, laid there, and I just looked at everything. I was just like, this is worthless to me. Like, at that point, obviously you could understand why. And I was just
absolutely.
Like, I literally was getting angry at looking around, going, "What the fuck do I need this shit for?" You know?
No.
But that was because obviously I'm just lost my dad, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And there's been times where I look around where I'm just angry and just pissed off with where I am in life in general. I'm just like, oh, what if I just get rid of all this shit and have nothing here? And then the thing is, my mum would go, yeah, but you got to have a life though, Jason. You know, she goes, oh yeah, Dad wouldn't want you to be miserable.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's almost like you're just giving into it.
Yeah.
In a way.
I still have those moments though, where it's just like, I look around and going, what am I doing this for? I can't take it with me, kind of thing, you know?
Oh, I get you. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I look at it as I don't know what way I look at it. I don't think of the future like that. I just don't look at it. It's just I'm a passionate movie collector.
Yeah.
And
the thing is, on a normal day, I'd be fine, but it's one of those days where the grief is really getting to me. Is when I have those thoughts.
That's why I didn't want to come on, Jason, last two Fridays ago. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to be the first time I meet you. You know, me just sitting here and basically not even. You know, I probably wouldn't even talking to you, to be honest.
Yeah, but like I said, like I've understood the horrible, like just a horrible feeling is when you have someone like your dad that is like in ill health.
Oh, absolutely! It's a horrible thing. It is.
Mm-hmm. You know, and the worst thing about my dad is that, like literally, like 2 weeks before he passed away, he had a visit from his doctor, and his doctor couldn't believe how much progress he had made. He'd put on a little bit of weight. He could go out for a walk up the road. He could walk up the stairs with no issues. And the doctor was in the process of trying to get in contact with the oncologist to basically say you need to give him a second chance for chemo. And
Yeah.
you never got
You
that
never
chance.
got it.
That's
Right.
the worst part. That's the worst part of it, where we basically, when he got that infection, and literally he was weeing all the time, right? So every 5 minutes he'd wee himself. He couldn't control it. And it got to a point where me and Mum, we couldn't handle it. We go, we've got to phone the hospital. We've got to get an ambulance. We've got to get him into somewhere, because he's clearly not well. And then basically he wasn't even there. I think he was there for 24 hours, and the doctor phoned us at 3 a.m. saying you might want to come and see him because he's not going to make it. And that was the worst phone call of all time. And
well, I got a phone call. It was from my sister. And the doctors asked my father, and this is when it kind of hit me, and it almost, it was coming real to me. The doctors asked him that if he does have a heart attack, does he want to be resuscitated?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently my father broke down, bawling his eyes out, crying, because he didn't realize that it actually had come to that.
Yeah.
So he got that news anyway. He turned around and he says, yes, I want to be resuscitated. Absolutely. He has 2 lovely grandchildren, and he wants to see them. He wants to see them grow up. So what was happening was, during that week, my sister was ringing me a lot, and every time my phone rang and I see my sister, I was dreading the worst. So my sister was just getting into this. She was getting into this weird thing where she was being very negative.
Yeah.
She was always thinking of the worst case scenarios instead of being more positive. And then every time she was ringing me, it was kind of putting me down. So I ended up ringing my youngest brother, Gary, and I started getting I was crying on the phone to him, because I was actually resenting my sister now because she was ringing me. And I just told him that every time she rings me, I just feel that this is going to be the time now where she tells me that my father has passed. Yeah. And I think he might have, without actually telling me, I think he might have rang me sister and told her to stop ringing me, because I stopped getting phone calls off her. And all of a sudden, from that point on, my father started picking up. And it's been fairly positive since then. But it was dark. And yes, I don't want to kind of feel that again, to be honest with you. So I can only imagine where you are.
I know it might sound fairly understandable to some people that have been through similar things as me. But I feel glad and I feel proud that I was there with him. Does that make sense?
Oh, no question.
It wasn't a phone call. I was so sorry your dad's passed away. It was come and see him because he hasn't got long, kind of thing. And I was still full of anger when I saw him, because obviously 2 weeks ago he had very positive news. 2 weeks ago.
Oh no, that's of course.
At that point, and I remember just saying to my mum, like, just angrily going, he was like, he was making progress 2 weeks ago. He was going to get chemotherapy. Like, this is obviously me breaking down at the same time. The worst part was leaving the room after he'd passed away, for them to deal with it and stuff. Because that was obviously, basically, I felt like I was leaving him behind, which I was, obviously.
Yes, of course.
And my mum had to tear me away from him because I wouldn't let go. That was the hardest part.
Yeah,
the hardest part was leaving the room.
The horrible thing is, I'm just sitting here and your mind tries to take you there, and I do not want to even go there.
Yeah.
I don't even want to fucking think like that. It's I can only imagine, and again, it's rough, man.
Yeah, my brain plays tricks on me as well. It's like I always expect him to pull up in front of the house in his works van and get out and come to the door. That's the worst part. That's when it gets to me the hardest.
You see, what gets to me about when just listening to you there talking. See, I said to you before, when I watched the stream with you and John, I said to you that your personality is infectious. It's fantastic to watch. And and to kind of see you now, kind of, you're clearly in pain. There's no question of it. I think these live streams is probably going to be good for you.
Yeah, I've enjoyed them. Like, they're my favorite part of the week. Like, I always look forward to the Friday. Always look forward to the stream.
Yeah, it's always great to kind of vent out sometimes. I had, lucky enough, it was my fiance's brother. I just rang him out of the blue one day, and I just basically got everything out. My anger, whatever was pissing me off. And then when you get off the phone, you just instantly feel better. I find you do anyway. And that, so yeah, I just don't want to even imagine what you were feeling, my friend.
See, there's a lot of things as well that used to get me really angry after the fact, and it's not of anybody's fault. It's just the way people are. But so I'm not a religious person whatsoever, yeah, and I don't believe in God. So take that as what you will. Like I'm not one of those people that believe that. If you want to believe that, if people want to believe what I'm open. I'm open to people, having their own faith in things, right? So if you believe in God, that's cool. I'm happy that you found something that you're truly behind, but I have no beliefs like that. I don't. That's just me, right? That's part of who I am, I suppose. So whenever I get people like friends or family come to me and go, "Oh, Jason, don't worry, he's watching down on you. He's in heaven. He's watching down on you." I just can't help but say, I don't mean it in a malicious way, but I'm like, I think, well, one of my cousins said it once. I just said to him, I was like, that gives me no comfort whatsoever, right? Because I don't believe it. If I believed it, it'd be a bit different.
Again, it's no, I completely get that. Like me personally, for the week, it's weird. I do a lot of running in the mornings. I go out for a lot of running. It's weird to say that when you actually kind of look at the size of me, but I do a lot of running. And
I only can see this part. It's all right.
All right. Okay, that's the best part. Everything else is shit. For that week, all I did was pray the whole way around. Pray for my father's health. And the weird thing is with me when it comes to religion, I only seem to talk about it when I need help, when someone's in trouble. It's weird. It's and I should do a bit more if I'm being totally honest. But I get what you mean though as well. I really do.
Yeah. I remember on the day he passed away, we were still in the room, and we had some of my mum's friends. Now, she came over to me. I got this from a lot of people, and all day long I had this from a bunch of family that came to see him, and it really started to get on. Not the whole heaven thing, but they were saying to me, "Oh, you've got to be strong. You've got to be strong for your mum. You've got to be strong, right?" So I had that in my ear all day long, right? Bear in mind, I'm losing my fucking dad, yeah? So in my mind, I'm like, and in my brain, I was thinking to myself, do they think I'm fucking weak because I'm crying? I'm losing my fucking dad. And I feel awful because I've obviously I'm gonna take so much of that all day. I've lost my dad, and people are going, "You got to be strong for your mum. You got to be strong," right? And I've been nothing but strong for my mum, right?
Yeah.
And a friend comes over, and I'm literally like, obviously broken down in pieces, and she was the last straw. You got to be strong for your mum. And I just lost my shit. I was just like, just because I'm fucking crying doesn't mean I'm weak. I've just lost my fucking dad. I've lost it, right? And I feel bad about that. I think I was being out of order, but I heard it all day.
I know. You see, when people say that, about being strong, and I'm trying to put myself into your shoes, and I can only imagine that the months build up to his death was probably a lot harder than the months after it, if that makes any sense. And
like I said, the months before he passed away felt like that it was going in slow motion. Like 2020 for me was the longest year of all time.
Yeah, So when people say to you about being strong, I was like, well, yeah, I was looking at this man die in front of my eyes for the last couple of months, and all that. I have been strong, and all that. I don't need to be told. I kind of get it. It's but you understand why they say it to you as well.
Yeah.
Now they are trying to be comforting, and but look, man, it's a hard thing. It really is.
This stream's gone in very different directions. I
wasn't expecting. I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize. It's been good. I do like these when I'm able to just like be real with someone, I do appreciate it, you know. So it's good. So I appreciate the conversation, Keith. I really do.
No, man. And again, I appreciate you for actually opening up about it. It's a great thing.
So, we're so behind on these comments, by the way.
Right, we know we need to do a super duper lightning round.
Yeah, but we said that earlier. It never goes to plan.
We got 3 in.
Yeah. Right. Particular guy says he has yet to watch Wonder Woman 84 and Birds of Prey. Wish me luck. I've not seen them either.
Good luck. Good luck. That's a rough watch. I have to admit.
Yeah, Geeky Hijinks says, I'll be honest, guys, The Last of Us Part 2 was a great game, but Joel was my guy, even if he was a savage. Plus, Ellie's gameplay sections were kind of boring. I'm more of an Uncharted man myself. That's fair enough, man. That's fair.
I mean, look, I said this before. If we all agreed on the same shit, then the world would be a boring ass place.
It'd be unwieldily boring, right?
Yeah.
It's like the Cruella film. Like, I know for a fact there's going to be a lot of people that don't think it's a masterpiece like I do, but I gave it 10 out of 10. I haven't reviewed it, of course, but I put up a post up saying it gets full 10 marks because I thought it was brilliant.
I can't wait to see it. I'm really looking forward to seeing it.
But you might come back and go, it was good, but it was like a 7 out of 10. You know, you never know how people are going to take things.
See, I'm very level-minded. I kind of, you know, some people go very harsh on films, I think. You know.
Yeah. My example would be Friday the 13th remake, which is my favorite Friday the 13th. Funny enough.
No, wow, right.
Yeah,
look.
I love that film.
I done a video. I think it was my Steelbook collection, and it was Man of Movies, Jonathan. He just left a comment. I turned around and I said in the video that Mission Impossible 2 was my favorite in the franchise, and then he left a comment down below, and he went, "I think Mission Impossible 2 is one of the worst movies ever made." And then I read it, and my fiance was beside me, and I was like, "Really? Was it really though?" And I just can't see Mission Impossible 2 being that bad. You know what I mean? And I sometimes think that people might just go a little bit, you know, over exaggerate a bit.
I'm a bit harsh on one particular movie.
Which one?
That everybody loves, apparently.
Okay.
I think The Burning is a pile of dog shit that no one should watch. Utter trash, man.
I only watched it there a couple of nights ago. I do. Look, it's always going to be well down the pecking order when it comes to 80s slasher movies. For me, if I'm being totally honest, it'll never be as good as Friday the 13th or the likes of Halloween, and but it was. I think I appreciate it more because it was kind of the film that nearly launched Tom Savini a bit. Like, it was, his work on it was fantastic.
It's funny because when people defend it, they go, "Oh, but what about the raft scene, man?" I was like, "Yeah, it's the best part of the movie. Just watch the clip on YouTube and don't bother with the rest of the movies."
That fucking movie was banned over here for years because of that raft scene. And then when we finally got it over here and I watched it, I went, "That's it? It's been banned for fucking years because of that scene. What the fuck?" It was the same with Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It was banned for years over here, and when I watched it, I was like,
literally, there's not barely any blood to speak of in that film.
No, and you know what the horrible thing is, and I feel so bad to say this, but Texas Chainsaw Massacre is the only movie I know where you see a man in a wheelchair and you pray for his death. I feel really bad saying that. He is such an asshole in the movie. He's very hard to look at. Terrible acting. It was just,
I'm going to lose a lot of subs for this comment, but I'm going to say it anyway because I just don't give a shit. I think Texas Chainsaw Massacre is one of the most overrated horror films ever made.
I think it is. I'm going to lose a lot of subs for this one. I think the remake is miles better. There you go.
I enjoyed the remake more as well. saying that, I actually prefer Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. I think that's a really fun movie.
The original. The original, yeah. Sorry. I didn't actually mind the beginning actually as well. The prequel to the remake, I thought it was decent as well.
I've not seen that. I've not seen any of the Texas Chainsaw Massacres except for 1, Part 2, and the remake.
It's one of them franchises. You know what? It's they're okay. It's not like, it's kind of like Hellraiser. You know, I think they're okay. They're not mind blowing. Yeah, people go apeshit over Hellraiser. I don't get it, to be honest.
Yeah, Hellraiser. I only like the first one.
Yeah,
I don't even care about 2. I think 2's whatever. 3's even worse, and I've not even ventured that further because what's the point?
Did I actually hear? Did someone tell me that there was like 11 parts to Hellraiser?
Yeah, there's like 11 movies. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Wow. They just don't know when to stop, did they?
The rights have gone back to Clive Barker, so hopefully he can make a somewhat decent reboot, perhaps.
That'd be great to see. That'd be great.
There was a remake in the works a few years ago, but it was cancelled. It was going to be directed by the person who made Martyrs.
Oh wow! Right, okay.
So I think he would have done a good job, even though I don't like Martyrs. Just put it out there.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. Look, I'm not the biggest fan, Jason, of movies being violent for the sake of being violent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Because like, if I've spoken about Martyrs before, but I think Martyrs, everyone goes, "Oh, it's so shocking and so horrible." One friend of mine was like, "Oh yeah, it made my soul weep." I was like, "I don't even know what that means." But my thoughts on Martyrs is that I think it's basically a French torture porn movie that tries to pretend it's quite pretentious. I think it's pretentious, and it tries to make it out that it means more than it does.
Right.
I just don't think it's very good.
Like John done a video there a while back. It was films that he'd never owned in his collection, right?
Oh yeah.
And at number 1, he had a film called, now I might be wrong with the name, I think it was called A Serbian Movie. Is that right?
A Serbian film, yeah.
A Serbian film.
I only know it by reputation. I've not watched it myself.
Right. I never heard tell of the movie until he said that. And I'm not kidding you. I went onto Wikipedia and I just read I read the story.
Yeah.
And even that was scarring. I couldn't believe what I was reading.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah.
Who actively goes out and seeks these movies, I don't know. I think there's something very wrong with them.
So the interesting thing about the Serbian film, because I've actually done a bit of research on that movie, just out of morbid curiosity, I suppose. That was actually like a kind of almost a protest against the Serbian Film Board for being too strict on violent films and whatnot, and basically the director was like, well, I'm gonna make a film so shocking that you know you're going to be sick watching it, essentially. It was that the Serbian film was basically a fuck you to the Serbian movie board, essentially. From what I've read, I could be a bit wrong there, but from what I've read, that was the main reason it was made.
Yeah, it was
quite funny to me.
I couldn't believe what I was reading. I didn't actually quite understand who even would fund a movie like that.
I know.
And you know what I mean?
I remember making a joke about that film, saying like, "How did the agent for the lead actor sign him off to play the part in that film?" I mean, like one of the kills. I don't know if a YouTuber kicked me off, but one of the kills in that movie is this guy takes his throbbing penis and skulls fuck someone to death. That's a scene in the movie, right? Like, just put that out there. That happens. Obviously, it gets really dark into a place where I don't really want to go with that film. It goes into really horrible places. Like you, I've only ever read the plot. I've seen the film, but only in writing, technically, right?
Yeah, that's enough. And that's more than enough.
I know.
That's more than enough.
Yeah. There's some, but yeah, going back to Martyrs, I just think it's a very pretentious film that tries to have more meaning than it does. I just thought people were talking about it being so shocking, but it wasn't that shocking. Maybe I'm just desensitized or something.
Do you know, Jason? I'm very strange when it comes to movies. You know, like there were people were going on about that. Like I'm gonna keep going to this movie, and I will keep going to it till the day I die. But people keep going on with that Midsummer.
Not seen it.
That movie to me is the biggest heap of shit I have ever seen in my life.
Robert Fetch Bounty's gonna love you. Because he hates it as well. Thing is, he got me a copy. He got me a copy.
I'm not kidding you. There was the hype that surrounded this movie, and me and my fiance just watched it, and we were looking at each other. We fucking knew a half an hour into this movie. We were like, this movie is going to be just god awful. And I just do not know what people have, what movie they're even looking at, or what they're seeing that I'm not seeing.
Now,
like it.
I have a question. Have you seen Hereditary?
Yeah, I loved it.
You loved it. See, this is where I'm at, right? I loved Hereditary. Obviously, directed by the same guy.
Yeah.
As Midsummer. This is where I'm at. I know Midsummer is a Marmite movie where I've heard things like, if you're a fan of Hereditary, you won't like it. Fans of Midsummer don't like Hereditary, but I've met people that like both. So who am I? But this is the kicker for me, right? This is where I think I'm probably going to like it. My cousin, my best friend, my cousin Mark, he's not a horror guy, yeah? So when he rings me up and goes, I've watched this horror film and I loved it, I'm like, well then.
Right.
I'm probably going to love it as well. So he phoned me up the other week and was like, I watched this really good horror film the other day. I was like, oh yeah, what's that, Mark? He goes, Midsummer. I was like, you liked Midsummer? He's like, yeah, it was really good. I was like, I see now I know I'm gonna love it because to him, I'm the horror guy. Yeah.
Look, I did this thing, and I do in a lot of my videos, and I probably should get it across a bit more. But when I do reviews, and I do tear the assholes of fucking certain films out there, but it's never my goal to put people off movies.
Yeah.
It's never but it's just I'm just giving an opinion. Like for instance, when I done that video with Street Trash, the amount of people that actually texted me and turned around and said, "Oh, I went out and I got Street Trash." Now I thought that film was under. I thought that film absolutely is, but people still went out and got it, and that's I like hearing that. That's what I never want to put people off. I just give my opinions on certain but then Midsummer. And the thing about Midsummer is we watched Midsummer, and then it was a couple of months later, all of a sudden, the internet was buzzing for this film, The Lodge. And all of a sudden, I was like, oh yeah, The Lodge. You know, okay, but we have to check this out. It sounds like an interesting premise. Same thing again. We watched it, and I was like, oh my God, it was just awful. Hated it. I do. So sometimes it's weird. Some of the films that I do love in my collection are some of the most poorly reviewed movies. It's strange. It's I think when you can lower a person's expectations a bit, it actually helps.
Yeah, it's weird because we were talking about Midsummer and my cousin liking Midsummer. The funny fact is, I only went and saw Hereditary because my cousin liked it, and he's not a horror guy.
Yeah,
so
but then having said that,
that tells me a lot. Because I'm best friends with him, so I know him quite well. So
yeah. Well, the weird thing about Midsummer, the thing about Midsummer, I don't see Midsummer as a horror. People keep saying it's a horror. I don't think it's a horror. Do you think for instance, do you think The Wicker Man? Because I kind of got the Wicker Man feel off Midsummer.
I've not seen The Wicker Man.
Yeah, all right.
You can
so yeah, I again, Wicker Man, I wouldn't call a horror movie either, and I don't put Midsummer in there either. It does have unsettling moments in it, but it's just not for me. It's not. Well, look, they can't all be winners.
Yeah, I mean, it's like me when I talk about The Burning being shit. I'm kind of doing it. I generally don't like it. I think it's shit. But when I talk about it being shit, I'm kind of doing it in jest because I know that loads of people love it. So I do it just to have a laugh. Because I think like a lot of my YouTube friends think it's good. And I'm just like, it's not good though. It's trash. It's
well, the burning with me, it's kind of like, I like it, but it's almost like I leave it, like it's almost like 10 years I'd leave till I like I watched it there around a month ago, And I think it was 10 years before I actually watched it. You know, it's not a film that I revisit a lot.
Yeah.
You know, not like Halloween, where Halloween, I'd have to watch Halloween at least 6, 7 times a year.
I love
If
that
I'm being
film.
totally honest. Don't tell me you didn't see Halloween.
I'm so glad that I got to see it in theaters on Halloween about 3 years ago.
Are you serious?
That was fun. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because in London we have a cinema called the Prince Charles Cinema,
Okay.
and they get a lot of they get a lot of the old like 70mm, 35mm prints of older films. And they do like marathons and stuff like that.
Okay.
And usually come around Halloween, they'll do some awesome marathons. So, but they'll do like single runs as well. So, yeah, a few years ago, me and my friend and his lady friend, she wasn't his girlfriend, but they were kind of like looking to date, I suppose. We all booked a ticket to go and see Halloween on the big screen, and it was great. It was great fun.
Oh, wow. I'd love to see it I'd love to see it on the big screen. I've never had the pleasure.
They do some really good marathons at that cinema. They do a John Carpenter marathon, which is awesome.
Oh, fantastic. I presume all his early work then, is it?
Yeah, like The Thing, Escape from New York, and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, that's class. No, I would love to go to one of them. I really would.
I've only ever been to 2 marathons there. I went to an Arnold Schwarzenegger marathon.
Oh, what did it play?
I think it was Conan the Barbarian.
Wow.
Conan the Barbarian, Commando. It's an all-nighter, so it's a stacked list. So it's like 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. the marathons are.
Wow.
So yeah, so it was Commando. It was Conan the Barbarian, Commando, Predator, the Terminator, Total Recall, and Terminator 2. It was a stacked bill, my friend.
Oh, that's a great night. That's a great night.
There was a bit where, because obviously when they're running the projector for 12 hours, whatever, you're gonna have a point where the projector overheats. So halfway through Terminator 2, the last film, the projector overheated and the film stopped. And everyone was like, "Oh, come on, oh," like that. Yeah. The guy comes up by the screen and goes, "Sorry, everybody, the projector's overheated. Give us 10 minutes." And I shouted in an Arnie voice, "Come on, we paid money," like that. And literally, like, everyone just started laughing.
Oh, brilliant! There was a bit in there was a time I was only just talking about this there recently. We went to see John Carpenter live in concert.
Oh, nice! Awesome! That was great.
If you have a chance to just go onto YouTube and type in John Carpenter's The Fog live in Dublin.
Okay.
Because there's only one video on YouTube, and there's a bit where the song of The Fog, the theme of The Fog starts, and you can see John Carpenter is he's at his keyboard, and then all of a sudden you just see the fog building up behind him.
That's cool.
And then all of a sudden, this fella from the back just let out a roar, "Mrs. Culbrits!" And you just seen John Carpenter's face. He looked so pissed off. He did. He looked really, but it was fucking brilliant. The whole stadium just erupted with laughter. They did, but it was that was a great concert to see.
Yeah, the old Schwarzenegger marathon is one of those great things where everyone was there for the same thing. Everyone was there for Arnie. So when Arnie turns up for the first time in each film, so when you first introduced to Arnie's character in each movie, everyone cheered. Everyone cheered. It was great. It was such a great vibe. It was so good.
No, I like that. I like that whole. I love getting good into it. It rarely happens. As a matter of fact, the last time actually I remember going to see a film in the cinema where the atmosphere was just electric was, believe it or not, Independence Day.
Okay.
When Bill Pullman makes that speech.
Yeah.
The whole cinema just stood up and they just started applauding.
This is not going to be an American holiday. Today we celebrate our interest. It's great though, isn't it? I'm getting pumped thinking about it. It's like
fucking you're fucking right up. I loved it. That was great.
I love that film. The best cinema experience for me, just because it's just like you can cut the suspense with a knife. It was so thick. Was A Quiet Place, not the new one, the first one.
Yeah,
I went and saw that, and it's very rare you get a good, nice, quiet theater experience because you sometimes have dickheads in the back talking for the whole movie.
No, that's true. That's true.
But literally, when you had those when those quiet moments happened in A Quiet Place, and people were like, literally the actual screen was like dead.
Wow.
And I'm like, but you feel it. You're like, Mum, you start like, tightening your fingers around the bloody
absolutely.
seat. Oh, it's so good.
That film, the suspense in that movie is extraordinary.
I've heard this. Yeah,
incredible.
I've heard the sequel is even better. I've heard the sequel is a
I've been hearing
sequel.
that as well.
Oh, I can't wait, man.
I've been hearing that.
I got paid today, so I'm tempted to get a. Do does Cineworld operate in Ireland?
No.
Theatre chain, no. Well, I've got a local cinema called Cineworld, and they do a unlimited subscription. Where you get a card. It's like £18 a month, and you get to go there as many times as you want.
Right. Okay.
Because I went and saw Spiral a few weeks ago for my birthday. Just after my birthday, I went to see Spiral, and it charged me like £14 a ticket. I was just like, I'm disgusted by that.
Yeah.
I haven't been to the cinema for so long. I forgot how expensive it was, but I was disgusted. 14 quid for a sausage. Yeah, I know, it's rough. Me. So I'm gonna get that again, then, so I can go as much as I want. So
believe it or not, I don't actually go to a cinema at all.
No.
It takes a very special movie to get me to go, because I'll tell you why, and this might sound really fucking stupid, but the last film I actually went to see in cinema was Halloween 2018.
Oh, okay.
Right. And my brother was sitting beside me and my fiance was on the other side of me. And all I did during the movie was bitch about the picture quality. I thought it looked like shit. I just said, my God, my TV looks far better than this crap. And not only that, and this might sound a bit fucking weird, but it is expensive now to go out and see movies in the cinema. And what happens with me is I start going, well, okay, I'm going to go see this in the cinema now, and then in 3-4 months' time, I'm going to spend another 30 quid on it when it comes out in 4K or when it comes out in Blu-ray. And it's weird. It is silly, because I used to love going to cinema. I really did, but it's just something I don't really do anymore. It's strange.
For me, it's I can imagine if you've got like a awesome like television that's like the best in the business or whatever, and you've got like a really good 4K player, and you've got all the top quality setup for like watching movies in the best possible way. I'm sure that your setup probably is better than cinema, which is weird, because I would have thought cinema should be the best way to watch movies, because that's how you watch movies these days with new releases.
It was weird. It was just I don't know what it was about Halloween when I went to see it. It just didn't look right. I don't know why. It didn't do it for me.
Speaking of Halloween 24, my good friend has just sent me the 4K of that on Steelbook. So
I actually have that. That actually is a lovely Steelbook. That is, I think that's it's a McFarlane Steelbook, if I'm right.
I'm not sure.
I think, does it say at the bottom right corner, McFarlane or something like that?
Oh yeah.
It's a lovely Steelbook. Great transfer on that movie as well. You're gonna love it, Jess.
Just so you know, he hasn't sent it to me for nothing. I will be paying for it, but he thought he had sent it to me before I paid him, which I told him not to do. But I do appreciate it, Leon, if you're watching. Do appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. That's great. No, it's great. Another great channel, that Leon, by the way.
Yeah, he's got a great channel. He's just hit 700 subs as well. He's doing good things, man.
Flying.
He's taking a break at the moment, though, which is understandable due to his mental health, which is something you need to do, man. Like if you're having trouble.
Yeah.
I've been through a lot of mental health issues over the years, and taking time out of things is necessary.
This crap doesn't fucking help either, so there's this pandemic.
It's weird because Leon he talks about in the video where he talks about where he's been and what he's going to do. And I totally understand it as well, because he said when the lockdown first was imposed in the UK, he was a bit scared of what was going to happen. But now things are opening back up, he's scared to go back to normal because he's so used to everything being closed away. It's weird how it's affected people mentally, this whole thing. It's really fucked.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I was very fortunate during this. It never affected my work. So I was working all during it, so nothing really changed too drastically for me. Granted, I wasn't allowed. I can't go anywhere. That sucks.
Yeah.
But when it came to work, though, I was able to kind of, I was able to work through it basically. I was lucky, very lucky.
Does Ireland have a particular roadmap of when they're kind of unlocking stuff, or is it a bit different than the UK and the rest of us?
We're nearly close to everything opening now. It's just the pubs and restaurants. That's all that's left now. And I think they're opening in 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
So everything will be back to normal. They will.
Yeah,
so,
we here we should be June 21st, but there's a lot of doubt on that at the moment because you've got that other variant that's quite dominant at the moment.
Yeah.
But like I'm a bit pessimistic. Not pessimistic, that's the wrong word. What's the fucking word? What word am I thinking of, Jason? I don't know.
Optimistic?
No, cynical. I'm quite cynical with this whole unlocking thing because we did the same similar thing last year and then it just spiked up in the winter and then we went back into lockdown. So I think it's just me like fearing the most. I don't trust my government with a fucking banana, let alone bloody controlling, what we do as a populace. But I just feel like I just got this fear that things are just going to repeat itself.
Yeah, I get that. And what about then? What about how will you feel then? Do you think yourself when you go back and like when you said you went to see Spiral, did you?
Yeah.
How were you in the cinema? Did it even enter your head that this was all going on?
Not really, because I was like, I chose a specific seat. You had to give at least 2 seats apart, and it wasn't packed. It wasn't busy at all, really, when I saw it. But there was three seats between me and another person.
Yeah,
which that made me a bit of ease. But they were still trying to tell me I had to wear my mask. I was like, just no. I said to the guy at the front, I gave my. I pre-ordered the ticket, so I had a little barcode on my phone.
Yeah,
and I was like, "Oh, do we have to wear them? We have to wear masks throughout the film?" He goes, "Yeah, preferably yes." And I was like, "But I'm more than 2 meters away from someone. I don't think it's necessary, personally, because I thought if you're further away from someone, masks aren't necessary, right?"
Of course.
So I was like, "Well, I'm 3 seats apart from this one person, and me and him were the only person in that row."
Wow.
So I was like, I feel like I'm further away from him to not really affect. And he was like, well, we try to advise everybody to wear the masks through the film, but if you feel uncomfortable, you can just pull it down. It's fine. So what I did was just make sure I was looking like I was eating my popcorn all the time.
So, very good.
Because I don't know about you, but I really couldn't sit there with it on for the whole film. I just couldn't do it.
No,
fuck that.
I can't wear them. I feel very claustrophobic when I have it on me. And to sit down and actually watch an entire movie with one on, me personally, I couldn't do it. I definitely couldn't. So yeah, that's a no for me.
But to talk about the experience with Spiral, my cinema experience, it didn't really it felt like an empty cinema because not many people were there, and I had my mask. I'd put it up if one of the guys walked in to check, I'd put it up, or I'd quickly stuff my mouth with the popcorn to look like I was eating.
Right.
But other than that, it was just I just felt like a normal cinema visit, really.
Sorry, no one.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Fun story, because obviously, Spiral's an 18 over here. Do you have the same in Ireland? Do you have the same film rating system, or is it different?
No, I think it's the same.
It's the same. So yeah. Spiral's an 18, and this group of 12-year-old kids came into the cinema and they snuck in. So they're sitting there. They're sitting there just laughing and stuff and giggling. And one of the staff come in and was like, "You've got to leave now." So he kicked them out.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Here's a question. I kind of hope people will leave their comments down as well for this one.
Yeah.
We're
so behind on the comments. It's
I'm going to put this out and hopefully people will react to it a bit. Has there ever been a film that you went to see in the cinema where you were the only person in it?
Oh, mate, that's saying something.
Happened once for me.
I don't think it's ever happened. I think I've been the first one in the screen, and no one turned up until after the trailers. But that's not the same thing, is it?
No.
I don't think I've ever had the cinema to myself. No.
Yeah, I had Hard Rain.
Oh, really?
And that was opening night. I was the only person.
I did see a film with an ex-girlfriend of mine where it was literally me and her and maybe 3 other people. It was barely anyone in the film, which is Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but I saw it a good like a week or so after it came out, so I think it wasn't the hype wasn't it was kind of slowly declining.
It's slowly down there. Yeah.
But like because I'm a massive Godzilla fan, like I kind of like was geeking out of all the Easter eggs, right? Because there's in that film it's a smorgasbord of Easter eggs for the Japanese Godzilla fans, like people that are into the Japanese films.
So you can pick it up yourself.
So I'm just like, oh my god, like my girlfriend at the time, she's not my girlfriend anymore, but at the time my girlfriend was just like, she just kind of just giggling because she just saw how I was just literally like, losing my mind at all these little Easter eggs. And there's a bit in that film where I was literally like going, oh my god, like that, right?
Yeah.
Where they say, well, they resurrect Godzilla with a nuke, didn't they, in that film?
That's right, yeah.
And they go, Godzilla's nuclear measurements are going skyrocketing. I was like, no, they're not going to do what I think they're going to do. and then the girl at the end goes along with the king, and you see Godzilla's foot just stomp and everything melt, and he's burning Godzilla. I'm like, he's burning Godzilla. Look at my girlfriend going, he's burning Godzilla. Losing my absolute mind because burning Godzilla in the Japanese films is my favorite iteration of Godzilla. So I'm just like, it's like literally freaking out.
I kind of relate to that because it's funny enough when we went to see Halloween 2018 because there's that many bloody Easter eggs in that film. It's unbelievable. But what got to me was I actually missed a very obvious one, and it was my fiance that said it to me. And it was a stupid fucking thing. It was just a bit in it where there was this son and his father found the bus abandoned that Michael Myers was on. And there was a song on the radio. And it was the song that Laurie Strode was singing when she was walking down the street in the first part of Halloween. And when she said it to me, I was kind of like, well, fuck you anyway. How the fuck did I not see that? How did I not hear it? And because I'm such a huge Halloween fan. And so when someone notices an Easter egg that I didn't notice, I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I do. It's great when they do it.
The fun thing about that Godzilla King of the Monsters film is that me and my girlfriend were the only ones that sat and stayed for the post-credit scene.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because I was just literally like geeking the fuck out. Like I was losing my mind. Like it's fucking burning Godzilla, guys. And then I already knew there was going to be a post-credit scene before I saw the film. So I was like, okay. Post-credit scene, what they got for us, boys, what they got.
Yeah. That's the way movies are gone today. There are these bloody post-credit scenes. Nearly every film fucking has them. It's and they're great because they do set up movies very well.
Yeah. But like there's sometimes films that don't have them, which I feel like the fact that Endgame didn't have it was necessary because it was the end of an era, wasn't it?
Oh no. I knew. I think you were going to be a bit naive now if you thought there was going to be an ending credit scene at the end of Endgame. You had to have known it was never going to happen.
Yeah. Is it weird of me, right? I'm going to get to the comments in a minute because we're so behind. But
yeah,
is it weird of me to when I came out of Endgame, loved it. I don't think it's the best film. I still think Infinity War was better. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree with you as well.
I don't really care about time travel that much. I think it's kind of a cheap way to correct what was going on, sort of. But anyway, I digress. Is it weird of me to come out and go, right, they don't have to make any more Marvel films now. I'm pretty done. Like I don't care anymore. Like I think Endgame was such a perfect wrapped up kind of end.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's a great question, Jason, because I was there going, I was kind of saying to myself, well, what are they going to do now? Are they going to set up the next big thing? Are you not just basically rehashing what you've done in the first 3 phases if you start doing that?
Yeah.
So I don't know what way they're going to go with this. I really don't. Because surely they can't turn around and go, there's going to be one movie that comes out, whether it's the new Doctor Strange movie, where they're going to show us the new Thanos, who's the new big villain, and then bring out basically 20 movies, and then we're going to get this. They can't just do that. I can't.
The thing that puts me off as well with Marvel now, which basically is pretty much a no-go for me, really, is the fact that they've got this the Disney Plus shows coming out, and
Yeah.
they're gonna be integral to piecing everything together to going forward. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I don't want to give Disney my money, so I won't be watching them. So maybe
I'm not watching them either. I have no interest.
I'm pretty done. I'm pretty done with Marvel.
The one thing I know for absolute certain, I said it all along, from even when she died in Endgame, I said to my fiance, I just looked down and I went, Black Widow is not gone. She is definitely not gone. I don't know how they're going to do it, but and the fact that they're bringing out a film by her now, I know it's based on the events of prior to this, to Endgame, but I tell you now, there's going to be something to do with her. She is going to be back.
Yeah, I remember when they announced Black Widow, and I was just like, that's a bit weird watching a film about a character you know that's already died. Like, it's like,
I know, but like, and then you kind of look at, and you kind of start saying, you still look at the fact that it's the Soul Stone, and you kind of just, will they do something, or will it be too cheap? It might be cheap. I don't know, but I don't think she's gone. But you see, this is the problem they're going to have now as well. If you're going to start going into this whole multiverse thing, then theoretically, then Iron Man and Captain America could come back.
Yeah, and Black Widow and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and Thanos in theory.
In theory. Yeah. Yeah. So
which, I would argue is the best thing about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry.
Couldn't quite hear you there, Jeff.
I said Thanos is probably my favorite thing about the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe.
It was brilliant. Great film.
Like, yeah, when Infinity War came out, and I was already because I wasn't in the hype from the beginning. I got into it like halfway through, like Guardians of the Galaxy. Then I got into it proper. But when it was gearing up for Infinity War, I said to my cousin, and my cousin was really into it at the time as well, and I was just like, if Infinity War doesn't end with Thanos winning, then they failed Thanos. He needs to win. He needs to be the big bad that wins.
Yeah.
And at the end, when he snaps his fingers, you should have aimed for the head. Like, one of my favorite moments of that whole film, you should have aimed for the head. Boom. And then at the end, where he just like, he even says at the beginning, I want to sit down on the sunset in my throne and realize I've done a good thing or whatever. Yeah. He a good thing, didn't he? And at the end, when he sits down and he just like breathes, exhales, I'm like, yes, you've done good, Marvel.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I knew going into that Infinity War that things weren't going to end well. Now, I didn't think you were going to go that bad. I never in a million years, like, to even watch that scene with Spider-Man in it, it's hard to watch. Tom Holland's acting in that scene with Iron Man is unbelievable.
Awesome. Tom Holland, like, people obviously have like nostalgic for what's his name? I forgot his name. My brain's gone dead. Help me.
Tom Holland?
No, Sam Raimi Spider-Man. Who
Tobey Maguire.
A lot of people have nostalgia for him, but I still think Tom Holland is the best live-action representation of Spider-Man, of Peter Parker, in my opinion.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, did I hear right as well that the new Spider-Man, apparently Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are going to be in it?
I heard that, but I think it's been debunked. I could be wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right, I could be wrong, though.
That sounds great.
But apparently, changing the subject a little bit, Michael Keaton Batman's going to be in The Flash. Oh, that gives me chills, that idea.
That's brave. I know it's not brave. You know what? It's exactly what the fans want.
It's fucking money, is what it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. That is fantastic, and I bloody hope that does happen.
People forget the whole meme that is, I'm Batman. It came from Michael Keaton.
Oh, no question.
It's like, who are you?
Yeah. I'm Batman. When he just watched it there the other night, it was fucking great to watch it.
It's still my favorite Batman film. It's still my favorite.
Great. Oh, I love it. I do love it.
Right, should we get back to the comments?
Yes,
and not go on to a derail.
A Batman rant.
I don't like Christian. I don't like Christian Bale. Anyway.
Wow. I can't believe it. Did you just say Christian Bale? You didn't like Christian Bale's Batman?
I didn't say anything. What are you talking
about? Wow.
Anyway, wow. Gary, Blu-ray collector, you said sorry about giving you a big wish list, Keith.
Gary, don't. If you're still there, don't ever feel sorry about that, my friend. you've definitely put me onto some great movies.
Luke says, "Cheers, Keith, mate. I'll sub to you now, mate. I don't do YouTube videos though, pal."
Then why do I know? I recognize that picture. Do you know something? Does he be on Jordy Paul's live streams? I wonder. I recognize the picture. That's why I thought I was.
Yeah, he's like, a lot of the people that watch me cross over and watch Jordy Paul.
Yeah, all right. I mean, maybe that's how I recognized him. Okay.
We have a lot of.
I really appreciate that, friend.
We have a lot of audience crossover, which is quite cool.
Yeah, it's great.
Gary asks, "What's your thoughts on the new Titan of Cult Space Jam edition?"
I wasn't happy with it at all.
I have no Titan of Cult stuff, so I have no comment.
No, I wasn't. I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to say much about it. I'm not a fan of the movie, so naturally, I'm not that happy about the fact that Titans of Cult is doing it. So, I did mention this before. This might be the first one that I refuse. I'll see.
Cool, not cool. I don't know. Yeah.
No, not sure.
I want to bring this up, but we've spoken enough about Last of Us 2 to even even go into it. Sorry, Platinum Guy, but we've spoke about this way too much, and we're so behind. We've got to start. I'm gonna skip over stuff we've talked about at length because it's just it's just too much otherwise. So there's a lot of comments about Last of Us and Naughty Dog. I'm just like, yeah, we've spoken about that quite a lot today. Semi-open Platinum Guy says the Evil Within 2 was fantastic. Semi-open world is great. Blah blah. Yeah, I've not played it, but maybe I should.
Yeah, he was right as well. It did flop as well. It's a shame.
Can I play 2 without playing 1? I have played 1, but I didn't finish 1. I thought 1 was clunky and it wasn't fun. It didn't control well at all. I didn't like 1.
They drastically improve on the second one. They fix all that. They do. Cool. It's worth checking out.
Yeah.
I got. It's weird. I got a bit of a Silent Hill feeling off Evil Within 2. Just a smidgen. Like it's. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's
that can only be a good thing, though, my friend. I love.
Yeah.
We have the guy who puts magpies in movies, or does he put movies in magpies? Who knows? We're so late to his comment, though. Hey guys, so happy you've got Pete on tonight, mate. Love Keith's channel. Keith, that's your name. Yeah, I love Keith's channel. Everyone of Keith's videos are great. Cool, man. Yeah,
I appreciate that. Well. Thanks.
He has a good channel.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Yeah, Paul says. So Keith, what's next on your box set wish list?
Indiana Jones. That's it. That's the next one.
Oh yeah, we have spoken
about that. That's the next big one. I have a few things pre-ordered. A few kind of. I don't know if you're having the same trouble with me. Amazon has gone very weird with pre-orders. You can't pre-order anything from them.
Can you not?
I went to try and get. Do you know the film The Babadook? I think they're bringing out that in 4K.
Yeah, is it a second site re-release?
Yeah,
is it? Yeah.
And it's every time you go onto it now, it's down as temporarily out of stock, but it was never in stock. That's what happens. And then around 3 days before it comes out, then all of a sudden it will appear on Amazon.
I've got what have I got on pre-order? I've got one thing on pre-order, which is Godzilla vs Kong 4K.
I have that as well. Yeah, coming.
And it says fine. It's got my order number. It's got the total what it's going to cost.
Yeah, if you check out it's funny. Just Gary said there, Space Jam, Titans of Cult. I guarantee it won't be on Amazon to pre-order.
Have a look. Trying to
just
type
check
with
it
my
down.
microphone.
I'm
trying to type with my microphone in front of me. It's really hard. Titan. Is it Titans? Okay,
Titans of Cult. Yeah.
Is it a 4K?
Yeah.
Oh, it's there. It's here.
Oh, it is there.
$34.99.
Now, when you click into it, does it give you the option to pre-order it?
Yes.
Wow, no, because we're a lot over here. I don't know what's going on. But what about then? Just type in that Babadook then and see if that's there.
Yeah, the Babadook one's temporarily out of stock.
Yeah, a lot of that is coming up for some of our pre-orders.
But But
never.
it could possibly. I think it's because maybe Second Sight haven't let them sell it yet. Perhaps, maybe, I don't know.
Oh, it could be that. It could very well be that. It could be.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure now, but yeah, I've been finding it hard to put order stuff on Amazon.
And usually Amazon are my go-to places, but sometimes certain things like you don't always, because I used to pre-order a lot of the Arrow stuff off of Amazon, but they don't always pop up as Arrow announce them. But I find sometimes HMV get the pre-orders in first, so it's usually about, it's usually like, oh, who gets the pre-orders first, and that's how I usually go. It's either HMV or it's usually Amazon.
Like there was a good example of it there now. It was the Urban Legends box set there by 88 Films, the trilogy that came out there there around a month ago. I didn't know. I see on Amazon you just couldn't pre-order it, and it was only around maybe 5 days before it came out. All of a sudden, then it came up that you could pre-order it.
I had it on pre-order for like months. I had it on pre-order for ages on Amazon.
On Amazon.
Yeah, let's have a look at my orders again, because that's the fun case of where they thought it got lost in the post, so they refunded me, but I still got it, and I got it for nothing.
Oh, I love when that happens.
Wait, where? All right, let's have a look. Let me go to another page, you bastard. All right, let me just go to the past. Let's go to all of 2021. Page 2. Yeah, I had it on pre-order from 17th of January.
Right, 17th of January.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me. It was around 5 days before it came out where I was allowed to. Now, I don't know, is it because I'm from Ireland and we're finding it? Maybe it's something like that. I don't know.
Does Amazon, I guess Amazon doesn't have its own like Irish website, no?
No, but we're going to have it soon.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, and apparently they opened up, they bought a warehouse here beside me in Dublin. And apparently, like, the warehouse is supposed to be like the size of NASA. It's supposed to be huge. So I think Ireland is actually going to finally get an Amazon Ireland, which is going to be great.
I tell you what, I'm unemployed, and Amazon is one of those places where I refuse to apply for a job because they're meant to treat their staff fucking horribly.
Yeah, I heard that as well. Yeah. I fucking heard that. Yeah, I wouldn't like to work for them. I wouldn't. So yeah, so I was just saying, answering Paul's question. Yeah, that's Indiana Jones is the next one. Other than that, it's just a couple of, single titles like Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
I think I have Backdraft ordered as well on 4K. I have a few things
come out. I think that's already out over here. Backdraft.
Oh yeah, no, I ordered on Zavi, so that means it came out like a month ago. That's Zavi for you all over.
What have I got pre-ordered? I think I've only got a few things pre-ordered. I've got Godzilla vs Kong 4K, the Daimajin Arrow box set that comes out in July, and then the Arrow Dune 4K. That's right. What I've got currently.
Actually, I'll tell you a good one. I'll tell you something I actually do have on pre-order, and this is absolute no bullshit. But some fella just contacted me through Facebook and told me about this edition of Day of the Dead, and it comes in one of the statues that I love, the busts. And he just told me about it. It's basically a statue of Bub, basically busting through busting through a floor. And so he told me about it. So I went down and pre-ordered it, and that was 2.5 years ago.
And you haven't got it? And
I still haven't got it. And it's still on pre-order. It's still every time it comes close to its release date, they keep changing it. They do. So I don't know whether I will. But it's funny, you asked about this basket case, yeah. So I seen a fella doing a video. I think it's Phil's Creepy Videos. I think it was him. It took him 2 years to get that. He had it on pre-order for 2 years.
Do you think they do it like? Is it like made to order, perhaps?
It could be.
So maybe you're in a queue.
Yeah, maybe that might be a good. Yeah,
because I say it because, for example, so there's a company in America who he makes like Jason Voorhees masks and other things like that are horror related. He does makes things. So 2 years ago, or October 2019. So it's been about just over a year and a bit, and 6 months, 18 months, say. So I spent a lot of money on it, a life-size critter from the film's Critters. It's Cry.
Oh, no way.
And it's proper. His work looks amazing, right? It looks like it's straight out of the movie. It looks awesome. But they're about 18 inches tall. They're massive.
Wow.
And I paid £400, right, for this.
Right.
But he says they're made to order. So he says, oh yeah, build times, it could be a year or more to build because you're in a queue, and he obviously has an order. So I'm still waiting for mine. The only thing I'm worried about now, though, is in June last year, he committed himself to a mental health institution.
Oh, shit, right.
And he says, oh yeah, I might be there for 6 months to a year. You don't know yet.
Right.
So I've heard nothing from the guy, obviously. So now I'm worried. I'm worried that he has basically just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah, shit, because that would be great to get.
Oh mate, I've got this little dude because I love the Critters films. I've got this little guy.
Oh, look at that.
It's made out of stone. It weighs like a paperweight.
Oh, wow. Where did you get that?
eBay. It's one of a kind off eBay. Some guy just made it and put it on eBay. 20
He
quid.
made it?
Yeah, £20. I bought this.
Oh, that's money well spent. That is fantastic.
It's a fucking paperweight. I still got the Union Jack on his ass.
Oh, it's brilliant. I love it. I think that's great. It's funny. I was meant to say it to you today, but some fella done a video. I was Ben, over the Cadaver Club. He showed an unboxing of, and I instantly thought of you when I seen it. It was what was it called? Cookiezilla.
So it was. I've seen that. Did
you see it?
It looks awesome. Yeah, it looks Cookie Monster, but it looks like Godzilla. Yeah,
it's absolutely incredible, and the detail in it was insane.
Yeah,
it was incredible.
You're freezing up a little bit, Keith. By the way, just so you know.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah. Is it me or you?
Well, you're freezing up for me. Am I freezing up for you?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's my internet. Oh well. Well, it hasn't kicked us off yet, so we're all good.
Okay, good.
We're so behind on the comments; it's unreal. We're like 2 hours behind the comments, Keith. 2 hours.
Oh my god!
So this next comment was put in at 9:45. It's 20 to midnight right now. My word. Shit. Right, so Magpie Movie says the Halloween Midnight Classic set is on his wanted list. It's on my wanted list as well. I want to get that when I get some monies. What is the postage like for Amazon Italy, may I ask?
It's a €5. €5.
Do you think that'd be around about the same for England?
I'd say I'd probably be around £3 maybe. I'd say £3-4 maybe.
That's really cheap considering it's coming from Italy.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It is.
Places Nintendo guy says really like the box sets displayed on your shelf. Coolio. I mean, it's just like it does look like your room is just a big man cave.
It's there's a lot in it now. There is a lot.
Nintendo guy asks Keith, what are some of your favorite films?
Oh, my favorite movie of all time is Halloween. Love Aliens. Aliens, the sequel to Aliens, or Aliens, is definitely up there. Jerry Maguire. Love Jerry Maguire as well. Again, it'll be up there with one of my favorites, Shawshank. I love every kind of variant of movies. I do. It's not just all horror. It's I love a bit of everything. Dirty Dancing, Footloose. I love them all.
Right. Just gonna, I'm just swapping out to a different Wi-Fi because we've got like a Wi-Fi booster in the house.
Okay.
I'm just gonna see if it improves things on my side because you're freezing up and cutting out like crazy.
No problem at all.
I'll be about 2 seconds.
No problem. Take your time.
Okay, this has not worked as intended. What the hell is going on?
I'm just looking. I'm actually looking at the screen here, and mine is coming across fine. Yours is freezing up a bit.
Right, I'm back. So is it all good?
That's all. That's it. Yeah, that's perfect.
Coolio. Right, I just swapped
Right.
over. So
Happy days.
sometimes because I was on the booster channel when I've switched over to our actual Wi-Fi. So hopefully that'll improve things.
Yeah.
Sometimes the booster, if you're on that signal for too long, it's like, oh, can you stop? I don't like it. We need to get through some of these goddamn fucking
let's get through them. Let's do it.
Slayers, sub to you. Cool.
Oh.
Placito, Cruella was the biggest surprise of the year for me. Quality film. Emma Stone was perfect.
Can't wait to see it.
10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah,
I know
can't wait for it.
probably might not be the same for everyone, but I want Disney live action remake of Treasure Planet easily.
That would be a good one. That actually would be a good one. That actually would be a great idea.
People talking to each other. The Platindo guy saying there's a lot of beautiful places in the UK. Luke says, I was watching The Hunger last night, the one that's in the HMV Premium Collection with David Bowie, and it's really weird of a movie. It's my third time trying to watch it. Have you seen it? I've not seen that myself.
The Hunger. Oh, it sounds familiar. I don't think I've seen it, but it definitely, do you know something? I think I actually remember the cover to it, funny enough.
Yeah,
no, it's the Hidden I'm thinking of. Sorry, no, I'm not sure.
I'm thinking of The Hunger because I think it's got this weird kind of like almost the logo looks almost like it's made out of blood spatter. Almost,
right. Okay.
I've got the image in my head, but I've not seen the film. But
I definitely haven't seen it.
But as soon as you said premium collection, I kind of because I always look at the premium collection when I'm in HMV.
Yeah.
Because I love that line. I think that line of Blu-rays is quality.
Oh no, question, incredible.
I'm very picky with what I pick up out of it, though. I'm not someone to collect all of them.
I have actually. I got two of them. I think I got Beetlejuice and I got the Goonies. I think that's the part of that kind of their premium sets, the HMV premium exclusives. I think.
Is it the premium collection?
I don't think it's the premium collection. It was they're meant to be limited. They're limited to 1,500 each, I think.
Cine editions? So there's Cine editions.
It might be. Again, I'm not quite sure.
President Guy asks, Keith, what are some of your favorite TV shows?
Right. TV. I don't watch much TV. This is going to sound weird because it's very old, but my favorite TV show of all time is V. Loved V.
I know of it. What version of V? The original?
Oh, the 80s one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's. I'm not a big TV person. I was big into Walking Dead. But that show has run its course, I think.
I've only ever watched 3 seasons of that and got bored, so I stopped.
Yeah. 24. I thought 24 was fantastic. I don't watch anything new, to be honest.
I'm you think it takes me ages to watch the films I've got on Blu-ray. It takes me even longer to even think about watching a TV show.
Yeah. Do you know the TV shows where they're like the episodes are like 20 minutes long, like the In-Betweeners, stuff like that. That's what I like.
I barely watch anything like that. The only TV shows that I've vaguely got into was Breaking Bad, probably my favorite show of all time, from start to finish. Loved that. Loved it. Made me basically it was the show that made me aware of Bryan Cranston, how much of a fantastic actor he is.
Fantastic actor. Fantastic.
I got proper into Game of Thrones to the point where the intro gets me all giddy, and then they ruined it with season 8 because fuck them.
I think I'm the only person on the planet that's not seen an episode of Game of Thrones.
I mean, it's going to happen. Like people, I hate when you go. When someone goes, oh yeah, I love this, and you go, I haven't seen it, and someone goes, oh my god, I'm just like, well, there's like 66 billion people or whatever in this country, or whatever, and not everyone's going to see everything on the planet.
No, that's too much.
Yeah.
Too much.
It's too much content. Too much
way too much.
Like I'm into wrestling, right? So with wrestling, you've got 3 hours of Raw on the Monday. 2 hours of AEW on a Tuesday, 2 hours of NXT on the Wednesday, 2 hours of SmackDown on a Friday, and if you want to be crazy about it, you've got other promotions as well throughout the week. So there's a good 25 hours of wrestling a week. Am I going to get to any of that? No.
Yes.
And if you've got a pay-per-view on the weekend, that's like a 5-hour pay-per-view. It's too much.
Yeah,
So
no, it is.
I don't even watch the show anymore. I watch the highlights, and I might, if I'm invested in what the characters and the fights are going to be about, I might watch the I might pay to watch the pay-per-view on the weekend.
But like even doing a video on YouTube, I find like, especially if I do a big haul video, if I have something maybe around 9-10 titles, to do that video for me, it takes nearly 3 hours. By the time I shoot it, and by the time I shoot all the angles that I want to show off each edition that I have,
and
then edit it all together, it takes up a lot of time. Maybe I should simplify it a bit more.
Yeah, I'm that crazy kind of YouTuber where if I've got an afternoon where I don't have anything to do, because I do help my mum with things, and just so you might think I'm only bored, I've got like loads of free time, but that's not always the case. I do try to help out and stuff. But if I've got like an afternoon where my mum doesn't need any help or I'm not doing anything, I try to literally record as many videos back to back as possible.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to get them all shot. Yeah. It's not me rushing, but it's me using my time as best I can. Because do I want to play a game? Not really. Do I want to watch a movie? Not right now. Because what else do I enjoy? I enjoy making videos, so I try to maximize my time. So yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Because I had to do it now today, because when you told me, yesterday when you told me about you invited me on here, I was like, right, okay, now I'm gonna have to do something, because I use Friday nights to do a video.
Oh, okay.
So all day yesterday, I was actually just trying to find time in between breaks when I got home from work and this, that, and the other, to just shoot bits and bobs, and then basically splice it all together last night. And then look what happened. It went pear-shaped, and I had to take it down.
The thing is, I'm really bad though, because when I start doing something, I get so invested in what I'm doing, is that time just melts away. So say if I've got 5 hours in the afternoon to film, I'd spend that time filming, but I won't go to bed just because I filmed those stuff. I got that done. Nah, I got to put it on my PC and edit it immediately. So I'll spend another 2 hours. Like some videos for me take 2 hours of video to edit.
Right.
But it all depends how simple I want the video. If it's like just showing off what I've bought, they're fairly easy to edit, whatever. But if I've got like this whole scheme of like, oh yeah, I'm going to do a bit of a comedy skit in this bit, then they take longer, because I'm like, I want to get this kind of, I want the camera to zoom in here. I want me to like, stuff like this, like all things.
I actually got a comment. I think I told John this. I actually got a comment. Remember I said to you that in the last year I kind of got 2 nasty comments.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't necessarily nasty. It was just an absolute dipshit, where he turned around and I done an unboxing of a steelbook, and I edit it in a certain way where I'll show the front of it, I'll show the back of it, and then it'll be opened and I'll show the discs, but you'll never see me open it. Yeah. And this fella left a comment. Am I the only one that gets pissed off when this fella doesn't show you how the box opens? And I normally just wouldn't bother with the comment, and I just turn around and says, look, do me a favor, use your fucking imagination. And how else do you think I'm going to open the fucking thing? And it was just, it's just assholes like that. It's just, my God, seriously, you're giving out to me because I didn't open the fucking box on camera. Seriously.
I tell you what, right? So, when I was still trying to figure out what my channel was going to be, because I told you I got really into doing my videos after my dad passed away. I really got into like being a good escapist in me making videos.
Yeah.
But I was still kind of like between doing my movie ranking stuff I was doing with just my voice, but I was also doing some music stuff as well. And my favorite band, a music band at the moment has been for a long time, is Ice Earth. You can't see the t-shirt, but they're like an American heavy metal band. They're not together anymore because the main guy did something stupid at the beginning of the year, and he's basically pulled his career into the mud. And whatever. We're gonna go into that. So I did a video. There's this box set you can get called the Slaves to the Dark box set. It's got all of their albums in it up until a point. I think it came out in like 2008, and I got that box, and I was like, my friend was like, "Oh, you should do an unboxing of that because there's no unboxing on YouTube. You should do one." I was like, "Oh, that sounds cool. I'll do that." So I did that. Just my hands in the video, just going through the albums and stuff and showing the box off. Right. So it's just quite a simple video. I got a comment from an absolute twat going, "Why are you doing a video about these albums that everyone's seen all before?" Right. Just complaining that I'm just showing off the albums that everyone's already seen.
Wow.
Like,
does he get how YouTube works?
Yeah, he goes like, "Yeah, why are you showing off all these albums and their artworks that everyone's already seen already?" And I just commented because I can. That was my answer, because I can.
Yeah, of course.
That was it.
Yeah.
So
what the fuck? Richard, that's what my fucking channel is based on. And all that. It's fucking, it's everything I've fucking shown. It's been like every bust video I've done. I was basically the last person to bring out these videos. They've been out years and all that. Yeah. So of course I bought something. I'm going to fucking show it.
But that basket case though, I've never seen that ever. Like that particular bust thing. Like
that one there now, the Firefly beside it.
Mm-hmm.
It's that heavy, that yoke. It's like a brick. It's a real heavy brick. Whoa. And I'm actually just looking at the shelf, and I actually see the shelf. It's actually starting to curve.
I can see it. Yeah,
you can actually see it. It's actually curving a bit. But yeah, I've some amazing pieces in this collection. After I'm very proud of it. I really am. I just wish I will do it some other time where if I can just show you above me here, it's some of the best shit. Look, if I can just grab this one for you, I'll quickly show you this one. It's one of my favorites. If I can grab it, it's so heavy. This one's a personal favorite of mine.
Oh, mate, that's awesome! I love that.
It's not just fantastic. And then if you actually look.
Oh, that's so cool! That's awesome. Because that's how they did it in the movie, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
and then you have the film's base in the base of it. So it's I own. Oh, Jesus fell off. Yeah, I own a lot of this stuff. I love it. I believe I got that one for quite cheap. That was only around, when I say only, it cost around €130. But when it first came out, it was nearly €400. So I actually got it for quite cheap.
So the only things I haven't really got anything like that in terms of like massive busts, but I've got I don't think this company makes these anymore, but they're called head knockers. And I've got this cool like stripe head knocker.
Oh, show that. Put that up. Oh, that is unbelievable.
I love that.
Well, there you go now. That's another thing there to add to the fucking list.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
It's by Necker.
Yeah, I gave, believe it or not, I had an alien head knocker. It was made by NECA as well. I actually gave it to someone there I think it was around a month ago. I gave it away. It's just a I don't think they make those head knockers anymore. And my mum bought me that a few Christmases ago. Wow.
The striped gremlin one, which is awesome. Took me a year to take out. Took me the year to decide. I didn't want to take it out of the box. Took me a year to decide to take it out and put it on display. But I've seen that Alien one and I want it because I love Alien. But they're hard to get now. They're really expensive to get now. I think those head knockers.
I believe it or not, I just it was a fella. His name was Cody. It was the fella that I told you to give me my first shout out, and I always wanted to give him something. And there, just a month ago, he just done he has a lot of them figures, and I realized he never had the Alien one, so I just sent it out to him. I had it in its box. It was just sitting around. I didn't have it displayed.
I don't know if you can see here. I've got Jason Voorhees figure there.
I can't quite see him.
I'm gonna go and get him because it's pretty badass.
Right.
Oh. Don't fall over, please. No. Right, so this is my Jason Voorhees figure.
Wow.
The cool thing is, I bought this when I used to collect figures years ago before I got into collecting movies. And Friday the 13th is my favorite horror franchise. I love Friday the 13th. So I bought this. I think I paid £50 for this when it was at a used toy shop. It was like in its box. I don't have the box anymore though, unfortunately. Get it in frame for fuck's sake. There we go.
That is fantastic.
The cool thing is, after rewatching the whole franchise, and obviously I told you Friday the 13th, 2009 remake is my favorite Friday the 13th. This is Derek Mears' 2009 remake, Jason Voorhees. So it's worked out quite nicely.
That is actually beautiful. That is really incredible.
Got his little machete.
Oh,
got his machete there.
That is incredible.
Goes in
that is incredible. Oh no, I love that. That is
fantastic. Can't do it. Can't get it in his hand. That's what she said. Son of a bitch. Oh, there we go. That'll do. There we go.
That is amazing. No, I love that.
Camera in half.
That's what I'm actually missing from my collection is kind of figures like Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers and stuff like that. That is fantastic. I love that.
This is a NECA 2008 figure. Yeah. Do
you remember that film Short Circuit?
I remember it. I've not seen it since I was a kid though. I'm Johnny 5 and I'm alive. That guy. Are you trying to one-up me? Is that what you're trying to do? That's awesome. I love that.
That's one of them German releases.
That's incredible. That is. Do you know what? I always thought, Wally.
Yeah, that's what he looks like.
I always thought he was inspired by Johnny 5.
I think he is. I think he actually is. It's he does look a hell of a lot like him. He does. Yeah. But that is probably the most limited thing I own. I think there's only 100 of them. Oh no, there's 222 of them. That's awesome. In the world.
I don't know if you can see my Godzillas down there, because of course I've got Godzillas.
I can see a few. Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Yeah. There's 4 there.
There's 4, is it?
Yeah, there's Godzilla from the 1963 King Kong versus Godzilla. There's the glowing blue one that is from King of the Monsters, the American Godzilla King of the Monsters. Okay. And then there's that one, which is more of a static figure, but it's the original 1954 Godzilla. Oh wow! And the one in the back you can't see, it's a money box in the shape of 1975's Godzilla.
Oh, that's incredible! No, that's fantastic.
Really hard to get now. I think I paid about £40 for the money box. Wow! But it's like a hunk. It's just a hunk of plastic. But I paid like so much money for it because I wanted it.
Like it is. It's that's the way I am. It kind of comes down to it's how much I love these editions. I don't really care how much I do spend on them. It's something I love. I work hard for my money. If I want something, I'm gonna fucking get it. I am. And I've been fortunate to pick up a few things in here.
There's a lot of collectible stuff that I've wanted that I've just never had the money for, or could really justify the money. So I don't know if it's still available, but about a year or so ago, I think it might be a year ago, Hasbro released a Hasbro exclusive self-transforming Optimus Prime.
Wow.
It was voice activated. It was like Optimus transform. You'd be like Autobots. It even had Peter Cullen's voice. It was like Autobots roll that. Go.
Oh wow.
But it was an exclusive. I think it was only like 100 ever made, and it was like €700. It wasn't cheap at all.
That is ridiculous.
I watched a video of someone unboxing it and playing with it, and I was like, I want one now.
I know. Look,
it's cool.
It is horrible. It's especially there is things out there that still elude me that I would love to get, but I can't see it ever happening. There's an Evil Dead edition that I'm trying to get, and I don't think it ever will happen. It's just it's the Evil Dead remake. And
I love that movie.
I think it's fantastic. Love that movie. That film is definitely in my top 5 greatest remakes of all time. Without question. I'm a bit weird. If I don't count The Thing or The Fly, it's probably my favorite remake. It's weird though. It's funny you said that, because now that is weird, because yes, The Thing and The Fly are remakes, but I don't see it that. I never look at it that way. No. I don't. I really don't.
I only mentioned it because people in the comments will definitely go, but what about The Thing and what about The Fly? Because technically, like you said, they are remakes, but I wouldn't usually put them in the conversation because because I see them.
What did you think of the Thing prequel then? Did you like it?
The what? Sorry, say that what?
The Thing prequel.
It was serviceable, but I think it was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary, but I think the fella that directs the movie you can clearly tell that he loves the original Thing.
Yeah.
He did a good. I thought he did an okay job, but he just never had the atmosphere that the original John Carpenter had, and he never was going to have it.
Yeah, that original. There is been recent talks that the Thing is going to be remade, but it's also going to be Carpenter doing it, which is weird.
Yeah, Jason Blum.
Oh, right.
So it's going to be Jason Blum and John Carpenter.
It's Blumhouse.
Yeah, Blumhouse. Yeah.
That's made me worried because they're literally jump scares the studio.
Yeah.
That's worried me now. Oh,
yeah, well, having said that, but then what did they done a very decent job with the Halloween though. It's the new Halloween. Yeah. So you never know. We'll have to wait and see. It's one of those things like they done the Halloween, which was great, and they done the likes of Get Out and Us, but then they also done like Black Christmas and Fantasy Island and all that kind of
Sinister
crap.
2. Oh, awful.
Yeah.
And I'm one of the rare people that quite liked Sinister 1. I thought it was an effective.
I thought it was a great movie. I thought it was a great movie. Loved it. Very unsettling.
The only problem I have with that movie is, even though I thought the villain was horrifically scary. They relied too much on jump scares. They couldn't end the film on a really scary note without having that weird kind of like the last jump scare.
But you know what's nice? It's funny you mentioned jump scares. Now, we were just talking about this there not so long ago, me and my fiance. We were kind of saying, like in horror movies, and you see it so many times with the people in the bathroom and then the mirror. Right?
Oh, fucking hell.
Right?
Yeah.
That's right. But you know what's happening now? They've cut that out of the movies, but they're still putting the mirror scene in. But then when the mirror closes, there's nothing there. So now that's almost kind of gotten as bad now as when there used to be something there. Which kind of annoys the shit out of me. It does. You think these directors they think they're going into it going, "Oh, jeez, I'm very clever. I'm going to actually show this mirror now, and there's going to be nothing there." It's just really irritating.
What do you think about fake outs in general? What did you think when the movie fakes, not like jump scares, but like the movie tricks you into thinking something's happening, and then they go, "Oh, not really."
It's bullshit. It's shit. It's terrible. It's cheap and it's pathetic, and I hate it.
There's one movie that does it, and I think does it well. And I was like, "Whoa, that got me. It got me."
Right.
Which is a scene in Hush. Spoilers for Hush. Have you seen Hush, Keith?
I seen it once before. I can't remember it, but I did see it.
The home invasion film about the deaf girl being terrorized by the dude.
Right. Yeah.
There's a fake out moment that generally got me. It tricked me. I generally thought it was really happening. There's a bit in the film where she's deaf, but she's thinking about what she's gonna do to survive, and you can hear her voice in her head, and she goes, "The door's open. I can run right into the forest and win." And you see her run into the forest, but the guy throws something at her and beats her head until she dies. I'm like, no way did this to me movie. No way. And it cuts back to her eyes of her thinking of different scenarios. I was like,
yeah,
touche movie. Touche.
Right. No, so sorry, go on, yeah.
So I think they did that very well. I thought that was a really well thought out fake out.
Did they kind of do it with that film, The Descent, where you think she gets out of the cave at the end of it?
Yeah, I love that film.
And then it comes back and you find out it was only her just thinking about it.
Yeah.
And but that's a good movie.
Fucking great. The sequel, I got the sequel as well, but I didn't think the sequel was as good.
But it was there was still fun moments in it.
Yeah.
I thought it was great when your one came back into it. You won Juno, your one that you thought was dead in the first one, the bitch, and all that. So, but yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. It's a good little franchise. It is.
But yeah, that fake out in Hush, I thought I had to applaud. I was like, touche, that was good. That was
I got you. Yeah, that's I like it. It's good when it works.
You
know.
And if anything, for me, it heightened the tension of the film.
Oh,
you're already tense, but then you think she's died. You think, no way, fuck you, film, just killing off the mate. Because I tell you what, I've said this before about Hush, but I've never rooted for a protagonist as much as that deaf girl. I was like, come on, girl, you got to win. And I've never hated an antagonist as much as that fucking scumbag in that movie.
No,
I
have a better movie.
Okay.
And I hate when you said when you just be a fucking want. Do you know them films? I only just spoken to John. I think I said it in John's video there. He put out a video today, and I can't remember what film it was he mentioned. And do you know what it was? It was a film called The New Kids. It was a film in the 80s, and James Spader was the villain in it. Have you seen it?
I've got it. I've not seen it. No.
Oh, James Spader was the villain in it, and I'm not Jesus kidding you. He gets your blood boiling.
Yeah.
And when he, I'm not going to say nothing about it, but the film I was going to originally mention was, did you see? I think it's called Eden Lake.
I know. I've heard so many good things about it though.
But
the ending's been spoiled for me though, so I know how it ends.
You know how it ends then.
Yeah, so it's depressing. It's like depressing as all fuck, basically.
It's one of those things where they built up the kid in it, this bastard. He's so I've never witnessed. Like, I mean, you want to put your fist through the screen. That's how much you hate this little bastard. Yeah. And then when it just doesn't pay off at the end, it's a hard movie. I can't watch it again. I can't put myself through it.
Oh.
It's there's no payoff. It's horrible. The director's got me.
I'm just gonna say spoilers for Hush, but I just want to express this, right? That the end of Hush, right, where they're struggling, she's put that flashing light thing on where you can't see, and she's like sprayed him with like, I think it was like wasp killer or something, and he's like, they're all struggling, he's choking her out, and then she does it, she stabs him in the neck. I was like, yeah, I was like cheering. I was so, when she fucking just stabs him in the throat, I was like, yes, fuck you, you bastard.
Do you know
what the hell? Hello?
Hello? You there, yeah?
Oh, I'm still here. Yeah, hello.
There you go. I have to admit, when I seen Air Force One, and at the end of it, when Harrison Ford grabbed Gary Oldman,
get off my
plane. It's the greatest feeling. And it's just like, oh god, you just feel fucking great after that movie.
Literally, in Hush, when she stabs him in the throat, I cheered. I was like,
yeah.
It's great when you can get I love it when films can do that, make you hate someone to the point where you're happy they're dead. Is the best.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say about Eden Lake. But then when it goes the opposite way, where they don't kill him,
the twist,
devastating.
Yeah,
it is. It's hard to watch. It is.
I'm gonna get back to these comments because we've got about 8,000 years behind the comments. Warp Art Studio, welcome to the stream.
Wow.
He says favorite Japanese horror film. That's hard.
Oh, I'm going to be boring. I'm going to say I still think The Ring is probably it's a boring answer, but it's brilliant.
It's great.
Pulse was great. I love Pulse.
I've not seen Pulse.
Yeah, Pulse is a good movie. But The Ring that goes to me. It always will. It's weird. It kind of feels like The Ring was the film that started it all. It was weird, even though it was probably going on years before. But The Ring was just so.
Yeah, I do love. I've not seen any of the sequels or the prequel Ring Zero, but the original Ring. I've said this before. There's something about Asian and J horror that get under your skin that Hollywood just can't do.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah,
that's why I've never really liked any of the Hollywood's remakes. The Ring, Grudge, The Eye, The Uninvited. That's one everyone keeps forgetting that the Uninvited is based on Tales of Two Sisters, which is a great J horror. Yeah.
I never actually seen it.
Arrow, they've announced a release, so I'll be
getting
that.
Okay. So I'll look into that one then, definitely.
Really good film. But that's a hard one because I'm kind of boring like you. I'd say The Ring is up there. Tale of Two Sisters is really good. I like the Japanese Eye. Have you seen The Eye? The Eye is good.
Right. I didn't see it. I did see its remake and it was god awful.
Yeah, I think I saw the remake before the original with Jessica Alba in it. Yeah, it's fucking awful.
Yeah. I wasn't mad.
Yeah, it's a hard question, but there's been a lot. See,
Yeah,
like, would you call Battle Royale a horror? Because it has
no,
horror elements.
no. I definitely wouldn't put that down into my horror list. I wouldn't.
That's fair. Platinum Guy asks, what films do you regret buying, Keith? I can answer that for you. Street Trash. Yeah.
Actually, if you have a chance to, who said that? Play Nintendo guy. If you actually just go onto that video, I think it was my horror haul. I think I nearly shit all over every movie I reviewed in that one.
Because I think you got like Last House on the Left, which it's a bad film. I will agree with you. It's shit.
Yeah. I got the Turning. That was a recent horror movie. Oh Jesus Christ! I've never seen anything as bad as it. What films do I grab? You know what? I'll tell you one thing. I did do. There's one film that just sticks into my head, and I've already mentioned it tonight. What film I really hate, and I never get rid of anything out of my collection, but I came very close to getting rid of this one. Is the remake to Black Christmas, the Blumhouse one, the commercial.
The most recent one.
Yeah, I never seen anything like it.
It's woke trash, isn't it?
It's
apparently.
I just couldn't believe what I was watching. I really, really could not believe what I was watching.
I've heard it's awful. Yeah,
it's just that was almost break this kind of shit. Like it's that one always sticks in my head.
I've heard it's quite manderist, like, you know, obviously the opposite of misogynist. It's manderist.
The director of this movie is a woman, and she fucking hates men. She fucking hates men. And if you watch this movie, you will see how much she hates men.
But I've heard it's like a lot of the things to show how much it's like, oh yeah, men bad, women good kind of thing. A lot of it doesn't make sense. Like a lot of it just doesn't make sense, and it's how like I swear I saw a scene where it's just like two people who are meant to be in love with each other having an argument, and she's like, oh well, it's because you're just a man or something like that. It's like really petty shit.
There's that exactly like that. There's just so much of that during that movie. It's unbelievable. It was actually it was that bad that I was borderline offensive to men. It really was. It was terrible. So that sticks into my head the most. What about you, Jason? Is there anything you regret?
The burning. Honestly, I watched a video. I watched a video called like top 10 most underrated slasher film, 80s slasher films, and that was number 1 on this list. I was like, I better check that out. Then I love my slasher films. I bought the Arrow edition because I thought, the cover looks good. I like the weapon he uses. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
The only positive of the film, I like where he's using like garden shears.
Mm.
I must have sold that within 2 days after watching it. Like, I took
like I said, they can't all be winners.
Oh, another one. I wouldn't say this film was bad. I just didn't get anything from it. Which is Bone Tomahawk.
I hear bad things about it. Yeah.
Thing is, I heard nothing but good things about it. So I bought it for $5 in CX on Blu-ray, and on the front cover it was they had like a quote going like 5 stars, a slick cannibal Western horror. I was like, okay, that sounds interesting. You don't get many Western horrors. That sounds awesome. The problem I have with that film is that the first hour and a half is literally just them just walking and talking. Nothing happens. Literally nothing. It's a definition of nothing happens in that film.
Yeah.
And the whole cannibal aspect of that movie is right at the last 20 minutes. He's got a cool kill. Oh, that wishbone kill is brutal as fuck. There's a wishbone kill on it.
I heard about
it. It is gruesome.
My brother told me about
it. They hang this guy upside down, and they upside down, so groin first. They cut him down, groin first. It is vicious. It is gruesome. But it's probably the only cool bit about the film. The rest of it's just these cowboys walking and talking.
Right. Wow. Okay. I'm happy I still avoided it then. I didn't go near it. I haven't seen it.
The thing is, I bought it because it's got like 93% on Rotten Tomatoes. I was like, it must be good. And it's got Kurt Russell in it. It must be good. But
yeah, I never believe the hype. I really don't until you see the film.
I mean, it's well made, and I don't want you to be put off. You should watch it for yourself. It's well made. It's well shot. The acting's good. But for me, the narrative had nothing in it. It's just walking. A lot of it is them.
I'm not the biggest Western kind of person, if I'm being totally honest. Okay, so it never really appealed to me anyway, to be honest with you. But like I said, the one thing that would appeal me would be Kurt Russell. I love him. I think he's a great actor.
Yeah, I'm at that point now as well. Is like beardless Kurt Russell is not Kurt Russell, so he has to have a beard.
I'm still hoping that she does. I'm still hoping that he will play Snake Plissken one more time. I really hope it happens someday. It'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
It would.
The thing is, my Kurt Russell is McCready Kurt Russell.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually.
I mean, I'm not into men in the slightest, but he's a good looking lad in that film. I tell you.
Yeah,
his beard is majestic.
What about Snake Plissken with a beard? What would that do it for you?
I think he'll look more badass, won't he? He'll look even cooler. Like
I never know. Hopefully someday.
But yeah, when I think of Kurt Russell, I just think of McCready because
McCready, great, fucking great role.
It's still my favorite Kurt Russell film. Funny enough, the thing.
It's one of my favorite films of all time. It's definitely up there. It's in the top 10 greatest movies ever made, I think.
And it was completely panned when it came out, wasn't it? No one liked it.
Why do you think it got panned? Because it got released the same fucking year as E.T.
The same week as E.T. actually.
The same year. The same year.
The same year. Okay, I thought it came out the same week.
I think there was only a month or two separating them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, so that's why. Because they tried to say that Spielberg brought in this nice, friendly alien, and then John Carpenter just done the complete opposite.
Like if you speak to Robert Fitzbounty, he will assure you that E.T. is nothing nice. He would assure you that E.T. was a paedophile, apparently.
Funny, just talking about E.T. now. I read something up about E.T. and I thought it would have been very fascinating. There was talk of them doing a sequel.
Okay.
To E.T. But they were going to go the complete opposite, where they were almost going to make it almost kind of horror. They were going to basically, another way E.T. phones home. Well, they were going to do it where another alien race picks up the signal, and they come and start attacking Earth. And then they were going to have E.T. come in and help to try and protect the human race and that. So it would have been very interesting, but they said that they didn't do it because they felt it would have tarnished E.T. itself. And that, but it was kind of weird that's the way their thinking was going with it.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
You might have more info on this comment, but Blu-ray Bullet Brit says the Smithsonian movie bloke has now had his collecting activities dubbed a museum for real, so he doesn't pay taxes on any of his collection purchases anymore. Insane. I don't understand what that means.
Fuck. Collection activities dubbed museums. I wouldn't have a clue. I actually you do see some of the things that he does have in the collection. Like it's I don't know how this fella, and I kind of do understand. I kind of relate to it as well because it happened a few times with me. Everyone wants to know what he does for a living, but he won't tell anyone. Okay. And now that's happened a few times with me because I know that they don't want to know what I do. They just want to know where I'm getting the money to do it. And that's
I'm one of those people where you see these people post stuff in like groups. They'll like every week they're buying shitloads of stuff. I'm just like, how the fuck are you affording this stuff?
Yeah, I know. It's and I am like him. I don't answer that question. I've been asked numerous times and I refuse to answer it. I do.
So Keith, what did you do for a living, my friend?
I'm a male gigolo.
Makes sense. God.
I don't know anything about that. So But if that is true, that is amazing.
So does that mean the way I'm interpreting this is that he's got so much stuff in his collection, local authorities have deemed it a museum, so now he doesn't have to pay taxes or something like that. That's how I've deemed it.
Well, it's weird because if you actually do see the room, it's unbelievable.
Is it a museum?
It is like a museum. It is. It's absolutely incredible.
Wow.
It's yeah, no, I never heard that. No, that's definitely new to me.
Warpart Studio says, I'm saving up to buy Keith's collection. I'll have enough by 2057. Have you got something in writing, Keith? Have you got a contract in place for him to buy your collection?
There's actually a few people that actually did say that I should look into maybe insuring this collection.
Mm.
And maybe I should look into it someday.
I think the thing is, though, like, I've always heard about these collectors. Like, I've seen collectors, especially like American collectors, where for some reason, I think it's a bad decision where they will decide that their collection room will be in the basement, and then you find out that we've had a flood and then my collection is destroyed. I'm just like, why the fuck would you put it in the basement? That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Like, bad decision making there. I think if your town is susceptible to floods, why have your collection in the basement? Doesn't make sense.
There you go. There you go. It's very hard to kind of feel sorry for someone like that. If they're prone to flooding, then then it's your own stupid ass fault. But
sure, like you said about insuring your collection, it sounds like a good idea. But some of the stuff that I own took me years to get, and are probably impossible to get again. So how do you replace shit like that? Some stuff I have is priceless. Like, I've got all the VHSs of Godzilla that you can get on VHS. I spent about £500. I doubt I'd be able to get them all. I probably could get them all again, but I was lucky to I got this collection in 2 job lots. So I basically did 2 transactions and I got my lot.
Yeah.
So trying to get them again would be a lot harder than my first time around.
Well, it's funny you said that. This thing did get brought up before in a conversation, and the way I look at it, I actually think it was me and John that were speaking about it. And I kind of just said, you know what? If a fire broke out in this house and everything was gone, then that would be my collecting days are over. That's when I'd stop. I wouldn't even try to get back what I have, to be honest. Even if I was given all the money back, everything that I spent in this room, if it was all given back to me, the money, I wouldn't even bother trying. I just give up. I would. That's when my collecting days would be over. If that's probably where my head would go with that.
Yeah, because I look at what I have. I'm just like, the time I've spent collecting this stuff.
I know.
I don't know if I could do it again. Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
definitely not. Definitely not. No way.
Yeah. And
by the way, Warpart, the fella that left the comment there, Warpart Studios, I'm sorry, it's not for sale.
I said he. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if it's a he or a she. I do apologize if you're
okay. I apologize. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
More Last of Us 2 conversation. We've had enough of that. Sorry, geeky hijinks, but but he's got a fun fact, so let's listen to his fun fact anyway.
Okay.
Fun fact: when you got my opinion of Last of Us, when you got my opinion on Last of Us 2 was legit, worried I'd get the Panditon Bear death stare from both of you. Also, Jason, I'm with you. Corella was a great little film. It's really good, Corella. Sorry, Giggy Hijinks. We did skip past that opinion, so I do apologize.
I'm assuming he doesn't like the game anyway. But look. It's your opinion, my friend. It's not. You're not going to get a death stare off me. I am bemused by why people do hate the game, but if you don't like it, you don't like it. It's your own opinion.
Yeah, see, there's me going up and looking back, trying to find his opinion. Sorry, we did read that one about Joel being his guy and stuff like that.
Yeah,
yeah. We know it's fine. I like Joel as well. I just thought I just think it was. I'd rather I would have rather have them taken risks and told a really kind of out there story like they did, rather than just being a safe sequel of just Joel and Ellie again.
There you go. You see, this is the problem, Jason. This is the fine line that there with Naughty Dog is if they made the game that they made, people didn't like it. If they made basically the same as the first one again, just done the same beats, then they would have been criticized for that as well. So realistically, there wasn't a whole lot they could do to kind of win that battle when it came to the fans. Maybe the third one might turn it all around.
We've probably got a while to wait for the third one because, as you probably know, the first game came out on the tail end of the PS3's life. The second game came out on the tail end of the PS4's life. So the PS5's just come out. I reckon we won't get the sequel until right at the end. Like I reckon 7 years. Yeah. I reckon 2027 or 2026 we'll get.
It's horrible to think, isn't it?
I will get off this Last of Us talk because we've been talking about all night. Yeah. But there's rumors that they're remaking the first one, which I think is unnecessary.
That's definitely it hasn't been confirmed, but they definitely think it's happening.
I just think it's necessary, personally.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna fucking play it.
yeah, so do I. But I mean, like, I'd rather than put their resources into like giving us the final chapter of the trilogy.
Yeah.
You know, personally.
But you know why they're doing this. This is because of the TV show coming out and money.
Yeah, I forgot about a TV show.
Yeah.
I have no faith that this TV show is going to do the story as well as the game.
I said this. I actually mentioned this. Could you imagine if they brought the remake out? And the character models of Ellie and Joel look like the characters from the TV show.
I wouldn't put it past them. I really wouldn't.
Oh, I tell you, it'd be fucking war. If the fans weren't happy with the second one, could you imagine what it'd be like if that happened?
Do you remember? I forgot the actress's name. Fuck, she was in Juno. Who am I talking about?
Oh,
girl actress.
Yeah, she's not a girl anymore.
Oh, wow. Is she not?
Oh.
Who am I talking about?
Oh, it keeps coming on the tip of me. She's in that Inception, isn't she? Leonardo DiCaprio.
I don't know. I haven't seen Inception.
Oh, God damn it. That's going to annoy me now.
But anyway, she, whatever they are now, they sued the Naughty Dog for taking their likeness for Ellie because she thought they were ripping their likeness.
That's all. Ellen Page.
That's it.
Yeah.
What's his name now?
Elliot Page.
I mean, cool. I won't judge because I'm not that horrible.
No.
But I'll say this, right? As a man who's happy to be a man, I'll never understand it. I will never understand it, right? How can I?
Yeah, but that's the thing. We won't. I don't think we ever will understand it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But like again, look, it's each to their own.
The only problem that I have with this gender identity thing is when you have parents give birth to a girl and go, "But I wanted a boy. He's a boy now." I'm like, that's fucking wrong. That's fucking sick.
No, you're right. No, that is fucking sick.
It's been happening, man. People are doing it. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I know.
Like, oh,
fucking sick.
You should leave that up to the child when they grow up, when they come of age, and they feel like they want to be the gender that they're not born
exactly.
as.
Let them make their own decision.
Yeah, it's fucking
disgusting. Yeah, it is.
Anyway, that's why we're getting too political for its own good.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's get off that crap.
Jason, have you seen Joker yet, Jason? No, sorry, please, only guy. I've not got around to watching it. I tell you what, man. So good. I got 300 4K and Joker 4K, 2 for $25 on Amazon.
Oh, nice. That's a great deal.
I swear 300's only been out for like 2 weeks.
300.
Is it brand new? I swear it's
no,
first brand new.
300 came out there around 4 months ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I
bought it
thinking I bought it thinking it was a new release. Going, fuck me, that's gone down quick. I do like 300 though, so that's good.
Great movie.
Maybe I'm thinking of the Cine edition that came out a couple of weeks ago.
Which
HMV
one?
Cine edition. HMV
Oh,
Cine edition.
I see. Yeah.
That's where I might be being confused.
You need to check out Joker, by the way, Jason. That's
I've heard it's good.
Movie.
I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. I've heard the 4K transfer is great as well.
Yeah, and you get the full screen as well with it. It's
oh, nice,
it's incredible.
Cool. We have Ellen Smith in the chat. Thanks
oh my god, that's my fiance.
Oh, is it? Hello.
Yeah. I thought I was surprised he didn't come up and slap you in the head and get to my fucking comment already.
Yeah, we're so behind on the comments. Like this comment was posted like 11:09. We're so behind on the comments. Anyway, thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Thanks for jumping on the stream. So you are getting married at some point, Keith?
Yes.
Because I associate fiance with getting married soon, right? That's technically what it means, yeah.
Oh no, like don't get me wrong. It's we absolutely love each other, no question. It's kind of like this is gonna sound weird. We feel that we can do better things with our money than get married. If that's
look, I'm with you. Like I haven't got a partner or anyone, but I'm of the opinion two people can love each other without getting married.
Yes, I think that's actually the best way of putting it.
Yeah,
she's unbelievable. She is. She loves movies just as much as I do. Actually, as a matter of fact, Ellen has a huge role in a lot of the stuff that's behind me. That's a lot of this stuff is birthday gifts and Christmas presents and all that. Because so I actually have a fantastic collection because of Ellen. It really is. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's really great when you can meet someone that has similar interests but also enjoys it with you. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, it's I remember like every Saturday night we just sit down, we have a drink, and we watch a pile of movies, and we just love it. We do.
It's I used to have an ex-girlfriend, and she was all about like she really enjoyed my passion for things and stuff like that, and she was always like trying to. Was eager for me to do things like that. Like, oh yeah, she liked my personality and stuff like that. But there was a big deal breaker where we'd go to the cinema every Friday. It was our thing. Right? This is going back 2 years. I'm not with her anymore. But Friday night, she had two kids from a different relationship, but they went to their dads. So it was just me and her the Friday night. So we went to the cinema. Went to the cinema. And a big deal breaker because anything we'd go and watch anything, right? So this has come out. Do you want to go and see it? Yeah. I actually went and saw a film. I've never actually wanted to walk out of a film before, but went and saw this film called Slaughterhouse Rules, and it was dog shit. And I really wanted to get out of the film. And after we left, I was like, well, that was crap. And she was like, yep. I was like, great. But there was a film we went and saw, which is fine. I think it was Aquaman, right? And the trailer for Godzilla King of the Monsters come up, right? And I was like, we've got to go and see that. And she just goes to me, on your own. I'm like, what?
Actually,
absolute.
Let's actually prove to see now if Ellen's actually watching still. Ellen, if you are watching, is there any chance you could bring me up a drink, sweetie? So we'll see.
This comment was an hour and a half ago, so
we'll see if she's still watching. Oh, hi.
Great. I love these outside interactions on these streams.
Oh,
they're brilliant.
Oh, she's great. She's very supportive. Unbelievable.
I love these.
Thank you, baby. You want to go to bed?
Hello. It's a big delay. I could hear myself. There's a big delay on that, isn't there, on the stream?
No, that's her own phone she had in her hand.
Yeah, I know, but I can hear the delay.
I sorry. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Small bit of a delay.
And my cringy voice. Ugh. I do not have the voice for radio. I tell you that.
Oh no, man! I told you already. I said I think you have a knack for it, and
thank you. Appreciate that.
No, yeah, it's great. You're gonna do well. There's no question.
I am struggling to get to 400 subs at the moment. It's going so slow. The 300s have gone so slow. The 100 went quick. The 200 went quick. 300 went quick. 400 is just dragging. But
Hey, look, every channel goes through them phases, Jason. We all go through them.
Yeah, that's why do you think I'm doing my entire collection to give me a bit of a boost? Because people are like that.
Oh,
shit,
absolutely.
so.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea.
Yeah,
it's a good idea. Thank you, baby.
Jason, do you need anything?
Pass it through the screen.
Thanks, man. Oh god, that's just great.
We have Last Chance Ches in the chat. Good evening, sir.
Thanks, sir.
He's another long-time supporter. He's always in the chat.
Okay.
Sorry we got to your comments so late. We're so behind, but it's been a great. I've had a great time, Keith. By the way, it's been a great little chat.
No, great, fantastic, great. I'm delighted, Mandy here.
Oh man, it's been like, you know, video games, and we've got a bit real with my dad. Got some real talk in there.
Absolutely.
It's been it's been a really good conversation.
No man, I tell you, it's great, and it helps me a bit as well. Just kind of helps with the whole confidence thing.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Last Chance Ches says, "Holy crap, you are so behind." Yep, yes we are.
We need to come on. We have to get through. We have to get through a few of these.
I will say, would you expect anything less, Last Chance Ches? Because I'm always behind the chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last Chance says, I went to see Women in Black 2, Angel of Death at the cinema one day after it came out with my other half. We were the only ones in the screen. Wow, crazy.
Wow, right. Angel of Death, Angel of Death. I can't. That might have been a film that I knocked off. I think I might have watched the start, but I can't remember.
I've not seen the first one, so
I wasn't mad about the first one either, to be honest.
I've heard it's jump scare city. That's what I heard.
It's a real kind of gothic horror kind of thing. I think it is anyway.
We have Rob F's Bounty in the chat. Hello, Rob. If you're still here, probably not. He's probably got work tomorrow. He's probably not here. I'd be surprised if he's still in the chat because he probably isn't. But he's got a mutual hatred for Midsummer like you.
Yeah.
So
I'm not alone. It's nice to be. It's nice to be. It's good to know that I'm not the only one.
Yeah. When we went down to Bournemouth, I was in the car. He brought his wife, and they were both just saying to me like, "Yeah, we knew within like 10 minutes that it's going to be shit." And I was like, "Okay." But apparently it's mega long as well, right? It's like 3 hours or whatever.
Oh Jesus, I can't remember. Jesus, was it really that long? To be honest, I thought it was 16 hours long, but sure, there we go.
My friend Alex, he's my guitarist in my bands. He doesn't like it either. And I go, "Oh, I've got that Midsummer. I was gifted it by a subscriber." And he goes to me, "Throw it in the bin. Don't bother."
Oh God!
And I was like, "Oh, I really liked Hereditary. Have you seen Hereditary?" He's like, "No." And I was like, "Oh, it's by the same director." He goes, "Good. Don't have to watch it now. Then do I?" And I was like, "For fuck's sake, come on." Hereditary is great. I love that movie.
No, I loved it as well. That was a great movie.
But the thing is, this doesn't surprise me because, like, all the directors that I do know that I like, all directors sometimes have a duff movie in their career. You know?
Oh, there's no question. Absolutely no question at all.
Like,
we only just talked about this the other day. I said it to someone. Someone actually left a comment, and we were just talking about John Carpenter. And it does pain me to say that he has had bad movies. I hate to say that because he's my favorite director of all time, but he has had some very bad movies.
Ghosts of Mars, anybody?
That's the one.
It's really bad.
And his last two movies, Ghost of Mars and The Ward, were just god awful.
I've not seen The Ward personally.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great at all.
See, I've got Christine on Blu-ray, but I've not watched it yet. But I've heard that's really good.
Oh, that movie's incredible. Like, Christine is kind of seen as a safe movie by John Carpenter. I don't see it that way, but I thought it was a great movie.
What movie? What movie?
Christine.
What's it
Christine.
considered? Sorry, I did. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
but
sorry,
what's it
no.
considered?
Yeah, it was considered a safe movie. They kind of said that
Oh,
he
safe.
was kind of playing it safe by making Christine. And I don't know. I thought it was a great movie. I really did. I actually got the soundtrack of that recently. It's on vinyl, and it was fantastic to listen to.
We were talking about vinyls before we went live, and a lot of mine is like heavy metal and stuff like that I'm into.
Mm.
I got some like electronic music in there, like synthwave. I'm into my synthwave because it reminds me of 80s sci-fi movies, like the Terminator and stuff like that. I've got a few soundtracks. I've got the original Alien soundtrack. Now, when I say original, I mean original pressing vinyl of the Alien soundtrack.
Oh, why did you have to say that to me? I've been trying to get that on vinyl. I'm doing everything I can get to get that vinyl. I am.
Oh. Should I have a look?
Yes, I really do want to have a look. I really do.
If I can find it, I can remember where I put it. Oh, that's going to take an age now, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Jason. It's going to take ages. No, come on. Where is it? No. Oh, fuck's sake.
That's why you should have it in alphabetical order.
For fuck's sake, can't find it, you know. Oh, found it. Yay. Another one. Where is it? That's not it. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's going to wind me up now. I want to find this other one. Where have I put it? You bastard. Oh, fuck it. I can't bother. Can't be asked. I can't find what I was looking for.
What are you looking for?
So, yeah, I found the Alien vinyl, but I've also got the Suspiria 2018 remake soundtrack on vinyl as well.
Oh, right.
And it's on a pink vinyl. But I can't find it. It's there, but I couldn't find it.
Never seen that? That's Suspiria as well.
Yes.
No,
oh, wow.
That's an incredible set. That it is. There's a lot of great stuff in that. There is.
Da, da, da.
That is unbelievable.
There's the back.
And it looks in pristine condition as well.
Oh, it's in great. So this is a Christmas present from my ex-girlfriend about 2 years ago.
Oh wow!
And I saw it and I sent her a link and she bought it for me for Christmas. So I didn't even pay for it.
Oh wow!
And then,
that is. I'm actually jealous now. I'm actually fucking jealous.
and then 2 days after Christmas, she broke up with me. So.
Oh what?
That's actually a true story.
Well, are you serious?
I'm very serious.
Oh, jeez, that sucks.
and that's a girl that I generally thought was the one, as silly as that may sound.
Oh, and what happened?
Apparently, we wasn't compatible. That was her reason.
Oh wow, that's very lazy of her.
She was in a lot of the kinky stuff, if you know what I mean. And and I wasn't. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I see what you're getting. No. Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
And when she used to tell when we met up, she was like she would just to put it in perspective, she sleep around a lot with people.
Right.
That's before we met.
Right.
So she was into a lot of that bedroom stuff that people do when they're, mostly you just thought when they're in love, but she does it with strangers. So
right. Wow.
I think some people would call that a nymphomaniac. I think that's the correct terminology.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. No question. Yeah. That is a nice. That's something I do really want in my collection. No, I have to be said. I really want it.
Thing is, I've never listened to it. Funny enough,
because
it's so old. Because it's so old, I'm terrified.
I know.
Terrified damaging it. I'm terrified.
I kind of relate to that as well. Yeah, I completely understand that.
Because fun story, like before I discovered Godzilla, so Godzilla 1954 is my favorite movie of all time.
Right. Wow. Okay.
Before I discovered Godzilla, Alien was my favorite movie of all time.
Wow. Okay. Right. Okay.
Oh, I just remembered. Sorry, I just remembered. One sec.
Yeah.
Give me his glory. Oh, there we go. Right. I just remembered I've got this vinyl soundtrack. It's my favourite vinyl in my collection.
Okay.
Godzilla 1954 soundtrack.
I know that's definitely a Death Waltz release. Am I right in saying that? Armando.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Death Waltz release. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. They do incredible releases.
Yeah, so good. Look at that artwork, man. That artwork
absolutely strong.
Glorious. I can't get it in frame very well, but
I bet you it's a lovely coloured vinyl to it as well, isn't it?
It is silver, is what it is.
Yeah. I kind of had to feel. Yeah, they bring up some incredible releases.
Look, I haven't even taken the shrink wrap. It's open, but I've not taken the shrink. I'll get it in frame.
Right.
I can't. So I've still got the shrink wrap on.
I wouldn't take it out either. I wouldn't take it out. No way would I.
The cool thing about this record, though, is I paid $50 for this.
Yeah.
And now it's like out of print and it goes to stupid money. So.
Yeah. Right. Ah, yeah, that's fantastic. Silver. That's great. I bought the entire Halloween collection from that same company, Mondo. When I say that it's the first 5 movies. It is.
Oh wow! See, Mondo I could pre-order it, but it's stupid money. Mondo are releasing the Showa era soundtracks, but like I can't justify spending £500 on a box set.
I know two lads that bought it.
Oh, I want it so bad.
One fella that I actually know that bought it actually doesn't own a turntable.
Give it to me. Send it to me. Fucking hell. That's brilliant.
Brilliant.
But yeah, I love that.
Lovely release. Yeah, I like that. It's nice.
Speaking of, we're speaking about Suspiria. Do you like the remake? Because I love the remake.
I haven't seen it.
Suspiria.
I haven't actually watched it. It's in that box set, but I haven't watched it.
Saying it though, right? I know a lot of people that go like, "Oh, you don't," I prefer the original, whatever, right? I'm a bit weird where I watched the remake before the original. I thought the remake was really good. Some people would argue it's so different. It could be its own movie.
Yeah,
because they're very different in tone.
That's what I think. That's how a remake should be done. I think.
Yeah,
it's
why I liked the Child's Play remake because it was different. It didn't.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Beat for beat.
I was going to say something there, and I was like, I prefer the remake over the original.
See, it's weird, like, because I've got all the Child's Plays on Blu-ray, all the Chuckies, and it's weird because I remember growing up, loving the original. Two
Yeah,
is still the best. Two is unbelievably good.
yeah,
I
yeah,
used, I used to, I used to, I used to hate three, but I've grown up to really appreciate three. I
yeah,
think three is better than the first one. Kill me in the comics, everybody. It's fine. I like Bride. It's fun. Seed is dog shit. Curse is a really good back to form, and Cult is dog shit. There you go. There's my
the
rank. There's my
cult,
thoughts on
the
those.
cult of Chucky was fucking awful. Jesus, that was a
Yeah,
bad movie.
it's like Don Mancini is like, how far can we take this? Oh yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
I was like, no, it's
yeah.
fucking shit.
To be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie. I think when they brought Tiffany into it, so from the Bride of Chucky onwards, I felt they were on a downhill spiral.
I tell you what, mate. I tell you what. If they wanted, if they could send me Bride of Chucky era Jennifer Tilly to my house, I would really appreciate it. Thanks. She was a
What
fine pair of legs. I tell you that, my friend. Oh,
I was going to say, what the actress herself or the doll?
Actress, please. Thanks.
Brilliant.
Yeah, going back to Suspiria. This is my weird, almost controversial opinion of the original Suspiria. I found it very difficult to get through.
Okay.
Because the soundtrack and the visuals together was so disorientating that it gave me a major headache through the whole movie.
Right.
And
right.
It's a film I've got it on Blu-ray. I need to rewatch it because
I've seen it once before. I've seen it once. I can't particularly remember it that well. I don't remember being blown away by it, if I'm being totally honest. But I need to revisit it. I really do. I get that's actually a 4K set, and I do really need to watch it again.
Yeah, that's yeah, I need to watch it again. But I watched the remake first, and I absolutely adore that. I got the vinyl soundtrack. So you probably know how much I adore that. I've got the vinyl soundtrack. I've got a little poster, and I've got the movie on Blu-ray. Like it's so good. My cousin tried to watch it and he thought it was kind of boring, but I was just like, it's one of those films where it's slow burn and you've got to pay attention to everything. It's very, very good. It's very good. But I like films like that.
Yeah, I don't mind slow burning movies. I don't mind slow burning movies if it's kind of done right. You know, I don't mind it at all. If it's all about building character and all that, that's good. It's only going to help the movie.
But I always think it needs to have a good payoff as well.
Oh,
if
absolutely.
If you're slow burning to a nothing ending, it's pointless, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You've got a slow burn to a mass. You got a slow burn to this, because for me, a slow burn movie is a film where it's building you up to something. Like, you know something's coming, you just got to wait for like something.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
the Suspiria remake is fantastic.
I need to, like I said, I have to check it out. Again, it's one of those things that you just need to be in the right mood to watch it. But I know I'm going to be watching something very out there and something very different.
Right, we're not far away from the end of the comments, but I know you've got to go soon, so we need to run through the rest of these.
Go ahead.
Platinto Guy asks, what film would you love to get a sequel?
Oh, wow. That's a good one. Would I love to get a sequel to? Whew, Jesus, that requires some thinking.
I've already got one.
Which one have you got?
In my head. You can correct me if there's already been if this has been greenlit or not, but I want to see a sequel to Attila Battle Angel, Alita Battle Angel. Sorry.
Good movie. That is a great movie. That is actually a good one. That's a good one.
The CG is next level as well.
Yeah,
the effects are next level on that. But it ends with like kind of this like almost does sequel bait, and it kind of like cliffhangery. So I'm hoping it gets a sequel, but I don't know if it did well at the box office or not. I don't know if it made.
I think it did okay. I think it grossed over something over 400 million.
Oh, okay.
So I think it did decent enough. Now, when he says a sequel, does he mean just a sequel? Could it be a third part to a?
I don't know.
Because
I mean,
what I would love to see, me personally, and it came very close to happening, and then it got scrapped, was what's his name? Neil Blomkamp was going to direct.
Alien 5, yeah.
Yeah, but he was going to ignore parts 3 and 4, so it was going to be a direct
Okay.
sequel to Aliens.
Interesting.
And he put all this concept artwork out and everything he did,
Mm.
where you see Michael Biehn as an older Michael Biehn, and his face is all
Yeah,
scarred.
yeah.
And it for a time there, it looked like it was going to happen, and then I think Ridley Scott fucking intervened and said
Yeah.
that we should focus on the Prometheus movies, and then it was gone.
Oh,
So I would
man.
have loved to have seen that. I would have. Ready Player One.
The thing is,
Yeah, I'd like to see Ready Player One sequel. I liked it.
see, I liked it coming out of cinema, Ready Player One, but I don't think it holds up very well in a rewatch. And it
Really?
does feel like, for me, it just feels like, look at all these great IPs we can shove in this film to make the film interesting.
I know exactly what you mean. I loved it for nostalgic reasons.
Mm,
You know, but that's a good one. Now a sequel, a sequel. Yeah, can't wait to see that new Ghostbusters. That's going to be an interesting one.
I've not really paid attention to the Ghostbusters. I didn't. I refused. I basically refused to watch that remake that came out, or is it not really a remake? Is it? It's like a reimagining.
Yeah, it was a reimagining. It was terrible. It was awful, awful. I don't care what anyone said, and it's nothing to do with an all-female cast. It was just a shit movie.
Yeah. Like, see, like what gets you to watch the trailer? What gets you to watch a movie? The trailer, or the trailer was shit. And I was like, well, I'm not going to go and see that then.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's it.
I can't even think of a film that I've seen that had a shit trailer and the film ended up being great. I can't even.
That's the question of questions, that isn't it?
Yeah, that is a good one. No, I don't actually know. I don't know. There's a good one that with the sequel as well. It's just there's so many out there that you would love to see, but yeah, you just know some of them won't happen, unfortunately. I'm still just. It's weird. I'm just kind of going back and forward. I'm just trying to think of what films I would love to see a sequel to, and I can't. I know there's a lot out there, but I just can't think of any.
See, like, I would say something like Gremlins 3, but I swear there's somewhere there's already news about getting Gremlins 3. I swear I heard something about Gremlins 3.
Yeah, I thought I heard something about that as well. But
I kind of do want it, and I kind of don't want it, because unless Joe Dante's doing it, I don't want it. Because
that's why I'm kind of excited about the new Ghostbusters movie, because you have Ivan Reitman's not directing it, but he's back. He's there. He's in the producing, and it's his son that's directing it. So the right people are behind it.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, I'd be like you. Joe Dante has to be.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a controversial opinion or not, but I thought Gremlins 2 was superior in every way to the original.
Oh wow, really?
And I'd say it's a masterpiece.
I haven't seen Gremlins 2 in nearly 20 years.
I watched it last month. I watched it the premium collection edition that came out. The HMV premium collection. And bear in mind, I hadn't watched it for years, and I rewatched it. And I'm like, this film is fucking brilliant.
Right. I need to watch it again. I really do.
It's so good. We look at the behind the scenes. It was just like they wanted to make a sequel, and Joe Dante was like, I want full creative control. And they were like, here's $50 million, go nuts. And fuck me, he goes nuts. He goes nuts. Right. But like, I just think it's so well made. Like, because if you could get $50 million and give it to director and say go nuts and get an absolute piece of shit, it could have happened, right?
Yeah.
Joe Dante was so meticulous of how he wanted to make that film.
Yeah. But that's my problem. That's my problem if they'd done a part 3. Because me personally, I want them to go back to the puppeteer work. I don't want to
Of
see
course, yeah, definitely.
CGI fucking gremlins. I
No,
don't want to
fuck
see any of that shit.
no,
And
yeah,
I wanted to go back to the original look.
Mhm.
And I don't think that'll happen. I don't think it would.
I heard that they were doing a animated show for Netflix or something like that, right? Called
I didn't know. I wasn't sure. I didn't hear anything about that now.
called Secrets of the Mogwai.
Wow, I've definitely
Apparently.
never heard that. No, that's definitely news to me. It
I
is.
could be mistaken, but I'm sure I heard something like that.
I hope they do a third one though, because it would be great to see. It would.
Yeah, yeah. Gremlins, one of the first, like, I suppose, horror films you would say that I saw as a child that absolutely scared the shit out of me as like a 5-year-old or whatever old I was, like
Wow.
super
Wow.
scared.
Actually, speaking of sequels, I'd love to see a sequel to The Burbs.
I've not seen that film.
I don't believe you.
I know.
Oh wow. Oh, please, Jason, for me, just watch that movie. That is a fantastic movie.
It's Tom Hanks, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
What? Okay, sell it to me. What's the premise?
So it's a simple premise. They live in the suburbs. They kind of live in a little cul-de-sac area of something like maybe 8-9 houses. Next door, this family called the Klopeks move in next door, but they keep to themselves. And the whole movie is basically the whole street basically talking about this family, and they make it out that they're devil worshippers and this, that, and the other. And the whole film is just them snooping around the street to try and find out about this family and what's the deal. But I can't say too much into it because the way it concludes is fucking spectacular. It's just a great comedy movie. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It does have, especially when it shows some of the lot of the nighttime scenes, it does have a creepy vibe to the movie. It's a comedy, but there is a creepy vibe to this film. And it's just Bruce Dern is in it as well. Bruce Dern is fantastic in it.
For me though, like comedy isn't really a genre that I'll immediately go to.
Yeah.
So it's similar to musical. Like comedy and musical are not really genres that I tend to watch much of.
Well, the reason why I said to watch The Burbs is because you did mention Gremlins.
Oh, okay, and yeah.
It has that dark humor that Gremlins has as well.
All right, yeah, okay.
It's in that kind of borderline kind of thing. It's a borderline between horror and comedy. It's in the middle of it, and I think you might get a kick out of it. It's a great movie. It's I'm trying to think who put out the Blu-ray, because I know a Blu-ray does exist. Arrow.
Oh, it's on Arrow, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Arrow has I think it's a great movie. It is.
Cool. I'll look out for that next time I'm up in HMV or whatever.
Yeah, I think, like I said, if you enjoyed Gremlins, I think you might get a kick out of this. It definitely has the Joe Dante's flair on it. There's no question. Awesome. So it's good.
But yeah, Gremlins 2, man. Fuck me, I love that movie.
I have to check it out again.
Jim Jam's in the house. He probably isn't in the house anymore because we're so behind. Do you know we're an hour and a half behind the chat?
Are we an hour and a half behind the chat? I thought we caught up.
I thought we did as well, but then there was more. The thing is, we've been talking. They'll get a subject that we talk about from the comments, but then we derail into our own conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm getting right about time because you said about 1 o'clock you got to go, so I'm a bit.
No, keep going, man. Let's get through these comments. It's the least we can do.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. This is an interesting question, and I've got my own opinion on it. Walk Past Studio says, should they stop making alien films now?
Yes.
As
much as I like to see an alien movie, yes, they should stop.
My opinion, right, is I hated Covenant. I thought Covenant was shockingly bad. But I do want to see that trilogy conclude. I think it deserves to conclude, and then they can stop.
Well, no, there's the thing, right? Okay, I thought Prometheus was borderline it was nearly at that masterpiece level. I thought I actually loved it.
I
thought it was spectacular.
On the first watch, I would agree with you. I think
Yeah.
it works. I think it works best as a solo science fiction movie.
Yeah.
But the problem I have is Covenant permanently ties Prometheus to the Alien franchise. So now I can't really watch Prometheus as a standalone discovery sci-fi movie.
Well, what Ridley Scott done, what Ridley Scott fucked up with that was he made this big deal in Prometheus. He wanted people to know where the alien came from, and he introduced us to the disc jockey, the engineers.
Yeah.
And then we found out what they were in Prometheus, and then in Alien Covenant, within the space of 2 minutes, he just wiped them all out. And I was like, right, you spent all of Prometheus showing us who these engineers are, and then within the space of 2 minutes in Alien Covenant, you basically destroyed the entire planet.
Yeah, and the thing that baffles me about the way he approached these films to show you, like, oh yeah, the origin of the alien, and I think I've never asked for that, and I've all the whole what attracts people to the xenomorph is its mystique. That's what people get out of that monster.
Yeah,
that's why I love monsters in general, is because they're mysterious. You're not meant to know much about them.
Yeah.
Where does the Mogwai come from in the Gremlins?
We don't want to know. We don't.
But yeah, I know. Like, so I think the worst thing he did was decide to answer those questions, which I don't think anyone really wants. Maybe people did want them, but I know I didn't want to be.
Well, what people wanted was the space jockey. They wanted to know what the space jockey was.
Okay, yeah.
And that was the thing. And he should have done that and then left it alone. But then he kind of I would have liked to have seen, like, why they had the whole alien being engineered by these. I don't know why he done that. They ruined the mythology of it a bit.
The thing that
the only thing I will say about Alien Covenant, and you were saying about doing a sequel, finishing that trilogy off. Now, Ridley Scott turned around and he said that if he does finish it off, it is going to be heavily focused on the AI of Michael Fassbender's character. Now, I have to admit,
it's the worst part.
I don't give a shit, really.
I tell you what, right? As soon as we got that scene in Covenant where it's just like, I'll do the blow and you do the fingering, the film died a death at that moment.
Yeah. But not with that as well. I'm not happy. I wasn't too happy what he done with his, because Noomi Rapace was in the Prometheus, the main woman. She was phenomenal. Yeah. And then they killed her off camera in Alien Covenant. I don't like when people do that to protagonists. It's very shit. Yeah.
The thing is, though, like, the Prometheus movie could have span off onto some really cool, uncharted sci-fi territory. It could have been go off with what was the fucking character's name? Bollocks. But yeah, the girl character from Prometheus. Forgot her name. I do apologize.
Noomi.
Her. It could have gone off and, her looking for, like, where humanity, the engineer home planet or humanity or whatever, and it could have been a cool little kind of separation from the Alien franchise and gone into this old cool kind of more philosophical. What's the word? I can't even say that word properly. Philosophical. I don't know. I don't understand. Do you know English? Clearly not. It could have gone on to this really kind of, like, interesting, mind-bending kind of where did humanity come from kind of sci-fi adventure.
But that's the thing. This is the thing that confuses me with Prometheus. Now, correct me now if I'm wrong here. Right. But the spaceship crashes at the end of it, right? Yeah. Now, is that the derelict spaceship that we see in Alien?
No, because that derelict spaceship has all the eggs on it in Alien. So
that's what I'm trying to say, because the planet they're actually on in Prometheus is not LV-426.
Yeah,
it's a different planet altogether.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what the fuck is going on. I don't know what he was trying to do.
That's the thing. Like, the question I have is, how is that trilogy going to tie do that whole like snake eating its own tail, tie right back into the beginning of Alien when they get the signal.
Well, they're going to have to go back. They're going to have to go back to. It has to go back to LV-426. It's the only way it can go.
Yeah.
It has to end where I don't know, where you see the Nostromo, coming to the planet or something like that. Something that's going to tie into Alien.
There's a lot of unanswered questions because the derelict ship in Alien, it has a space jockey dead in the seat with the chest burst hole in him. It's got a payload of xenomorph eggs, right?
Yeah.
So where the fuck's David at that point? Like, there's so many unanswered questions of how Ridley Scott has pieced his story together, and the thing that frustrates the most is that Ridley Scott has gone through all this time to tell the story of like the space jockeys and all this and the engineers, just to say, oh yeah, it was David done it all. David, I was like, he did all this build up to this being a man-made AI that's created this most horrific, and that bit when we get the xenomorph hatching from that egg, coming out of the human, and he's doing that weird puppet dance. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. And not only that, but I looked at the making of Prometheus.
So cringe.
I seen the Prometheus making of it, and there was this fella on it. I don't know who he was, or whether he was a producer or something like that. But he turned around and he went, "Now I know people are going to be watching this and going, why is it not held on LV-426 and this, that, and the other?" And he kind of just turned and he said, "But Ridley Scott doesn't have to explain himself." That's why that was his answer to that. So in other words, you don't have a fucking clue what he was doing and all that. Just because he's Ridley Scott, we're not meant to ask fucking questions.
And do you know, right? Do you know that Ridley Scott is kind of delusional when it concerns the alien character, the xenomorph? Because if you watch him in recent interviews, he talks about how he feels like the xenomorph has kind of run its course, and how like people don't care about it. I'm just like, that's the whole reason your franchise is fucking successful, you twat. What are you talking about?
Here's a better one for you. Here's a better one for you, right? What happens, and I guarantee you this has happened, and I would love to meet this director just to ask him, but when James Cameron watched Prometheus, I wonder, did he turn around and go, "James, I have a great idea for a sequel to that"? Just the way he done it with the original Aliens. I would love to know, is there something from Prometheus he could have taken?
Look, listen, right. I'm going to say this, and you can disagree, you can agree, but I think you might agree with me here. So there's a lot of people that basically suck Ridley Scott's dick and say the Alien is so good. Alien is so good. Alien is incredible. I love that movie.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, Ridley Scott gave birth to this franchise. James Cameron made it, because Aliens made the franchise.
I don't care what anyone says. It is it is the greatest sequel in film history. It's the perfect sequel.
But this is the thing. I can go and say what I just said and still prefer Alien, because I still prefer Alien. But I understand what Aliens did for that franchise and that universe, and giving us all these. It basically gave us everything we really know about the creature. The queen. That all this kind of the hive mind, the hive mentality, all this kind of stuff. It did amazing things for that franchise.
And four words that just, and they were so clever with it. The tagline they put on it: "This time it's war." Perfect. Because you knew well you weren't going into like a horror movie, a sci-fi horror movie, like you were with Alien. This is going to be action-packed. This is going to be suspenseful. And he answered every question that Alien probably could have set up. And then he just wrapped it up. He wrapped it up beautifully. And then they did that eagerly thing with Alien 3, which I just found it to be fucking stupid.
I love Alien 3.
Oh, really? No.
I love that movie. Alien 3 is one of the most underrated movie sequels of all time, in my opinion.
They did that thing again, Jason. I said it to you, where they build up great characters in Aliens with Noosh and Hicks and even Bishop, and then Alien 3 just wiped them all out at the start of it.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But what I love about Alien 3 personally is that it gets this vibe where it's a very lonely film, right? So if I look at it on this perspective, so she's come out of hypersleep. She's on this planet she's never been before, full of scum, absolute scum of the earth, murderers, rapists, the worst kind of people. The two people that she had a connection with are dead. And then there's this fucking xenomorph who she thought she wiped out at the end of the last movie, now loose in this prison, and no one believes her. It's got a complete bleak and lonely vibe that I think not many films can do right. And I think Alien 3 did that spot on, and I love it.
Right, so now here's a good one for you, right? Now answer this question.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Ready for this one? Okay. Now try and make sense of this.
Okay.
Right.
All right,
so we seen at the start of Alien 3 that there was an alien egg on board.
Yeah.
The alien got out, got onto Ripley, laid an egg in her.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So where did the alien come from? That does all the killing in the Thorban?
There is no there's no answers for that. But I accept that. I accept it.
It's very strange. I don't get it. It's almost like they made it seem like, I don't know, like the facehugger got onto Ripley, then got off Ripley, and then went onto a dog.
That's the thing. That's the thing, right? So when depending on what cut you watch. So if you watch the assembly cut and it goes on the was it like a ball or something? I forget what it was.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and you see the guy. What's this? There, he picks it up, and it's like the royal facehugger. Queen
that's right.
facehugger.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a lot of fan theory that a royal facehugger can deploy 2 embryos. A drone, or whatever you want to call it, a drone embryo, and then the queen embryo. So there's theories that it got onto Ripley and deployed the queen embryo. Something happened that made it get off of Ripley, and then it basically got onto the dog in the theatrical cut, or the ball in the assembly cut.
Right.
There's a lot of theories about that. Yeah, that
it was very. It just didn't. It never answered that question at all.
There was a question that I always had about. This is about Resurrection, because I can't stand that movie. No. Resurrection is dog shit. Would you agree that Resurrection is a worse film than 3? Because it is.
Oh, no question. Are you kidding me? No fucking question.
There's been this big debate of Ripley dies at the end of 3, throws herself into the molten steel.
Yeah.
Where do they get her DNA from? And I've answered this question to many people. They don't believe me. Well, she's being attended to by the doctor. Attended to in many different ways. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
But who's to say he didn't take her blood? Probably did take her blood. He's a doctor.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, though. Now I might be really wrong with this, but I don't think I am. But isn't she not coughing out blood near the end of that movie because the alien is close to?
Possibly, yeah.
I'm nearly sure that there's bits in it where she's coughing out blood.
So as much as a lot of people say, oh yeah, so far-fetched, how did she get her when she's incinerated herself? But I do feel there must have been something on board that they got her DNA from.
But you see, this is what I'm talking about as well. This is where we're going into kind of cheap territory, because we can go right back now to Avengers again now and go, oh, we create time travel in Endgame. Oh, let's clone Tony Stark and bring him back to Iron. It's a terrible line to kind of go when it comes to these movies, and that fucking cloning and all that. It's just and it seems to be a common thread now. Where have you noticed as well? They're kind of cutting out. Do you notice that now? They're cutting out sequels. That's a lot of that is going on now. Oh, we're bringing out a new Terminator movie, but we're cutting out 2. We're ignoring.
I tell you what. We're answering the question: should the Alien franchise stop? You said yes. I said after they wrap up the Prometheus trilogy. But Terminator needs to die. I'm sorry. I love Terminator 1. I love Terminator 2. Terminator Salvation was probably the best sequel we got out of that. Dark Fate was shockingly bad. I'm sorry, it was.
Right.
And that needs to die a death now. I need to stop. It needs to die.
I'm pissed off at Salvation. I like Salvation. I thought it was fun. I enjoyed it, and I would have loved to have seen a sequel to it. They didn't give it a chance.
The problem is the thing that killed Salvation was the trailer, because the trailer gave away the whole human Terminator hybrid twist.
They've done a few things. They've done a few things wrong with it. Sam Warrington was phenomenal in that movie. He was phenomenal in that movie. Very rare that you can actually hear an actor outdo Christian Bale. Yeah. But he outdone him. But I thought Christian Bale was great as John Connor as well. I loved his presence in that film. I did, and I would have loved to see more of it.
There's one thing I can't help but notice in Salvation. It seems to be it's always I don't know what it is, but have you noticed how in Salvation all the Terminators just grab people and throw them? Don't actually kill people. They just grab you and throw you around. So right there, you can snap their throat in a second, but no, you're just gonna throw them.
Yeah, it is kind of frustrating.
It's quite funny.
Yeah, it is.
It's like it's funny because people kind of they understand this opinion I'm about to say, but they still like. So basically, my favorite Terminator is Terminator 1.
Okay.
I like it's a slasher film in disguise, in my opinion.
Yeah, no question. No question. Yeah.
But like, I like Terminator 2 as well. But I've always grown up after seeing Terminator 2 as a kid, wanting Arnie to be the bad Terminator again. And they never did it.
No, you kind of got a little glimpse of it with Salvation, small bit.
It wasn't really him though, was it? It was just like CGI kind of.
Yeah, it was CGI.
Yeah.
But that was the closest we got to it.
But like, there's that bit in the first movie where it's just like he goes to he's doing the phone book killings. He's going to the door. It's like Sarah Connor, just emotionally. She pull the guns out, just shoots her in the face. I'm just that is what a Terminator should be. No throwing around shit. Just like
I think it'd be interesting if they kind of went back that way. I think that would be good if they put Schwarzenegger back as the villain. It would have been interesting, and it might have helped that franchise.
I don't want Schwarzenegger back. I love Schwarzenegger, but his time as a T-800 is done. Like I think, for me, what killed the franchise was his stardom. The fact, if you notice, the bigger he became a star, the worse those films got. You know, Terminator 3 was bad. Genesis was one of the worst films of all time.
Yeah, it was awful. They tried to claim that the reason why Salvation didn't do as well is because of the lack of Schwarzenegger in it, but I don't think it was that at all.
No,
I really don't.
It tried to give us that future war that they hinted at in the first two films.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, Dark Fate, without question, is the nail in the coffin now. That's the final nail in the coffin. We're not going to get another Terminator movie.
I mean, it cost, just for a production budget, 200 million to make that movie.
Yeah.
Throw another 100 million for marketing for sure, right?
Yeah.
I guess Arnold Schwarzenegger probably took a good bit of a few million for his role, big time. Between you and me, Linda Hamilton should have stayed retired because I don't think she can act anymore.
No. She wasn't great in it.
The whole T-800 feeling guilt is fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous storytelling.
How many more times can you keep doing a movie where you're sending a Terminator back to kill somebody, and then you send a good Terminator back to protect them? It's you just can't keep making it.
The problem, the thing with that, I agree, but the reason they're doing it is because they want to go, well, this worked for T2, and T2 was like one of the biggest films ever. Let's keep making T2. Yeah. So when someone goes, oh, then they can't ever remake T2. I think they have. They've done it like 4 times.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've remade T2 for like 3 times.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, though, like when my dad was alive, he loved the Terminator films. I don't think he saw the recent ones. But he says the thing he loved about the Terminator films is that he could always get a sequel because it's time travel. You always can get another sequel because another Terminator can always come back in time. Yeah, that's what he liked about those. I was like, that's interesting. See, it's funny though. Going back to my dad again. Sorry. A lot of the films that are my favorite films of all time were introduced because of my dad.
Okay,
we had very similar films. Obviously, he didn't care about Godzilla like I do. He thought Godzilla was really silly, and I was like, you clearly haven't seen the first movie because it's bleak as all hell. But yeah, like films like The Terminator, The Matrix, Planet of the Apes, where Charlton Heston, Planet of the Apes.
Oh wow.
all these like classic movies I got into because of my dad. You know.
Yeah. No, it's a great thing to have. Like it's my father as well introduced me to so many great movies as well.
I do get really sad when I watch a film that I know he'd love and he's not here to see it anymore.
I know, yeah.
Like I watched that Nobody a few weeks ago.
Heard great things about it.
Fucking great film. And I was just like, my dad would absolutely lap this up. He would love it.
Right.
You know, he's not here to
see it. Yeah,
see it.
I know it's horrible. It is. It's. I need to watch that film actually, Jason. It's. I hear great things about it.
It wasn't even on my radar until my cousin was like, "Oh yeah, there's this cool little action film that's come out. It's like John Wick. It's called Nobody." I was like, "Okay, I'll look out for it." So, yeah, it's really good, man.
Yeah, I must check it out. I have to get around to it.
There's rumors that they're crossing over. They're doing a Nobody and John Wick crossover. There's rumors.
Oh wow! Okay,
that'll be pretty epic, I tell you.
Yeah. I actually watched that film there not so long ago. I had a great time with it. Boss Level.
I've not seen the sequels of John Wick yet, though.
Oh, you have not seen John? Have you not?
I've seen John Wick. I've seen John Wick. I've not seen the sequels.
Oh, the set pieces in the case, they're amazing.
Yeah, I want to get them on 4K because I know you can get them all. I like to have films individually in a collection rather than box sets. Sometimes I get box sets for films I don't really care about having individually if it helps me save space. But
yeah,
with the 4Ks, they all have slip covers, so I want to get them on individually.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I completely. They're great transfers as well. And actually, all of them films look fantastic on 4K.
Awesome. And the thing is, the reason why I want to see the John Wick sequels is because I think the John Wick trilogy was some of the last films when my dad watched before he died.
Oh, you see it? Oh, wow.
And he loved them.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, fantastic.
And I remember him saying to me, because he wasn't the kind of person that would go really in depth with a film. He'd go to me, "Oh, Jay, these John Wick films, you want some fucking crazy action is great, like, you know."
Yeah. Just
stuff like that.
Sit down. He's just one of them people where he sits down now, just entertain me.
I remember one of the films he did watch recently. Well, not recently, but before he died, and he hated it, which is Aquaman. And I was like, because I quite liked Aquaman. He goes,
I wasn't mad about it.
And he goes to me, "Oh, I watched that superhero water person." And I was like, "I'm Aquaman." He's like, "Oh yeah, Aquaman." I was like, "Oh yeah." He goes, "Yeah, shit, absolute shit." He goes, I was like, "Oh, that's a shame. I liked it." I probably liked it because it felt like an anime. Because I'm into my anime.
Oh yeah,
and it had kind of like anime, over the top anime moments in there. I thought.
Yeah. No, I wasn't a big fan of it. I was expecting, because I'm a huge fan of James Wan, who directed it, and I thought he could do better. If I'm being totally honest, but I am interested to see where they're going to take it. I
tell you what, man, like I've been watching it because I watched Spiral the other week. I've been watching a lot of like Saw stuff. Because I get quite a bit of fun out of those films, even though they're not always the best movies.
I said it to someone just recently. I always find some sort of enjoyment from them.
Yeah,
I do.
Shout out to Robert Fitzbounty. He's probably not watching now, but he did, as a subscriber mail, give me all the Saw films on Blu-ray.
Oh wow,
really nice of him. Because there were some of
the
films
look beautiful as well.
Yeah, I've not actually got around to watch them. I do want to do a ranking at some point.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed them.
Yeah, my favorite is number 2. I think that's really fucking good.
I still think the first one is my favorite, but it is one of them franchises. It just got worse and worse as it went down. You know, I think they killed off Jigsaw far too early. I think he died at the end of part 3.
Yeah.
So that means they made what 4 sequels after he died, and he was still like, you know, it was. Like I said, there's always fun to be had with him.
That sounds bleak to say this, considering like we're just talking about my dad and he had cancer, but you already know that John Kramer had cancer, so he had terminal cancer in the first movie or the second movie. I forget which one that he explains it in. It might be number 2 actually. So you know he's got cancer, terminal cancer, so you'd expect him to die at some point.
Yeah.
So I thought it was quite ballsy of the studio to carry the films on.
Yeah.
And have that kind of like apprentice and legacy. I thought it was quite interesting as a
No,
story
I know, absolutely.
development.
Absolutely.
But it got to the point where those twists became really illogical, right?
Oh,
Those,
no, there's no question. There's no
they
question.
became unrealistic.
I do like I don't get me wrong, I don't mind sometimes when films do end on cliffhangers. Once you're guaranteed that you're going to get another movie. And I think with that Saw franchise, you always knew you were going to get the sequel.
The worst example for that is I really liked the 2016 Power Rangers reboot movie that came out.
Yeah, I liked it as well.
Being a big Power Rangers fan as a kid, so it was big nostalgia for me.
Yeah.
They hinted at like the Green Ranger and like a sequel, and it just flopped. It bombed at the box office, and since then I think Saban has sold Power Rangers to Hasbro. So now Hasbro are thinking about developing a Power Rangers universe movie thingy.
Right.
Bob. So we're not going to get a sequel to that Power Rangers movie, which sucks.
Yeah. See, these movies, Jason, they're just going to have to find some way. They're going to have to find some way to make these films on cheaper budgets, because they're never going to make the money that they think they will off them.
How about making a good first movie and not tie it into a bloody universe for once? How about make a really good standalone solid movie and see how it does?
Yeah,
like John Wick. John Wick was a standalone solid movie. Didn't need to tie it into anything else.
Yes.
That did really well. Then they did a sequel for it.
Yeah. The thing is, the great thing they've done with John Wick though is they took elements from the first one where it felt like they were, that they were planning to do a sequel, but it wasn't. It was just a standalone thing. And that's the way they should be done.
This is why I love directors like Jordan Peele. Get Out, great standalone story. Us, I'd say it's even better personally, an even better standalone story. Us is so
between the two of them. But then that's what I'm saying. Both of them films end where there is not going to be sequels to these movies.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see fucking sequels to them. I don't. That's perfect. Just leave them alone. The ending of that Us is fantastic.
Yeah.
Fucking love it. I do. So just leave it be. So very, very excited to see what he does with that. I know he's not directed it, but that Candyman movie is going to be interesting.
It's going to be tough because Candyman is like one in my top 5 favorite horror films of all time.
Yeah. So. See, the thing is, Jason, with these movies, look, even with I was talking about the new Ghostbusters movie and all that, I go into these movies knowing that they're never going to be as good as the originals. It's just impossible. It's never going to happen. So I think a lot of people, when they go see these movies, these sequels, and it doesn't live up to the first one, the original one, they just instantly reject them and hate them. And I think it's the wrong way to look at it.
Yeah, it's like I think they're gearing up for an Exorcist remake.
Yeah, Blumhouse.
See, oh god. See, the only issue I have with an Exorcist remake, I'm going to be biased here because The Exorcist is my favorite horror film of all time. So I'm going to be super biased. But I saw The Exorcist for the first time in 2017.
Oh, wow.
And unless you told me it was a 70s movie, I would have thought it was a contemporary film.
Yeah.
Because the Blu-ray transfer is stunning.
Yeah.
The acting is probably top tier.
Oh,
the atmosphere is... The whole process of that film, as a film, for me, it's 10 out of 10. It's perfection.
Oh, absolutely.
So the idea of remaking that doesn't make sense because it's already perfect. It's already a perfect movie.
Yeah, I would rather they do a sequel. Just do a sequel to it. Don't try and remake it because the good thing about it, if they made a sequel to it, then there's always a great chance that they can outdo the sequels that came out for it already, which wouldn't be that hard to do. But when you remake a classic like Exorcist, you're already losing the battle. You're just never going to win. Simple as.
Yeah, and I always ask I always ask those the people making it. I know I can't ask them directly, but I always just think to myself, what are you going to bring new to it? What are you going to bring that's going to stand out? There's nothing you can. It's an exorcism movie. It's the exorcism movie that created the exorcism movie in a way, right? Like it popularized that genre. Every other exorcism movie that came out after that was called the Exorcist ripoff because they technically were.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what can you really bring new to the table with the remake? There's not much. It's all
No.
been done before.
And let's face it, you know as well as I do, they're not going to go down to the levels of like some of the profanity in that Exorcist movie. There's no way they're going to even go close to that.
That
in a
film,
modern day one.
that film's got one of my favorite lines of all time. Did you see what she did? Your cunting daughter.
That bit, fucking freaky.
Oh,
That is so freaky. That scene. It's horrible.
What a line though! One of my favorite pieces. Yeah. One of my favorite lines ever.
Yeah, and you know as well as I do, there's no way you will get anything like that in its remake.
Mm.
You know, and they should just leave it alone. If you're not going to do a sequel, then leave it alone.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's PG-13 as well.
Oh, it probably will be. Yeah. Probably will be. Yeah.
That'd be right. Once again, we derailed the whole stream.
Right. Okay. Because it's getting late here because I need to kind of wrap this up pretty soon.
Big Paul, he said he just subscribed to you.
Oh wow!
The king of the community. Big
wow,
Paulie.
That's incredibly nice. Wow. I'm actually subbed to Big Paulie. I've been subbed to him for years.
Mm.
And Jason, I've been subbed before I even started a channel. Funny enough.
Really?
I actually always thought he was subbed to me. That's weird. Okay, that's nice.
Luke says, "Been awesome watching, guys. I'm off now to watch a movie and eat something because I'm so hungry. But doubt you will even get to this comment though to answer." Oh man, sorry, Luke. We're so behind.
Sorry, sorry.
Thanks for joining the stream.
Appreciate the sub.
Lachlan Ashton is in the chat, but that was ages ago. So welcome to the stream if you're still here, Lachlan. Last Chance Jez says, picked up my first ever music Blu-ray today from CX to Prodigy, Worlds on Fire, live in Milton Keynes. Do you guys collect music Blu-rays? I do not, funny enough.
I have a few, not too many. I think I have Iron Maiden's Flight 666.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I heard that's really good.
Yeah, it's I don't have many. No, not really.
There is a couple of there's some that I do want to get that are more kind of documentary based, like the Anvil the movie. It's a really good documentary about a metal band called Anvil that inspired a lot of metal bands, but didn't get the recognition they deserve.
Yeah.
So like for example, they were a big inspiration to Metallica.
Right.
Metallica blew up and became the biggest metal band on the planet, where Anvil still kind of just chugging along doing their day jobs and trying just to make it. It's a really big eye opener to the industry and how hard it is to actually get your name out there and stuff. Even though you're a catalyst for, you're ahead of the game, so to speak. You're what do they say? What's the word? You're ahead of your time, I suppose. You're an innovator of sorts.
I don't have many music Blu-rays. DVDs though, I actually have. I have Live Aid, probably one of the greatest concerts ever made. Live Aid. I have Live 8 as well on DVD, and I have all the other concerts that were played around the world in Live 8. But other than that, now I wouldn't have any other music.
I'd say that Queen performance from Live Aid is one of the greatest fucking things ever. Like
it still gives me chills watching it.
Mate, like Freddie Mercury, I'm not really into much of Queen stuff. I do like their music from time to time, but I'm not like a massive fan of their music. But mate, like Freddie Mercury, one of the greatest voices of all time, right? One of the greatest voices ever. There's nobody that sounded like. There's no one that could sound like him. Or
no. Actually, it's funny you mention that because my fiance, when I started buying vinyl, she started getting into it, and she actually bought a deluxe box set of every single Queen vinyl album. In the box, it cost over 400 quid, and that was the first thing she bought on vinyl. Incredible.
This comments in relation to you refusing this person to buy your collection. Walk Studio says, "You broke my heart, Keith. I'm a man, baby."
I'm sure we can talk prices.
Robert Fitzbounty agrees with your opinion on Midsummer.
Totally agree.
Arthur, thanks for joining the stream. If you're still here, my friend, he says, "Are you very good at drawing?"
I am not.
I'd say I'm not, but people
You
think
are.
I am.
No, you are. Yeah, no, yeah, I've seen a lot of your stuff, and you have a gift.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm.
We're really right at the end now. Last Chance Jess says First Woman in Black was the one with Daniel Radcliffe. Was set in Victorian times. Angel of Death has a completely different cast and set World War II. Oh, okay. I don't think I'll ever.
I can't remember.
I don't think I'll ever watch those, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
sometimes there's films. There could be films people bang on about being amazing. I just never ever get around to ever. You know?
Yeah, no, I'm the same. I'm the same. I don't think I would bother with them. I think I did see the first one. I don't think I liked it.
It's like I've got some like classic films on my shelf that it's gonna take me ages to get to. I've got like 2001 Space Odyssey, and I've not actually got around to watching it yet. But I know it's a classic. But
I think it's the most overrated movie ever made.
Okay, that's fair. That's the thing as well, right? That's the thing. I'm terrified to watching these classically renowned movies and not liking them, because I feel like I should like them because they're classic. Do you know what I mean?
I said this. It's weird, right? The first stream I done, this film got brought up, and I said the same thing that I'm going to say now, and people are going to be like, "What?" I actually preferred its sequel. 2010.
Oh, it had a sequel. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's new to me.
I thought it was fantastic. I loved it. I did. But
is it a similar kind of thing about the AI going rogue and being a weird murdering robot?
They go back to that whole thing. You kind of they do go back into that kind of, you find out what happened sort of thing.
See, it's funny because I know about 2001 Space Odyssey. I know about HAL and the whole rogue AI thing. But then again, I don't know about 2001 Space Odyssey. I don't. That's the only thing I do know about it. It's about this AI thing that goes rogue. But John from Mondo Chevek says he gave me a bet. He said, "Oh yeah, if you watch that film and understand it the first time round," he said apparently I can have like half of his collection or something stupid like that.
Yeah. You won't,
because he was. Yeah, he knows I won't understand it first time.
No, it's like watching tennis. Yeah,
I've got that. I've just bought it on 4K, so that's going to be interesting.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Because I guarantee you leave it as soon as you watch that. I guarantee you leave a message and go, "What the fuck did I just watch?" Because I haven't got a clue.
Is it good though? That's fine. That reaction's fine because I've heard it's a very Marmite movie. Some people don't like it, some people do like it. I've heard it's mixed people. It's
definitely one of Christopher Nolan's weakest movies, if I'm being totally honest.
Okay.
But then the reason why I don't punish is because I don't think it's fair, because I just didn't understand it.
All right,
so I shouldn't pan something that I don't understand.
So this is why I've never watched Inception, because I know it's just going to fuck me over because I'm not going to understand anything that's going on. So I just chose not to watch it.
No, Inception, I got a fairly good grasp of what was going on in that movie, but definitely Tenet was a whole mind job. That one,
it's fine. Like, going into the dream world is fine, but when you go into the dream world to go into a dream within a dream, and then a dream within a dream, and then so once you're in a dream within a dream, but like multiple times, that's when I'm just like, you're just fucking with me now, you bastards. That's when I can't be bothered. Like that's the movie, isn't it? That's the film, isn't it?
I've
not seen the film, but I know.
yeah. When I watched Tenet, I turned around and when I reviewed it, I turned around and I said, I guarantee you Christopher Nolan doesn't even know what the film's about. No, and I guarantee you, I'd love to have to sit down and explain it to me, because I bet you he wouldn't be able to.
Last Chance Jez says most I've paid for vinyl is £240. It's a limited edition of Metallica's live album S&M 2. It has 4 orange and silver pressed vinyls, poster, sheet music, guitar pick, CD, and live show on Blu-ray. See, this is why Metallica are multi-millionaires, because they know people will pay stupid money for stuff. I wanted to go and see them live, right, in 2019 at the O2 in London, and they wanted £130 for a ticket.
Right.
Fuck off. Fuck right off.
And all fairness to that, now I'm just reading everything they get in that set, and to be honest, with you, 240 quid sounds a lot. It sounds quite decent for it. It sounds like you do get a lot in it.
Right, I've got some bad news.
Right,
we've got a couple of people that have only just joined the stream.
Okay.
And they're saying hello.
Okay, go on. We'll say hello.
At 10 to 2 in the morning.
10 to 2. Look, we'll give them another half hour, and then I'll be gone.
Okay, cool. Last question says, I want to see a sequel to Exorcist Gods and Kings. I've not seen that film, you know. Is that a Ridley Scott one? Is it Ridley Scott? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I've not seen it. Whenever I think of Ridley Scott, I only ever think of Alien and Gladiator. Is that bad?
I'm sorry. It's only when you said that I sat there going, "What is he directing?" The Martian. Well, you have to have seen The Martian.
I've not. No.
Oh,
but I've seen about the potato meme all over the place.
Yeah.
I've never understood it, but my friend was like, "Yeah, if you watch The Martian, you understand the meme." I was like, "Okay."
I have to admit though that Exodus Gods and Kings, but it's the story of Moses. But that the scene at the end of it with the seas parting, and there's this battle going on in between, and the seas are kind of closing back in, and it's just absolutely visually stunning to look at. It is, awesome. And the 4K transfer on that movie is absolutely one of the finest you could see out there. See
now I want to get the 4K now because.
Oh no, it's next level detail. It's incredible.
I've heard the best 4K is Gemini Man. Is that true?
It depends. It depends on the way people don't. Me personally, I think it looks great. It's shot in 60 frames per second.
Okay, yeah.
So it actually looks like it's a live broadcast. It looks like you're looking at the way you're looking at like a football game, a game of football, and you know it's live. Well, that's what it's like looking at Gemini Man. It looks live. It looks like it's actually happening.
I probably won't like that then because my TV's got a setting called Vivid, and it makes it look like you're watching a soap opera.
That's the soap opera. Yeah, the soap opera effect.
It looks a bit weird.
Yeah,
it looks a bit when I have that on, it makes it look a bit too crisp and too clean. You know, it looks a bit weird.
I fucking love it.
But I tell you what, my TV's Vivid mode doesn't work with 4K.
Oh,
because when I got a Blu-ray on and put it on, it boosts all the color and boosts all the sharpness up, so it looks like that soap opera effect. But with 4K, I don't see much difference because it's already like
I know
that HDR and that. Yeah,
you see the problem with soap opera effect is it's to try and stop juddering, picture to judder when it starts to judder. So when you go on to knock on that soap opera effect, and then when you go off it, when the camera starts panning, you will start seeing judder, and that's what that soap opera effect does. It removes all that judder.
But I've had that on with video games, and video games don't like that. Because when I move the camera, it all blurs. When I stop, it all sharpens up again. Yeah. It doesn't like it.
No. Do never knock that on during games. Ever. Fucking blurry mess.
Playtendo guys says, fantastic stream tonight, guys. I'm off to bed. Have a great weekend. Thanks for jumping in as always, dude. You
really do appreciate it.
Do appreciate everyone jumping in.
Absolutely.
You know, there's 2 new guys in the stream. We've only got 2 guys watching now.
Oh wow!
Movie Mad, hello. Well, thanks for joining the stream. It's super late, and we're on the path of wrapping up. And also Tom 180. Thanks for jumping in the stream, but we are looking to wrap it up. If you've got no questions for us, we are going to be wrapping up. Yeah. So any last minute questions, chuck them down in the chat.
Yeah.
But if I'll give about 5 minutes for that. If there's no comments in 5 minutes, then we can wrap up. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've been on an hour longer than you wanted to be, so I do apologize.
No, I'm not talking about John warned me. He warned me. John told me. He said to me, "Look, I'll go." I said to him that I wasn't going to be up late, and he was like, he kind of knew that. He was like, once you get into this thing, time fucking flies.
It does,
and he was spot on. It's incredible.
Does it feel like we've been on here 5 hours and 15 minutes?
No, not one bit.
Not at all, does it?
Not one bit. I'm sure I'll feel it when I stand up.
But I
And
tell you what, though, it's weird because I've been sitting here and chatting to you, which has been great. I've enjoyed the stream a lot. But like, I tell you what, I'm not at work. Obviously, I'm unemployed at the moment. But I remember, like, I used to work 12-hour days, so 5 hours that day used to drag like fuck.
yeah, oh yeah.
Why can't 5 hours just be like this?
Oh shit!
It's
We'd be dead.
crazy.
No, then that was the case.
What's that?
I said we'd be dead before we fucking know it. If that was the case.
Oh, that's scary. That's a scary
Yeah,
thought.
that is a scary thought. It is. But no,
But
like
I tell you what, though, I'm 35 and I don't even remember any of my 20s. It's awful.
yeah, I'm kind of something. I'm 41, and yeah, I'm the same. I wouldn't remember any. Yeah, it's a blur to me. It is an absolute fucking blur.
Well, I'm at that point where I feel like I've wasted my life. I've done nothing with my life, really. You know, like
I wouldn't say that, Jason. Jesus Christ.
I just feel like I did bad in school. I've had just shitty jobs that are pretty much dead end jobs over in my life, and I feel like but I'm terrible at like looking up people's net worths and comparing myself. I'm awful at that, but that's just me. So
Yeah.
like, I've been watching a lot of like making like behind film documentaries and people making films, and I'm like, I keep asking myself, what's stopping me from making the film? And then my friend be like, nothing. You just got to write a screenplay and get people on board. I was like, that'll probably stop me making film, Because the more, honestly, the more I get into this film collection and my passion grows for film, the more I'm like, how cool would it be to make my own film? That'd be pretty fucking cool.
People say it's impossible. My fiance's brother, one day just kind of got into writing. He never wrote before. He just started writing. And before we knew it, he actually wrote a book, and he even got it. He released it on Amazon and everything. You can actually go on and buy it. And he was super proud of it. And I think he's still doing a bit of writing now as well. Like, he hasn't made a career out of it, but it's doable. It's just about coming up with a great idea. It's how you put it down on paper. If it's interesting, your characters are great, the story's compelling. You never know. Never know.
I've got some great ideas, like, but I know they're going to be expensive ideas. That's the problem. Like, I would like to make an old school suitmation 60s, 70s monster movie with men in suits. But I know that's going to be an expensive endeavor.
Yeah.
So like those kind of ideas are like, maybe that's a bit too ambitious for me right now, but I know nothing about making a movie.
It is one of those things. Everything's a learning curve. Again, it's just not going to happen straight away. It's something that you have to study. You have to study hard as well, and kind of, it's writing. My woman actually wrote a book as well. She never knew. I think she still has it down on the hard drive. She never done nothing with it, but she got into it there for a while as well. So
I started writing a book, funny enough, like actual fiction, writing actual story. So I'm into like heavy metal. I'll give you a lowdown of the concept because I got maybe 3 chapters in and just like got writer's block and stopped. That was about a year ago. So the concept is like, I'm into heavy metal and I get a load of all the typical nonsense where it's just like, oh, heavy metal, isn't that Satan worshipping music, right? So I took that idea that maybe it is, and I kind of like took that idea, or maybe it is. So the whole idea is this story is about this band in this tiny town that are really popular, but only in their small little town, shitty town, right?
Okay.
So they're basically nobodies, but in their town they get good turnouts at shows.
Yeah.
And then they get an invite to go to this festival, but it turns out this festival was like the biggest festival in the country. And like, this is weird. We're a nobody band, but apparently, like, his talent scouts saw them at a show and really liked them. I thought they'll be doing well here. So the idea is they turn up at this festival. It's almost like a weird kind of horror story, but not really a horror story. But you get on my point when I get to so they'll realize, like, they'll get to this thing and there's been an accident. a couple of stage lights have killed a band basically, and during
Okay.
the sound check, and they're like, "Oh, something's going on here and stuff. It's a bit weird." But things go on. Apparently, the festival goes on as normal. This is my idea, right? The festival goes on as normal. They play their set, and this girl comes up to him, this woman in a business suit, and she's like, "I really like your set. I want to sign you to a 10-year deal." And they're like, they check out the contract. It's all fun and dandy. It's like a 10-year deal, and they should get about $5 million, whatever. It turns out the festival is just a front for the devil to sign bands to be his personal slaves in hell.
Oh,
So
wow.
basically, it's about them basically being pulled into hell and realizing all these famous bands that became one-hit wonders and disappeared were all signed by this devil. So so it's about them. It's about them trying to escape and like help out these other people that have been slaves. That's just the premise. That's just like the idea.
No, I think that's fucking fun. And I'll tell you one thing, it's incredibly original. You try to name another film that's like that. You won't. Simple as.
Well, it's a book. I've been writing it as a book, innit? So
I think that's a great idea about Jason. I think it's fantastic. I really do.
But the thing is, I started writing it, but I've got no plan for it. Like, I just started writing to see just where it went organically, where I was just writing. And I just got writer's block where I'm just like, where can I take it? Like, because I don't really understand how stories are written. Like, oh, is it going to this? Is it moving too quick into this bit? Are we getting to this big part of the book too quickly? Or I don't even know. I don't even know how long a chapter's meant to be.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But don't force it. Do you know what I mean? Don't. Just don't force anything just so you can get moving again. You know, it's just let it come to you.
Yeah.
You know.
But anyway, I'm going to end the stream because no one's commenting now. Two people still watching, but we're done. Everybody who's still watching, thanks for staying up so late. To check us out. Thanks for watching as always. I have been Jason. I've been joined by Keith of Euphoria Pictures. Be sure to subscribe to his channel. He's got some great content. Go and watch him laugh at street trash. It's quite entertaining. As always, give this video a like and subscribe to me if you want to. It's all good. As always, see you next Friday. It's been a great stream. Keith, thanks for jumping on, man.
Jason, I absolutely appreciate it. A blast. Great time.
It's been good fun. Anyway, everybody, thanks for jumping on. See you later, everyone.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Devil horns everywhere.